Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Jujutsu Kaisen, Mahoraga doesn't want a weakling mindset. Part 1. Jung Bai's last memory was in his university dorm. He had just finished reading the entire Jujutsu Kaisen manga and was scrolling through a post on Tieba. Would you rather transmigrate into a gal game as the male lead, or go to Jujutsu Kaisen and trade blows with Sukuna? Did he even need to think about it? Jung Bai chose the gal game without a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, what else? Was he supposed to go to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, get casually sliced in half by Sukuna, and become mere cannon fodder who could only say so fast, before going through a life flashback, failing to even entertain Lord Sukuna? What kind of joke was this? Were the beautiful girls in gal games not attractive enough, or was sweet love no longer satisfying? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the aging wiring of the dorm finally gave out under the full load of 4 computers and an air conditioner. With a loud bang, Jung Bai's computer exploded. Holy crap, became the last words he left behind in this world. When he opened his eyes again, Jung Bai found himself enveloped in darkness. Could it be? I've transmigrated. Murasama. Kujo Miyako. Yuki Onna. Here I freaking come. Jung Bai was ecstatic. However, things rarely go as planned. When he tried to move his body, he noticed something was wrong. His massive body was as heavy as a mountain, and countless invisible binding vows made it difficult to move. Before Jung Bai could think any further, the Dharma wheel atop this massive body's head suddenly began to spin. At first, it spun slowly, making clicking sounds, but then it went faster and faster, until the outline of the wheel blurred into a faint halo in his perception. This Dharma wheel. Holy crap. It's Mahoraga. The Jujutsu Kaisen he had just finished reading. Are you kidding me, bro? Didn't he choose the gal game? Why did they still throw him into Jujutsu Kaisen? This wasn't playing by the rules at all. Wait, doesn't Mahoraga's Dharma wheel only spin when adapting? But he wasn't in combat right now, so what was it adapting to? Jung Bai's mind raced. Could it be adapting to the very phenomenon of my transmigration? The Dharma wheel quickly provided the answer. This time, the method of adaptation was reconstruction. Jung Bai felt this body beginning to disintegrate. There was no pain. Instead, Mahoraga's very existence was being altered. Its massive shell began to break down as the cursed energy, rules, and even the conceptual existence that made up the Shikigami were completely reorganized under the rapidly spinning Dharma wheel. Jung Bai felt his field of vision dropping. This was his entire body being shattered and condensed once more. The heaviness of his body was vanishing, replaced by an unfamiliar lightness. The binding vows from the Shikigami contract were also dissolving. Jung Bai understood. This was Mahoraga adapting to his human soul. With every turn of the Dharma wheel, the new body became clearer. On the final spin, after the wheel stopped, the concept of a human jujutsu sorcerer was locked in. Immediately after, a powerful sense of rejection washed over him. As a human, he was forcefully expelled from the world of Shikigami. Beside a bustling street in Tokyo, the space within a certain small alley warped slightly, and a petite figure was spat out. Ah! Jung Bai fell to the ground, letting out a soft, delicate groan. Question mark. Hearing her own sweet, high-pitched voice, Jung Bai froze. No way. A terrifying thought rushed into her mind, and she looked down with trembling eyes. What met her eyes was a pair of small, fair hands. Her fingers were slender and pale, her nails neatly trimmed. Long, silvery white hair fell over her shoulders, shimmering faintly in the dim light of the alley. She raised a hand to touch her face. It felt soft and smooth, a world apart from that Shikigami, Mahoraga. Scrambling on all fours, she rushed to a puddle in the corner of the alley. By the faint light filtering in from the distant street, she clearly saw her reflection. Silver hair, red eyes, and a youthful face of about 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing a black tracksuit that was clearly several sizes too large, hanging loosely on her petite frame. A quiet Dharma wheel rested atop her head, and this non-human feature instead radiated a unique charm. I've become Mahoraga-chan. She had seen such fan creations on Tieba in her past life, but she never expected that she would actually become one. Fine, Mahoraga adapted into Mahoraga-chan. I get it, she muttered to herself after a long silence, trying to accept reality. But can someone tell me where my cursed energy went? She tried to channel the power within her body, but found it completely empty. Empty in the most literal sense. She couldn't feel even a trace of cursed energy flowing. Right now, she was just like the most ordinary little girl. The only consolation was that the feeling of restraint had completely vanished. She could feel that she was free now. Her body was no longer a shikigami, no longer bound by contracts. In terms of her existential nature, she was classified as a human jujutsu sorcerer, even though this sorcerer currently had zero cursed energy. However, Mahoraga's all-around abilities had been weakened to varying degrees. She thought about it for a moment. Perhaps Mahoraga had taken her fragile soul into consideration when adapting into this body. Using a binding vow that sealed away most of her abilities, she had exchanged them for the identity of a human jujutsu sorcerer and absolute freedom. As she perceived her current state, the information of this body also flooded into her mind. Kujo Mashiro, the last remaining descendant of the long-declined Jujutsu family, the Kujo clan. It can even adapt to create an identity. Seriously. Mashiro could only let out a long sigh and stand up. Huh. Feeling something pressing against her waist, Mashiro reached down and drew a tachi. It was about 60 centimeters long, with a silver-white blade and a pitch-black hilt. With a casual swing, a faint cold gleam flashed along the edge. To put it simply, Mahoraga only has one weapon, right? Sword of Extermination, Mashiro whispered its name. After examining it closely for a moment, she felt that the Sword of Extermination wasn't much different from its manga setting. However, it now only retained a certain special efficacy against cursed spirits and the ability to sever cursed energy. The power of adaptation, plus the Sword of Extermination. She stood silently in place for 3 minutes. Click, click. The Dharma wheel on her head spun slowly. A damp wind blew through the alley, kicking up dust from the ground. The distant bustle of the city, the sound of traffic, and muffled voices drifted over, everything was so real that it felt surreal. This was the real Tokyo, the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, a world where she knew the entire plot and every tragedy. And she was now Kujo Mashiro, a person who theoretically shouldn't even exist. Single quote. Fine. She finally spoke, her voice soft and cute, which she was still a bit unused to. Since I'm already here. Even though she didn't have cursed energy right now, she couldn't actually just be cannon fodder, right? Who wouldn't want to boldly drop some badass quotes in front of all the characters, and then passionately trade blows with them? Since she had become Mahoraga-chan and possessed the ability to adapt, she wouldn't live with the mindset of a weakling. She walked out of the alley, and the lights of the city that never sleeps poured down, illuminating her silver hair and red eyes. The streets were bustling with traffic and hurried pedestrians. Mashiro looked up at the time displayed on a giant screen, June 2018. Everything should have only just begun. Looking up, she knew that in some corner of this world, Yuji Itadori would soon swallow the first of Sukuna's fingers. The Shibuya incident, the culling game, countless deaths and sacrifices, she remembered every single plot point. In that case, as a jujutsu expert, I should do what I want to do, make up for some regrets, and save some people. Kujo Mashiro had adapted as well. She curled her lips into a smile and looked at her slightly trembling palm, not from fear, but from the excitement of being able to personally participate in these thrilling events. Sukuna, just you wait. I'm coming to throw hands with you. As long as she kept adapting and growing stronger, then. You are the challenger here. Mashiro stood at the Shibuya crossing, her stomach suddenly letting out a soft growl. Grumble. Although she was talking big just now, reality had set in. She patted her tracksuit pockets, finding them completely empty. Forget money, she didn't even have a tissue. Starting with just a sword, and relying entirely on drops for gear. Mashiro's lips twitched. This starting difficulty is way too high. Looking at the bustling streets, pedestrians passed right by her. Nobody cared why a child was lingering on the streets of Shibuya so late, let alone why this child had a floating Dharma wheel above her head. What a cold, big city. But it seems ordinary people can't see the Dharma wheel, so thank goodness. Mashiro sighed and began to ponder her next move. First, I need money. She counted on her fingers. Then, I need identification. Finally, I need a place to stay. Theoretically, she could go to Jujutsu High. With her knowledge of the plot, she could easily secure a position just by offering a bit of intelligence. But the problem was that her current strength was unknown, and she had no way to explain the source of her information. Hello, my name is Kujo Mashiro. I know everything that will happen in the future, but right now I'm so weak I can't even beat a grade 3 cursed spirit. Please take me in. If she actually said that, she would probably just be kicked out as a lunatic. Even if Satoru Gojo found her interesting, those higher-ups would definitely capture her and slice her up for research. No, I need at least some ability to protect myself first. Mashiro clenched her fists, feeling the state of her body. Though her cursed energy was completely empty, and her adaptation ability still needed to be activated through combat. But as her strength increased, her original abilities would gradually unseal and return. Besides, her current physical strength wasn't low. After all, this was Mahoraga's body, her combat instincts should still be intact. So, I need to find a cursed spirit to fight. Although I should still have some basic combat power, it's better to be safe and find a weaker one. She looked around. The concentration of cursed energy in Shibuya was not low. As a commercial district with massive foot traffic, negative emotions piled up, making it perfectly normal for cursed spirits to breed. Most cursed spirits were just fly heads, not even reaching grade 4. Ordinary people couldn't see them, and they posed no threat. But surely she couldn't fight a fly head, right? That would be too degrading. What is this? Mahoraga's debut battle is against a fly head. Mashiro laughed self-deprecatingly. If word got out, Sukuna would laugh at me for a whole year. She took a deep breath and concentrated. Although her cursed energy was at zero, her perception wasn't completely gone. It was like a nearsighted person taking off their glasses, blurry, but still able to see outlines. Mashiro closed her eyes, and the world around her lost its color, turning into a monochromatic gray. Within it were faint spots, residual cursed energy, traces left behind by the activities of cursed spirits. Found it. She opened her eyes and looked toward a convenience store on the corner. There was a weak cursed energy reaction there, barely scraping grade 4. That's the one. Mashiro wrapped her oversized tracksuit a bit tighter and carefully tucked away the sword of extermination. After all, she couldn't just draw her sword in a crowded place. As she walked into the convenience store, the automatic door chimed. The clerk, a young man in his 20s, was looking down at his phone. Hearing the sound, he looked up and froze for a moment upon seeing a little girl. Hey kid, why aren't you home so late? I'll be leaving soon, Mashiro smiled, her voice soft. I'm just buying a bottle of water. She walked toward the shelves, but her gaze was locked behind the freezer, where a cursed spirit was crouching. It was about half a meter tall, with a body like a lump of sludge and 3 asymmetrical eyes. It was clinging to the back of the freezer, making a creaking, gnawing sound. It was feasting on the negative emotions seeping from the freezer. Probably left behind by corporate wage slaves picking out coffee in the middle of the night. No time to mourn the wage slaves, she had to enter combat mode first. I need to find a way to make it attack me first to test my physical durability and adaptation ability. She walked up to the refrigerated display case, pretending to choose a drink while actually observing the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit noticed her, its 3 eyes swiveling over as it let out a gurgling sound. It was highly sensitive to the aura of the living, especially negative emotions like fear and anxiety. And Mashiro was indeed a bit nervous right now. Come on, bite me, she muttered in her mind. But don't bite me to death. But death is cool. No, now is not the time to quote memes. The cursed spirit blinked, unable to understand what the little girl in front of it was dawdling for. It lunged out from behind the freezer, its body stretching like a whip made of sludge, lashing toward Mashiro's face. Exclamation mark. Her body moved first. Before Mashiro's brain could even register it, her body had already reacted. Taking half a step back with her right foot, she lowered her center of gravity, instinctively raising her left hand to shield her face in a defensive stance. Her combat instincts had kicked in. Smack. The cursed spirit whipped her left arm. It didn't hurt, it felt like being lightly flicked by a rubber band. Mashiro nodded silently, having gotten a rough gauge of her body's durability. The next second, she felt the ability within her awaken. The Dharma wheel above her head made a clicking sound and began to turn slowly. The muscles, skin, and even the flow of cursed energy in the area that had been attacked were all understanding and adapting to the opponent's strike. The cursed spirit's second strike followed immediately. This time it was a frontal pounce, its sludgy body spreading open to wrap her up entirely. Although it was a bit disgusting, Mashiro didn't dodge. She glanced around. Seeing no one nearby, she drew the sword of extermination and thrust it right into the center of the cursed spirit's 3 eyes. Squelch. The tip of the blade sank into the sludge, making an unpleasant sound. The cursed spirit let out a sharp screech, its body twisting violently in an attempt to break free, but Mashiro pressed the blade down, completely impaling it with the sword of extermination. She felt the blade heating up as the cursed spirit's cursed energy flowed along the sword and into her body. The sword of extermination was absorbing the cursed energy and feeding it back to her. Though it was just a tiny trickle, cursed energy was flowing through her body once again. Mashiro's eyes lit up. The sword of extermination can absorb cursed energy and replenish the wielder. The cursed spirit gradually stopped moving, and its body began to disintegrate. Starting from where it was stabbed, it turned into black ash like burnt paper. Gurgle, gurgle. With one final screech, the cursed spirit completely dissipated, and the convenience store fell silent once more. Mishiro stood in place, panting softly. This was her first battle in this world. Her body wasn't tired, but her heart was beating rather fast. Looking at the spot where the cursed spirit had vanished, Mishiro's lips curled into an excited smile. How interesting. I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life. Exhilarating. Especially the part where you talk trash after a battle. Taking a moment to calm down, Mishiro looked down at her hands. A faint trace of cursed energy was flowing in her palms. More importantly, she could feel the changes in her body. Her left shoulder, which had been struck by the cursed spirit, now felt as though if she were hit by the exact same attack again, the damage would be reduced by at least 30%. This was the effect of adaptation, and a weakened version at that. So how powerful would the original ability be? So, my growth path is to get beaten up, adapt, and then get stronger. Mishiro muttered to herself. What kind of masochistic path is this? But it was feasible. Just thinking about becoming a special grade in the future and entering the culling game to fight Sukuna got her blood pumping. Delivering a victory speech to the strongest in history and the strongest of the modern era, engraving the ultimate record of battle in Tokyo. Now, it's delusion time. Hey kid, are you okay? The clerk's voice came from behind her, shattering Mishiro's Chunabu delusions. Mishiro turned around to see the clerk looking at her with a bewildered expression. In his eyes, she had just swung her hand at the air and then stood there dazed for a moment. I'm fine, Mishiro smiled, taking the cheapest bottle of water from the shelf. How much is this? 120 yen. Mishiro. Shoot, she forgot, she had no money. The air suddenly fell silent. The clerk stared at her, and she stared at the clerk. Mishiro tried to act cute to get away with it, I forgot my wallet. 5 minutes later, Mishiro was kicked out of the convenience store. The clerk was kind enough not to call the police, simply telling her to leave. After all, a little girl out on her own late at night looked like a troubled runaway child no matter how you sliced it. Mishiro stood at the entrance of the convenience store, clutching the bottle of water. The clerk had ended up giving it to her anyway, probably out of pity. Starting out without even 120 yen. Mishiro unscrewed the cap and took a gulp. This is way too real. But she was in a much better mood. Now that she had cursed energy, she could finally call herself a Jujutsu sorcerer. She had at least secured her ticket to the final showdown. Looking at the sword of extermination at her waist, Mishiro thought for a moment. From now on, I'll call you Murasama. Consider it compensation for my regret of never getting into a galja. After being asked to leave the convenience store, Mishiro wandered the streets of Shibuya for another half hour. Her stomach was still growling. Murasama hung quietly at her waist, but the silver-white blade couldn't be eaten as food, and before actually taking damage, she couldn't adapt away her hunger. How is adaptation such an inconvenient thing? I have to find a way to make some money. Mishiro rubbed her stomach as she walked aimlessly through the streets of Shibuya late at night. I can't starve to death before I even get to see Sukuna, can I? That would be way too pathetic. She turned into a relatively quiet alley, wanting to find a place to sit and rest for a bit, but just as she reached the middle of the alley, she heard a strange sound. Ha, ha. It sounded like someone gasping for breath while being choked. Mishiro paused in her tracks, her right hand resting on the hilt of the sword at her waist. It was a cursed spirit, and more than one. She quietly peeked around the corner, looking deep into the alley. A middle-aged man in a suit was cornered, his briefcase lying on the ground. He opened his mouth in terror, and in front of him were 3 cursed spirits of various shapes. Mishiro narrowed her eyes. 2 of them looked like skinned monkeys with long, thin limbs, crawling rapidly all over the walls. The other one resembled a bloated pufferfish. Its round body was covered in dark purple spikes, and it was growling at the man. I don't recognize any of them. Mishiro muttered to herself. These kinds of small fry never appeared in the manga. Though she didn't recognize them, she could sense their approximate strength, somewhere between grade 4 and grade 3. The 3 cursed spirits surrounded him. The pufferfish in the very front suddenly bloated up, and several spikes violently shot out from its body. Terrified, the man fell to the ground. The spikes embedded themselves into the wall behind him, their tips dripping with a viscous purple liquid. Poisonous. The realization flashed through Mishiro's mind. One look at that disgusting color made it obvious. There are 3 of them. I don't know if I can block them all. If even one gets past, that man will die. Mishiro sighed. The situation had worsened again. The pufferfish bloated up once more, and the two monkeys on the wall crouched down, ready to pounce at any moment. No time to observe. If I don't act, he'll definitely die. Mashiro drew Murasama and leapt out of the shadows. Hey, she called out. The three cursed spirits turned their heads simultaneously. Sensing the fluctuation of cursed energy on her, they became even more agitated. The man also looked up. Seeing a silver-haired little girl, he froze for a moment. Kid, run. Though I appreciate the warning, Mashiro stopped 5 meters in front of the man, her gaze sweeping across the three cursed spirits before finally landing on him, but that is the mindset of the weak. The cursed spirits couldn't understand human speech and launched their attack. Mashiro suddenly drew Murasama, deflecting the incoming spikes. Clanging sounds echoed through the alley. Looking at Mashiro blocking the cursed spirits in front of him, the man stammered, "What do you mean by the weak?" Sigh. As expected, ordinary people just can't keep up with the memes. Memorable quotes always have to come from the strongest. But this was an opportunity to make money. She would absolutely not let it go. I'll deal with them, and you pay me. That's what I mean, Mashiro said, turning her head slightly and trying to sound as calm as possible. 50,000 yen, cash, no bargaining. The man was stunned. Do we have a deal? Mashiro asked again, her eyes fixed on the pufferfish. I agree. I'll give you 100,000. No, 200,000. The man babbled incoherently. As long as you can. Deal. 50,000 is enough. After Mashiro finished speaking, her gaze sharpened, and she moved. Holding Murasama in her right hand and angling it in front of her, Mashiro channeled her cursed energy and accelerated toward the pufferfish. As if startled, the pufferfish bloated up again. This time, over a dozen spikes shot out simultaneously, covering all her angles of evasion. Here they come. Mashiro didn't slow down, charging straight into the spikes. Just before being hit, Mashiro rapidly swung Murasama, deflecting most of the spikes, but she was still hit by one in her left shoulder, one in her right leg, and one in her flank. PFF'd. The spikes pierced her flesh, not deeply, only about 2 centimeters in. But in the next second, intense pain set in. It wasn't a sharp stinging pain, but poison. The purple venom flowed along the spikes into her body, and the areas hit felt a burning sensation as if they were soaked in sulfuric acid. Hiss, Mashiro gasped, contributing her share to global warming. It hurt. Way more than she had imagined. Clack, clack. The Dharma wheel began to turn, and the adaptation commenced. She felt the burning sensation slowly weakening and gritted her teeth. I need time, adapting to this poison takes time. By this time, she had already rushed in front of the pufferfish. With a backhand horizontal slash, a sluggish sensation was felt the moment the blade sliced through the pufferfish, followed by the dull sound of flesh and bone splitting. Pufferfish, exorcised. Without spending even a moment mourning the death of the pufferfish, immediately arriving on the battlefield were the two monkeys. They pounced down from the walls, moving so fast that an ordinary person would only see afterimages. Watch out! The man screamed, warning Mashiro. Before she could steady her rushing steps, her sword momentum suddenly quickened, slashing diagonally upward. She severed the claws of the first pouncing monkey, but her back was clawed by the second one. Rip. Her already tattered tracksuit was completely ruined, leaving 3 bloody gashes on her back that burned with pain. Moreover, she felt that there was also poison on the claws. It was different from the spike venom, presenting a sharp, stinging pain instead. How insidious. To think 3 crouching dragons and fledgling phoenixes would appear in such a tiny alley. A different toxin requires a new adaptation. Mashiro took a deep breath, understanding her current adaptation mechanism, and slashed backhanded. Murasama sliced across the monkey's arm. It didn't sever it, but it left a deep wound that exposed the bone. The anti-cursed spirit special effect had kicked in, even a mere scratch dealt significant damage. The monkey roared and retreated, trying to put distance between itself and Mashiro once again. Too slow. Mashiro wouldn't give it the chance. She closed in, using the narrow alley walls as leverage. Kicking off the wall to flip over, her blade slashed down from above, using the momentum of her fall to increase the force of the strike as she violently cut down at the second one. PFF'd. There was no resistance. Murasama sliced through its body as smoothly as cutting tofu. Exorcised. The remaining cursed spirit was terrified. Dragging its severed arm, it tried to flee, but it was too late. Mashiro caught up and sliced it in half at the waist. Fleeing the battlefield is not the way of the brave, Mashiro snorted. 2 plumes of black smoke rose. Murasama absorbed 2 more portions of cursed energy. Mashiro felt her internal cursed energy grow significantly richer than before. Probably, around the level of a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer. She guessed. She sheathed Murasama and turned to look at the man. The man was utterly dumbfounded. He slumped in the corner, not even realizing his glasses had fallen to the ground, staring at Mashiro in shock. Is it over? He asked in a trembling voice. It's over. Mashiro walked over, squatted in front of him, and held out her hand. 50,000 yen, no credit. Yes, I'll pay. The man scrambled to pull out his wallet, pulling out all his cash, about 70 to 80,000 yen, and stuffed it all into Mashiro's hand. I only want 50,000. Mashiro counted out 10,000 yen bills and handed the rest back. A deal is a deal. 50,000 means 50,000. But you saved my life. In business, honesty is the best policy. Mashiro stood up and stuffed the cash into her pocket. Can you walk on your own? I think so. The man tried a few times before shakily standing up. Thank you. What on earth were those things just now? Cursed spirits, monsters nourished by human negative emotions. Next time you see something like that, turn around and run. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Mashiro sensed her surroundings. There was no trace of cursed spirits left, so she turned and walked away. Looking at Mashiro's petite figure from behind, the man opened his mouth, and finally whispered. Thank you. After walking out of the alley, Mashiro found an empty corner to check her injuries. Although there were many wounds on her body, most of them had stopped bleeding and scabbed over. The wounds contaminated with various toxins were recovering slightly slower, but they were also gradually healing. My physical strength is indeed high, and my recovery speed is fast, at least I'm not done for. Coupled with my adaptability, as long as I'm not killed instantly, if given enough time to adapt to the enemy's attacks, I can become stronger the more I fight. But if there are too many enemies, or if the attack methods are too varied, it will be troublesome. She summarized the pros and cons of her abilities in her mind. After a while, she snapped back to reality and took out the 50,000 yen she had just received. My first pot of gold. Although it's not much, my food and accommodation for the next few days are settled. Mashiro contemplated how to use this money. Clothes and a mobile phone are also necessities, and, Mashiro lowered her head to sniff herself. I smell so bad, and I feel so sticky. I need to find a place to stay. She stood up and stepped back into the night. The 24-hour supermarket in Shibuya was lit with cold white light. Pushing a shopping cart, Mashiro moved between the shelves. In the dead of night, the supermarket only had a few night shift office workers buying coffee and the convenience store clerk. No one spared her a second glance. She first picked out 2 sets of relatively cheap clothes, pants, shoes, and socks, black, as they were more resistant to dirt. She also grabbed a baseball cap. Her appearance was too conspicuous, so covering it up even a little was better than nothing. Then she walked to the food section. Looking at the bento boxes that only a bird-like appetite could be satisfied with, she gritted her teeth and bought 3 of them, along with bottled water and a large sports bag. When passing the toiletries section, she stopped and purchased toiletries, all in the smallest packaging for easy portability. At checkout, the cashier was a sleepy-looking middle-aged woman who scanned the items expressionlessly and stated the amount. 21,000 yen. Mashiro counted out the bills and handed them over, then took the change in the bulging shopping bag. When she walked out of the supermarket, she had a heavy backpack on her back, but her wallet was half as thin. 29,000 left, she calculated. I need to find a cheap place to stay, and I can only buy a phone tomorrow. Hotels were out, she had no identification and was too young. An overnight stay at an internet cafe would work, but such places were crowded and nosy, not suitable for someone like her who needed to hide a blade. She remembered a place she had seen earlier while passing by. A capsule hotel, hidden in an alley on the edge of Shibuya. The sign was old, the lights were dim, and a sign hung at the entrance reading, 24-hour service, 3,000 yen per stay. Mashiro pushed the door open and went in. The receptionist was a balding middle-aged man who was looking down at his phone. Hearing the doorbell, he looked up and was stunned to see a little girl with silver hair. Little girl, you've come to the wrong place, haven't you? Accommodation, single stay. Mashiro placed 3,000 yen on the front desk, her head lowered, the brim of her cap pulled down low. The man glanced at the money, then sized her up. You, alone? Yes. Do you have an ID card? No. The man frowned. Little girl, we have rules here. Double it. Mashiro interrupted him, pulling out 3 more 1,000 yen bills and pressing them gently next to the stack of cash. This was a necessary expense. Mashiro suppressed the feeling of heartache in her heart. The man was silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the cash and her lowered cap brim. Finally, he reached out to sweep the money into the drawer and took out a key, room 307. The bathroom is at the end of the first floor. Check out by 10 in the morning. Thank you. Mishiro took the key and walked up the narrow stairs with her bag on her back. The capsule room lived up to its name. It was about 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and no more than 2 meters high. Inside, there was only a thin mattress, a blanket, and a small shelf. But for Mishiro at this moment, it was enough. She organized the things in her backpack, ate the 3 bento boxes, picked up a set of clean clothes and toiletries, and headed to the bathroom. The bathroom was public, but it was 3 in the morning, so naturally, she was alone. She locked the door and turned on the hot water. The warm water flowed over her body, washing away the blood and sweat stains. She looked down at the wounds on her body. The scabbed areas itched slightly under the running water, a sign of healing. Her adaptability not only took effect during combat but also made her recovery speed much faster than normal people. She carefully washed her body and hair. Since she was already in the form of this cute girl, she should be cleaner. After washing, she stood in front of the mirror, quietly gazing at the silver-haired girl within. A cute face, silver hair and red eyes, skin so white it was almost translucent, and the Dharma wheel on her head added a touch of otherworldly beauty. Kujo. Mishiro. She raised her hand to touch the mirror surface, whispering her own name, then smiled lightly. It sounds pretty good. She didn't really care about whether she had turned into a girl. Looking at her cute appearance actually made her feel happy. Could this also be a result of adaptation? Mishiro pondered, dried her body, changed into clean clothes, and stuffed the dirty clothes into a plastic bag. Forget it, no point in thinking about it. The worst case scenario is just a plane crash. Mishiro gave up on delving deeper and returned to her room while humming softly. The room was very small, but she wasn't tall either. Her height of 144 centimeters allowed her to lie down easily, with Murasama placed by her side, ready to be drawn at any time. She closed her eyes but didn't fall asleep immediately, thinking about her future direction in her mind. The accumulation of cursed energy was too slow. Murasama could absorb the cursed energy that dissipated when a cursed spirit died, but the amount was really too small. At this rate, to reach grade 2, she would probably need to take out more than a dozen grade 3 cursed spirits. The efficiency is too low, she muttered, sighing. But there was no better way at the moment. She turned over and gradually drifted into sleep. The sound of birds and the movements of other guests outside the door woke Mishiro. She glanced at the clock in the room, 7 in the morning. Her body had mostly recovered, the wounds were basically healed, leaving only faint red marks. She stretched her limbs and felt that her condition was good. Checkout time was 10 o'clock, but she didn't intend to stay long. She packed her things, put on her backpack, hung Murasama at her waist, covered it slightly with her coat, put on her hat, and waited until the voices in the hallway gradually faded before walking out of the room. When she left the capsule hotel, the receptionist had been replaced by a young female clerk who just looked up at her without asking any questions. Mishiro stepped into the morning in Shibuya. The streets were already filled with early risers, office workers hurried past carrying briefcases, students walked toward the station in 2s and 3s, and breakfast shop employees were cleaning at the entrances. She found a cafe, bought a breakfast set, coffee and bread, and sat by the window, eating while observing the outside. At this time, the concentration of cursed energy in the air was much lower than at night. Most cursed spirits lurked in the shadows, waiting for nightfall, but there were always exceptions. She saw a fly head clinging to the side of the building across the street, slowly crawling. In the small park further away, there was a faint reaction of a grade 3 cursed spirit. They were all too ordinary, the window would handle them. The so-called window was a monitoring organization in the Jujutsu world, responsible for searching for intelligence on cursed spirits and formulating task assignments. It was mainly composed of people who could see cursed spirits but had low cursed energy and no cursed technique. Mishiro finished the last bite of bread, drank the coffee, and stood up to leave. She arrived at a mobile phone shop, spent 10,000 yen on a second-hand phone, and didn't have much money left. But that wasn't the point now. Alright, food and drink are done, time to start hunting. Thinking about the cursed energy she could absorb after exorcising cursed spirits, Mishiro licked her lips and revealed an excited smile. She left the station and walked towards the west. There was a relatively strong cursed energy signature there last night, I can go check it out today. At 10 in the morning, Mishiro arrived at an old commercial district in the western suburbs of Tokyo. The buildings here were mostly built 20 or 30 years ago and were mostly abandoned. The streets were deserted, pedestrians were scarce, and the concentration of cursed energy was significantly higher than in the center of Shibuya. She stopped in front of an abandoned office building. Inside the building was a grade 2 cursed spirit, its aura murky, carrying a certain rotten stench. Although it was a level that only experts like Fushiguro Megumi could barely contend with, she was still full of confidence inside. Let it be this one. She gripped the hilt of Murasama and walked into the building. The battle lasted 20 minutes. That cursed spirit was a rotting corpse type, its body festering, it could spray corrosive pus and also extend tentacles from its wounds to entangle. Mishiro suffered a setback at the start, getting her left arm sprayed by the pus, and a large patch of skin instantly festered. It hurt so much she almost could not hold the sword. But she did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward against the attacks. Click, clack, letting the pus spray onto her body time and again, letting the tentacles wrap around her limbs time and again. Adapt, adapt, adapt. When she was sprayed by the pus for the 10th time, she felt the pain of the corrosion had weakened by 70%. The entanglement of the tentacles also seemed powerless, she could break free with a little effort. Then, she unleashed her blade. Murasama slashed across the neck of the rotting corpse, the cursed spirit collapsed, turned into black smoke, and was absorbed by Murasama. Mishiro felt the cursed energy within her body increase by another notch. Grade 2 cursed spirits really can absorb more cursed energy, she estimated. To reach grade 2, about 7 or 8 of these should be enough. She could now exorcise grade 2 cursed spirits alone, making her a combatant on the level of Fushiguro Megumi. How about I go to Sendai? Go and make contact with Itadori, the timing is about right. She pondered, walking out of the abandoned office building, the sunlight was somewhat scorching. The festering wound on her left arm was already healing, but the new skin was very tender. Being hit by the sunlight, it turned slightly red. She pulled down her sleeve to cover it and continued walking forward. At 1 in the afternoon, Mishiro bought yakisoba bread and mineral water at a street stall in a shopping street and sat on a park bench to eat. There were not many people in the park, a few elderly men were playing chess in the distance, and a mother pushed a stroller past. She ate the bread, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Then, she saw a person. A man in his 20s or 30s, wearing a plain suit, holding a briefcase, was sitting on a bench not far away, looking down at a document. He was reading very intently, his brows slightly furrowed, occasionally marking something on it with a pen. The gaze of Mishiro lingered on his face for a few seconds. That face, a bit familiar. She searched in her memory. Manga, plot, characters. She remembered. Hiromi Higuruma. That lawyer who awakened his cursed technique during the culling game. Right now, he had not awakened his cursed technique yet, he was just an ordinary person. Mishiro continued eating her bread, but her gaze did not move away. Hiromi Higuruma seemed to have encountered a problem. He put down the document, rubbed his temples, and sighed. Then he looked up and happened to meet the gaze of Mishiro. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Hiromi Higuruma was stunned for a moment, then revealed a professional, gentle smile and nodded lightly at her. Mishiro expressionlessly shifted her gaze away and continued eating her yakisoba bread. But Hiromi Higuruma did not seem to intend to end this accidental eye contact just like that. He put away the document, stood up, straightened the hem of his suit, and then walked toward Mishiro. Mishiro did not look up, but her hand holding the bread tightened slightly. Excuse me. Hiromi Higuruma stopped 2 steps away from the bench, his voice gentle and polite. I noticed you have been sitting here alone for a while. I apologize if this is intrusive, but you look like you might need help. Mishiro slowly swallowed the bread in her mouth and looked up. Up close, Hiromi Higuruma looked younger than in the manga, but there were already fine lines at the corners of his eyes. 36 years old, a public defender, this was his current identity. His suit was a cheap off-the-rack one, but it was ironed very flat, and his leather shoes were worn at the edges but polished clean. His whole person exuded a temperament of being serious to the point of being almost rigid. He was a character she respected. He was a character she liked. Mishiro suppressed some of the excitement in her heart at seeing a character from the original work and replied in as calm a tone as possible, no need. Is that so? Hiromi Higuruma did not leave immediately. His gaze lingered on Mishiro for a moment, from that obviously oversized baseball cap to the slightly damaged black sportswear, the unnatural bulge at her waist, and the few shallow, scabbed marks on her exposed wrists. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact social welfare organizations, or... He paused, took a business card from his briefcase, and handed it over with both hands. I am a lawyer. Although I mainly take on criminal defense cases, I also have some knowledge of laws related to youth protection. If you need legal consultation, you can contact me. The first consultation is free. The business card was very simple, white background with black text, containing only his name, affiliation, and contact information. Mishiro looked at the business card and did not take it immediately. The wind in the park blew gently, and the sound of children's laughter came from afar. Hiromi Higuruma, attorney at law. She read the name on the business card, her voice very soft. Yes. Hiromi Higuruma maintained the posture of handing out the business card. Mishiro finally reached out to take it. The business card still held a faint scent of paper, and the texture felt very real. She stared at the words on it for 2 seconds, then looked up at Hiromi Higuruma. Do you believe in rules? She asked suddenly. Hiromi Higuruma was taken aback for a moment, then answered seriously. As a legal practitioner, I believe that rules are the foundation for maintaining the functioning of society. Then what if the rules themselves are problematic? Mishiro continued to ask, if the rules protect those who should not be protected and punish those who should not be punished, what would you do? This question was clearly beyond the scope of casual small talk. Hiromi Higuruma stood up straight, slightly frowning, but still thought carefully before answering. The legal system itself has a correction mechanism. If one discovers that rules are unfair, they can be corrected through legislative procedures, judicial interpretations, the accumulation of precedents, and various other channels. This is precisely one of the meanings of a legal practitioner's work. A very standard answer. A very Hiromi Higuruma answer. A faint smile curled at the corners of the mouth of Mishiro. Is that so? She put the business card into her pocket and stood up from the bench. She was only as tall as the chest of Hiromi Higuruma, but the look in her eyes as she gazed up at him made Hiromi unable to decipher it. Attorney Higuruma, you are a good person. She said, in this world, good people often live very tiring lives. Mishiro understood that this person was the type who would toil tirelessly for the justice in his heart. Her advice might not necessarily have any effect. Hiromi Higuruma opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but Mishiro did not give him the chance. You believe in rules, which is good. But one day, you will encounter a predicament that rules cannot solve. You will encounter evil that cannot be measured by legal statutes. You will encounter enemies standing in the loopholes of the rules, mocking you. Her voice was very calm, and her eyes were very direct, making Hiromi continue to listen seriously. When that time comes, remember one thing. Mishiro pulled down her hat, her crimson pupils appearing exceptionally deep under the shadow of the brim. Rules are tools, not shackles. When you truly want to judge something, what you need is not just legal statutes. She raised her hand and pointed to the location of the heart of Hiromi Higuruma. But the resolve to make the rules work for you. Having finished, she no longer looked at the expression of Hiromi Higuruma and turned to leave. Hiromi Higuruma stood on the spot, watching her figure fade into the distance, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. He subconsciously raised his hand to press against his chest, where the sensation of the fingertip of the other lightly touching seemed to still remain. Rules are tools, the resolve to judge. He repeated these 2 sentences in a low voice, always feeling that some important information was hidden within these words, but he had no clue. That girl, who is she? Meanwhile, Mishiro had already walked out of the park and rejoined the flow of people on the street. She touched the business card in her pocket, her fingertips brushing over the 4 characters, Hiromi Higuruma. That is all I can do. She whispered to herself. As for the rest, I cannot influence anything. She did not know how much influence these few words could have in the future. Perhaps Hiromi Higuruma would forget this strange silver-haired little girl tomorrow, or perhaps these words would leave something in his heart, taking root and sprouting on the day the culling game descended. For now, she had a blast being a riddle maker. Mishiro looked up at the sky to the west. The afternoon sunlight was a bit dazzling. She pulled down the brim of her hat and continued walking forward. There were still cursed spirits to exorcise. There was still strength to accumulate. She was still too weak right now. After leaving the park, Mishiro didn't dally anymore and walked into Shibuya Station. Sendai is to the northeast, 300 kilometers away, less than 2 hours by Shinkansen. But the ticket price of 10,000 yen is too high. So poor. She stood in front of the automatic ticket machine, looked at the scrolling ticket prices, and clicked her tongue softly. Need to make money. She counted the cash in her wallet. After setting aside money for tonight's accommodation and food, what remained wasn't even enough to buy half a Shinkansen ticket. Night buses were cheaper, but still cost several thousand, and the departure time was too early. The top priority is to secure travel funds, and also to improve my cursed energy, reaching grade 2 or even grade 1 as soon as possible. She pressed against her waist, where Murasama sat quietly in its scabbard. Only then will I have the ability to drop golden quotes when I come into contact with the core group. When you aren't strong enough, what you say isn't a golden quote, it's just arrogant posturing. Only the strong are worthy of delivering famous quotes. Mishiro walked out of the station and began to sense the surrounding cursed energy again. The density of cursed spirits in Shibuya was still high, but after the battles last night and this morning, she had no interest in grade 3 cursed spirits anymore. The efficiency was too low, the cursed energy absorbed was minimal, and the benefits of adaptation were limited. I need to find grade 2 or higher, or take on commissions, but I have no connections. Contacting Tokyo Jujutsu Higher Mei right now is too risky. She touched the business card of Hiromi Higuruma in her pocket and sighed. I can't just go to Higuruma to borrow money right after acting like a riddle maker, can I? Borrowing money is the mindset of the weak. Since there was no hope for commissions for now, she would continue hunting. She rushed towards the north, where the cursed energy reactions were stronger. Time waits for no one, the moment Itadori Yuji swallows the finger won't change. She had to reach Sendai before that, or at least intervene shortly after the event occurred. And before that, she needed more cursed energy, a stronger body, and most importantly, travel money. 3 in the afternoon. Mishiro stood in front of an abandoned apartment building. This building was on the list for demolition, the residents had long since moved out, the windows were broken, and the walls were mottled. Mishiro released her perception, but paused slightly. There wasn't just one cursed spirit in the building, there were the auras of at least 3 grade 2 cursed spirits, entangled with each other and wary of one another. Living in groups. She was somewhat surprised. Most cursed spirits were solitary, unless there was a special grade leader, they rarely gathered in groups. But it didn't matter. She needed cursed energy, and they happened to have it. More importantly, 3 grade 2s, 3 different attack methods, could enrich her adaptation sample library. There was risk, of course, but she wouldn't die fighting 3 grade 2s now. She was confident. It would just hurt a bit more. She had gotten used to the pain over the last 2 days, oh no, she had adapted to it. Mishiro gripped the hilt of Murasama and stepped into the dim hallway. She didn't intentionally hide her footsteps, cursed energy spread from her, acting as both a probe and a provocation. Almost the moment she stepped into the 3rd floor corridor, the balance was broken, and the 3 cursed spirits revealed their true forms. She glanced at them. They were a grudge-bound spirit, a gap woman, and a shadow dog. They attacked almost simultaneously, each with a different method. Mishiro tilted her body slightly, letting the grudge-bound spirit's piercing attack graze her left chest instead of her heart, but the bone-chilling pain that went straight through to her organs still made her grunt. She raised her right arm to block the gap woman's invisible slash. Her arm was sliced open by the invisible blade, and the tearing pain surged as blood splattered. If she hadn't leaned back in time, her right arm might have really been severed. As for the shadow attack from below, she didn't even have time to twist her body. Several claw marks deep enough to reveal bone appeared on her back, and blood instantly soaked the fabric of her clothes. Painful. Very painful. Adaptation couldn't actually adapt away the pain. Was it because pain was useful to her? But she had also grown accustomed to this kind of pain. If she lost the heart of the strong because of this, it would be no different from being dead. Come again. Mishiro shouted, ignoring the wounds on her body, and raised Murasama to face the enemy again. The Dharma wheel above her head was spinning frantically. Every time their attacks landed, their power diminished by a fraction. Adaptation, adaptation, adaptation. When the grudge-bound spirit pierced her chest again, and she only felt a faint chill, she knew that the adaptation was complete. Excuse me. Murasama left its scabbard, and a silver light slashed across the grudge-bound spirit. It didn't even have time to scream before it turned into black smoke and was absorbed by the blade. Mishiro felt the cursed energy in her body surge significantly. Very good. She turned to look at the remaining 2. Whatever you do is futile. Just lie down and wait for death. The gap woman seemed to sense the danger. It opened its twisted mouth, and a formless space-cutting slashed toward Mishiro. Mishiro raised her left arm to take it head-on. SS's. Her skin was sliced open, crimson blood flowing out, but the wound was at least half as shallow as the last one. Nothing special. Mishiro sneered. Under the analysis of her adaptation, she understood the trajectory, intensity, and cursed energy composition of the space cutting. So that's how it is. She whispered, spinning Murasama in her hand. Space cutting is essentially applying traction to the cursed energy breakpoint at a specific coordinate. She accelerated and dashed forward. The Gap woman frantically swung out cracks, and streaks of space cutting filled the narrow corridor. The enemy fears, I go crazy. Mishiro wove through them. Her movements were a bit stiff at first, but as she dodged more and more cracks, her body was already able to predict their trajectories and easily evade them. She could even use her own cursed energy to gently tap the weakest node of the crack, causing it to dissipate prematurely. The more I adapt, the more I understand. It turns out I can even imitate other people's cursed techniques. Mishiro was ecstatic. I didn't expect I could reach this point. This was an ability that Mahoraga in the original work did not have. It could only adapt methods to counter cursed techniques, but Mishiro, who could understand the cursed techniques, could actually use the cursed techniques she had adapted to. Adapted. She stopped in front of the Gap woman, the Dharma wheel above her head stopped spinning. I'll take your cursed technique. Then, with a space cutting, the Gap woman's head flew off, and its body dissipated. Murasama absorbed another portion of cursed energy. Finally, the shadow dog. This cursed spirit already wanted to escape, but Mishiro didn't give it a chance. She had already adapted to the rhythm of shadow movement. The moment it emerged from the shadow in the corner, the tip of Murasama was already waiting there. Don't disappoint me. Is it over already? Murasama pierced its skull, and Mishiro laughed brazenly. 3 balls of black smoke rose, and the hallway returned to quiet. Mishiro leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. There were at least 20 wounds on her body, of varying depths, and the heaviest ones were still oozing blood. But she could feel that the cursed energy in her body was nearly twice as dense as before. Grade 2, should be close. She estimated. Also, I have initial resistance to spiritual attacks, space-type cutting, and shadow movement. She was slowly building a basic database. After absorbing more and more samples, she could deal with enemies more easily. She rested for 5 minutes, waited for the wounds to basically stop bleeding, and then dragged her exhausted body out of the apartment building. The sun was setting, and the sky was growing dark. Mishiro checked the time, 5 in the afternoon. She needed food, she needed rest, and she needed to treat the wounds on her body. Although she could heal herself, the blood loss and pain were real. She walked into a convenience store, bought hemostatic bandages, disinfectant, and the largest bento box, then sat on a park bench and began to treat her wounds. The stinging pain during disinfection made her gasp, but her hands didn't stop. The bandage wasn't wrapped very neatly, but it was secure enough. After doing all this, she opened the bento and started eating in large mouthfuls. If I can't make money today, the balance I have is only enough for one last night's accommodation. She thought as she ate, pouting. How can I make money? Mishiro didn't have much of a head for making money in her previous life, and looking like a 12-year-old in this world meant she couldn't even get a part-time job. Fortunately, her stress resistance was relatively strong. This was all cultivated by arguing with netizens every day. Thank you all. If I could still argue with you, I would definitely curse even harder. Mishiro thought about her current appearance and hesitated again. Would that be rewarding them too much? Stop overthinking. After finishing the bento, just as she was thinking about continuing to deal with cursed spirits and incidentally looking for any unlucky people being attacked by cursed spirits, an unexpected figure caught her eye. As that, Nanami. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the park, casting its light upon the figure passing through it. Kento Nanami. Mishiro's mind flashed with his name. She could finally say she had seen the real deal. Kento Nanami stopped at the park entrance, looking around, before his gaze locked onto the young girl who was cleaning up trash. Mishiro stopped what she was doing and calmly met his gaze. Her crimson eyes, shadowed by the brim of her hat, betrayed little emotion. Kento Nanami resumed his steps, walking toward Mishiro. He pushed up his round-rimmed glasses, his gaze coolly appraising Mishiro from behind the lenses. A strange halo above her head. Arms wrapped in new bandages, dark bloodstains and tears on her tracksuit, a sports bag casually resting on the bench covered in dust and suspicious dark stains, and the weapon at her waist that was easily identifiable even through her coat. His gaze lingered on the weapon for half a second before returning to Mishiro's face, which was smeared with large patches of blood and dust. Her silver hair poked out messily from under the brim of her hat, and her vivid crimson eyes were watching him unblinkingly. An underage girl who was abnormal, covered in wounds, carrying a weapon, and alone in the park. Any sensible adult would find this abnormal, and Kento Nanami was clearly sensible, and his common sense included cursed energy, cursed spirits, and Jujutsu sorcerers. He did not get any closer, merely standing a short distance away and greeting her in a steady tone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mashiro replied. Her voice was a bit dry from eating earlier, so she reached over, unscrewed her water bottle, and took a sip. You're injured, Nanami stated as a fact, his gaze lingering on the bandages on her arm. His tone was slightly gentler than before. Do you need help? There are medical facilities nearby I can contact, or if you prefer, I can take you to the Tokyo Jujutsu High Infirmary, the treatment there is more professional. No need, Mashiro said, putting down the bottle and shaking her head. The movement tugged at the wound on her back, causing her to press her lips together almost imperceptibly. Just flesh wounds, I've already treated them. Tokyo Jujutsu High is too far, and besides. She looked up at Nanami, implying something. If I go looking like this, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings and trouble, right, Mr. Kento Nanami? She had called him by name directly. You know me. Nanami's eyes narrowed, and the temperature in his tone dropped by 2 degrees. Various possibilities raced through his mind. Was she a child from a Jujutsu sorcerer family? Someone connected to the higher-ups? Or an even more troublesome situation? A Jujutsu sorcerer from Tokyo Jujutsu High, Grade 1, known for being rigorous and reliable, Mashiro said, reciting information about him in a flat tone. I've heard of you. Your features are very distinct. Blonde hair, glasses, suit, meticulous, very easy to recognize. Kento Nanami was silent for a moment. Although he didn't think he was famous enough for even children to know him, he chose to skip that topic. The wounds on your body, his gaze swept over Mashiro's arm and weapon, were they caused by fighting a cursed spirit? Yes, Mashiro answered crisply. 3 Grade 2s, in that apartment building scheduled for demolition to the north. I've already exorcised them. Nanami's brow furrowed slightly. 3 Grade 2s, judging by the cursed energy reaction on this child, it shouldn't have been possible. You took care of them alone. Otherwise. Mashiro tilted her head. The cute gesture looked somewhat eerie on her wounded face. There was only me and them there. Nanami was silent for a few seconds, looking into Mashiro's eyes. There were no signs of lying, at least not regarding the battle. But 3 Grade 2s, for someone of her level, was truly hard to believe. This child either possessed an extremely special cursed technique or her combat talent far exceeded the norm. Or perhaps, both. Your name? Nanami asked. Kujo Mashiro. Age. 12, Mashiro said, stating the age of this body without changing her expression. Family. None left, Mashiro said in a flat tone, as if talking about someone else. I am the last member of the Kujo clan. The family is long gone, and I live alone now. The Kujo clan. Nanami searched his memory for this surname. A fallen Jujutsu sorcerer family, it seemed there were indeed records, but it had declined at least several decades ago. If what she said was true, then this child's situation was even more complicated. An ancient Jujutsu sorcerer bloodline, an abnormal appearance, living alone, forced to hunt cursed spirits to make a living. The overly blunt statement of her situation made Nanami fall silent. This attitude of not hiding her own predicament, even carrying a sense of being rightfully entitled, was not common among the people he had encountered. Especially since she was still a child. You mentioned earlier that you live alone. Nanami pushed up his glasses, his gaze becoming cautious behind the lenses. Are you very short on money right now? Yes, Mashiro nodded without hesitation, patting her empty tracksuit pocket. I haven't secured lodging for tonight, and I'm far short of the travel expenses to Sendai. So if you have a suitable commission, and the price is reasonable, I can take it. Those 3 Grade 2s from earlier prove my professional capability. Sendai. He repeated the place name but didn't pay much attention to it. Some personal business. Mashiro didn't say more. She looked at Nanami, a faint shimmer passing through her crimson eyes. However, since it's such a coincidence meeting Mr. Nanami, do you have a mission nearby? Did the window observe a cursed spirit? Grade 1, or special grade? She asked so naturally, like such an expert, even accurately guessing that the mission grade might not be low. Nanami thought even higher of her. The Windows report indicates a Grade 1 cursed spirit reaction nearby, with distinct characteristics and high aggression. I am on my way to confirm. Kento Nanami did not hide it, he was very curious about what Mashiro would say after knowing this. Grade 1, offensive type. Mashiro's eyes narrowed slightly, and a glimmer of eagerness flashed deep within her crimson eyes. That's perfect. Can you take me with you? Take you with me. That's too dangerous. Nanami's tone was serious. A Grade 1 cursed spirit is not child's play, people die. Besides, the wounds on your body haven't healed yet. But that is the mindset of the weak. Mishiro stepped closer, her red eyes carrying a touch of madness, staring straight into Kento Nanami's eyes. If I die from this, then it just means that's Kujo Mishiro's fate. Her decisiveness made Nanami confirm once again that this child was definitely extraordinary. Keep up. He said no more, turned around, and walked out of the park with a steady stride. The target location is the abandoned shrine to the north. The cursed spirit is suspected to be a monk of hellfire, characterized by dual attacks of high heat flames and physical strikes. Your task is to try your best to distract it while I make the main attack, protect yourself, and look for opportunities. If you are too heavily injured or cannot hold on, retreat immediately. Do you understand? He spoke while walking, his pace steady and his logic clear as he began to lay out the tactics. Understood. Distract, take hits, look for opportunities, run if it doesn't work out. Mishiro quickly summarized and followed quickly, her tone as relaxed as if she were discussing what to have for dinner. What about the payment? If you truly provide effective support, 800,000 yen. Nanami stated a figure. Although this was already higher than the standard auxiliary compensation for a grade 1 mission, he felt this young girl was worth that price, or rather, she might need that price. Deal. Mishiro's eyes lit up as she gripped the Murasama at her waist. The two did not speak again on the way, moving quickly through the deepening twilight. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the dilapidated shrine located on the hillside. Before they even got close, a scorching, violent cursed energy rushed toward them, causing the air to slightly distort. From the direction of the main hall, a faint, dark red firelight could be seen. This is the place. Nanami stopped in front of the torii gate. The short blade in his hand was wrapped in cloth, and cursed energy steadily covered the blade. Stay close, and watch out for flames and sudden physical impacts. Its attack range might be quite large. Mishiro nodded, her right hand tightly gripping the hilt of Murasama. Click, click. The Dharma wheel above her head activated, beginning to spin rapidly. She could feel the cursed energy inside her flowing excitedly, her wounds itching as they healed. Deep within her soul, a certain instinct from Mahoraga, a craving to clash with strong enemies, was awakening, and with it, she began to feel restless and hot. Hey, she said, staring at the direction of the main hall, a smile spreading across her lips. Don't make me look forward to this too much, okay? The two passed through the torii gate and stepped into the shrine grounds. The scorching sensation suddenly intensified. On the stone slabs of the open space in front of the main hall, a humanoid cursed spirit about 3 meters tall slowly stood up. Its body was composed of magma and rock, and dark red, incandescent light flowed through the cracks on its surface. It had no head. Above its neck burned a mass of flames, emitting a terrifying high temperature. At the ends of its thick arms were fists covered in solidified lava. The monk of hellfire simply stood there, and the pressure it emitted far exceeded any cursed spirit Mishiro had encountered before. It watched the intruders, and the flames at its neck suddenly flared up. Without any warning, its huge, lava-covered right fist blasted through the air toward Nanami, who was in the lead. A pillar of dark red fire tore through the air, sweeping toward them with destructive heat. Dodge! Nanami shouted lowly. His figure flashed to the side, and at the same time, his short blade cut an arc. A cursed energy slash met the side of the fire pillar, attempting to deflect its direction. But Mishiro paid no mind. The strong always face challenges head-on. The moment the fire pillar struck, not only did she not retreat, but she instead channeled cursed energy to her legs and rushed toward the flank of the cursed spirit, closing the distance. Too reckless. Nanami caught a glimpse of her movement and frowned, but it was already too late to stop her. The monk of hellfire was enraged by Mishiro's actions. Its left fist swept toward the rushing Mishiro at a speed inconsistent with its massive body. Before the fist even arrived, the violent wind from the punch and the accompanying heatwave already made her gasp for air. Come on. Mishiro did not dodge or avoid. She held Murasama horizontally in front of her, infused it with cursed energy, and chose to take the punch head-on. The Dharma wheel above her head spun. She was going to start adapting. Clang! A terrifying, thunderous sound exploded. Mishiro felt as if she had been hit by a truck. The arm gripping Murasama shook violently, the webbing between her thumb and index finger split, and blood flowed freely. The immense force lifted her feet off the ground, sending her flying backward, where she slammed hard into a stone lantern over 10 meters away. Cough. She coughed up a bit of blood. Her back was numb with pain, she didn't know how many bones were broken, and her right arm hung limply, unable to exert any force for the moment. Kujo! Nanami shouted sharply, trying to force the cursed spirit back to go to her rescue. Leave me alone, Mishiro hissed. She struggled to stand up, using her left hand to support herself, her red eyes reflecting the monk of hellfire, which was pouncing again. Whoosh, whoosh, the Dharma wheel above her head spun frantically. Come on. I'm starting to spin. Kento Nanami was surprised to find that she was actually smiling. Mishiro still had blood on the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were startlingly bright. She shouted, "Is that all it takes to satisfy you? Come again." The monk of hellfire was thoroughly enraged by her provocation. Flames surged, and its fists ignited with roaring fire as it smashed down toward Mishiro. The high temperature spread to the surroundings, distorting even the air. Mishiro did not run. Dragging her temporarily disabled right arm, she frantically poured cursed energy into her legs, narrowly slipping through the gap between the fists at the critical moment. The flames grazed her body, and her sportswear instantly charred and burned. A searing pain radiated from her skin, but she didn't care. The Dharma wheel turned, her body was adapting to this terrifying high temperature and violent physical impact. Space cutting. Mishiro's cursed energy surged, and several slashes cut at the arms and legs of the monk of hellfire, attempting to reduce its mobility, but the effect was minimal. Tisk, a cursed technique that works well against people, has no effect on a rock. Mishiro clicked her tongue, landed at the rear, and organized her second attack. At this moment, Kento Nanami moved. His ratio technique allowed him to see the weak point on the monk of hellfire. Sever, he said softly, quickly slashing twice at the same point, severing the right leg of the monk of hellfire. Well done, Nanami. Mishiro laughed loudly, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes becoming even more crimson. She drew Murasama again and launched an attack at its left leg. Is that it? Is your fire only at this level? You're the one who's the challenger. She dodged the continuous punches and the periodically erupting fire pillars while closing in on the cursed spirit, using words to constantly provoke it. Every time she was grazed by the wind of a punch, every time she was burned by the flames, she gritted her teeth, suppressed the pain, and allowed her body to adapt further. Her movements became increasingly fluid. At first, she could only barely dodge fatal attacks, with burns and bruises constantly accumulating on her body. Gradually, she began to be able to predict the trajectory of the punches and could evade before the flames erupted. The impact of the high temperature on her was weakening, her skin's resistance to flames was slowly increasing, and the skin's hardness against those heavy physical impacts was also being optimized by her body's instincts. A little faster, she muttered in her heart, her red eyes locked onto the cursed spirit's movements. The bones in her right arm had reconnected under the influence of cursed energy and her self-healing ability. Although accompanied by sharp pains, it no longer affected her ability to exert force. The monk of hellfire, unable to secure a victory after a long attack, became increasingly manic. It suddenly stopped its pursuit, clasped its hands in front of its chest, and flames surged frantically between them. A dark red fireball emitting destructive fluctuations quickly condensed and expanded. It's unleashing its ultimate move. Mishiro's heart tightened, but she lifted a smile of anticipation again. Her adaptation was almost complete. Danger. Retreat. Nanami's expression changed. He had been trying to sever its limbs, but the effect was poor. Although he could attack the weak points, he couldn't cut them off completely. After he gouged out a cut, it would just recover. And the range and power of this attack were obviously extraordinary. But Mishiro stared at the fireball, moving forward instead of retreating. Yes, that's it. If it were slow and leisurely like before, I'd get bored. She laughed wildly, pouring all the cursed energy she had just recovered into Murasama. The silver blade hummed as she charged toward the center of the fireball that was about to explode. She was going to use Murasama's ability to cut cursed energy to slice through its fireball. You're crazy. Nanami could no longer care about anything else. His figure turned into an afterimage as he rushed toward the side of the cursed spirit, his short blade carrying a massive amount of cursed energy, stabbing directly at its arm joint in an attempt to interrupt the attack. Facing the greater threat of Nanami, the monk of hellfire ignored him, willing to risk losing an arm to push the fireball, concentrated with terrifying cursed energy, fiercely toward the oncoming Mishiro. The giant fireball, destroying everything in its path, charged toward her. Mishiro held Murasama high with both hands, poured all her cursed energy into it, and slashed down in fury. The instant the fireball made contact with the blade's light, the scorching radiance swallowed everything. Boom! The light of the explosion soared into the sky, and the scorching shockwave sent rubble and dust flying. The entire shrine clearing was trembling. Nanami was forced back several steps by the shockwave, his heart sinking. At the center of such an explosion, even he would struggle to escape unscathed. That girl. The flames and smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a shallow crater blasted into the center of the clearing. The monk of Hellfire stood motionless, the flames on its neck significantly dimmed. At the edge of the crater, a petite figure was kneeling on one knee, using Murasama to hold herself up, refusing to collapse. Her tracksuit was reduced to charred rags, and her exposed skin was covered in large, terrifying blisters and burn marks. A section of her silver hair had been singed off, and her face was streaked with soot and blood. She looked utterly wretched. But she was definitely still alive. She raised her head. Despite her grimy face, she couldn't hide the intense gleam in her eyes. The Dharma wheel above her head gradually stopped spinning and fell silent. Mishiro slowly straightened her body, her movements slightly unsteady. So that's how it is. She spoke, her voice raspy and broken, yet carrying a hint of satisfied amusement. High temperature, impact, and that will of the curse burning away within the flames, truly interesting, but I have completely adapted to it. She raised Murasama, pointing the tip of the blade at the wary and uncertain monk of Hellfire. Your cursed technique, she grinned, revealing teeth stained red with blood, her smile unrestrained and arrogant, I'll be taking it. The next moment, Mishiro moved. Nanami watched the high-speed figure in astonishment, her speed was more than just a little faster than before. Her figure almost turned into a blurred black line, not sprinting in a straight line, but tracing an arc that instantly brought her around to the back and side of the monk of Hellfire. That was a relatively weak node in its flow of cursed energy, something she had grasped during the explosion just moments ago. The monk of Hellfire roared and swung its massive, burning fist back, but Mishiro didn't dodge or avoid it. She took the punch without a scratch, not even forcing her to take a step back. She brandished Murasama, a faint, dim red light vaguely coiling around the blade as she stabbed fiercely into the monk of Hellfire's weak point. Attached to Murasama was the property of Hellfire she had just comprehended. Puchi. It was no longer the dull thud of hard objects colliding, but the sound of a kitchen knife slicing into grease. The monk of Hellfire let out a painful roar, uncontrolled flames gushing from the wound. For the first time, its movements showed clear stiffness and chaos. Now, Mishiro hissed. Nanami, having long been poised for action, seized the perfect opportunity Mishiro had created. His figure dashed forward like lightning, the cursed energy condensed to the extreme on his short blade, turning into an almost invisible thin line. Following the wound Mishiro had opened, he pierced with pinpoint accuracy deep into the flames at the monk of Hellfire's neck. The monk of Hellfire's massive body stiffened abruptly, and then, like a punctured balloon, the lava and flames of its body rapidly disintegrated, turning into fly ash. The cluster of flames on its neck, symbolizing its source, flickered violently a few times before finally extinguishing. Thick black smoke rose up. Part of the pure cursed energy contained within was purified and dispersed by Nanami's blade, but a large portion was quietly absorbed by Murasama, which was right nearby. Mishiro felt a surge of energy, far purer and more massive than any time before, pour into her body, rapidly nourishing her riddled body, repairing her injuries, and replenishing her consumption. It pushed her total cursed energy to a new height, not just stepping into grade 2, but even rising towards higher levels. Now she was the same grade as Fushiguro Megumi, though their combat power might be a bit different. Silence once again enveloped the shrine, with only the night wind blowing across the scorched earth, gradually dispersing the unpleasant smell of burning from the battlefield. Nanami sheathed his blade, his movements still meticulous. He didn't immediately check the scene. He first turned his head, his gaze falling on Mishiro. Amazing, monk of Hellfire. I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life. The girl stood there, covered in injuries, her clothes tattered, swaying, as if she would collapse the next second. Yet she held her blade, standing straight, her red eyes glowing astonishingly in the night, a remnant of that crazy smile from the battle still lingering on her face. You, Nanami spoke, his voice a bit dry. He had just witnessed a battle that was unimaginably brutal. This girl, completely indifferent to her own body, had adapted to, learned from, and even countered a grade 1 cursed spirit's attacks at an incredible speed. That dauntless, fearless attitude, growing crazier the more she fought, was deeply branded into his mind. Me. Mishiro turned to look at him, her smile gradually returning to calm. I'm still alive, the cursed spirit is dead, mission accomplished. So, she held out her hand, palm up, my 800,000, Nanami-san. Nanami looked at the hand she held out, full of burns and bloodstains, and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he took a thick envelope from his suit's inner pocket, walked forward, and gently placed it into the only intact side pocket of her tracksuit. There is 1 million in here, he said, his tone unprecedentedly serious, even carrying a hint of imperceptible gentleness. You are worth this price. It's not just payment, but also medical expenses. You are severely injured and must receive professional treatment immediately. 1 million. Mashiro blinked, touched the bulging pocket, her impassioned mood returning to calm, and her tone becoming cool again. Thanks. But forget the treatment, my constitution is different, I recover very quickly. Your recovery ability is indeed extraordinary, Nanami didn't insist, but his tone was serious. But that is no reason for you to act recklessly. Your fighting style is too extreme. You got lucky this time, but next time might not be the same. Only the weak rely on luck. Mashiro nonchalantly shook her still numb right arm, but the movement tugged at her wounds, making her gasp again. I have the mindset of the strong. If I can't beat them, I adapt, and once I've adapted, I win. Nanami looked at her, this girl covered in wounds yet stubborn and arrogant, and finally just shook his head, as if giving up on lecturing her, and took his business card from his pocket, handing it to her. This is my contact information, Kujo Mashiro. He called out Mashiro's full name, his tone solemn. I recognize your strength and resolve. Although I don't approve of your methods, you are a qualified Jujutsu sorcerer. You can contact me if you encounter difficulties later, and I will also recommend suitable missions to you. This was already a very high evaluation and invitation. Mashiro took the simple business card and carefully put it away. I will. Contact me anytime if there are good missions. She tried moving her body, feeling her strength slowly returning. Then I'll be going first, I still need to catch the Shinkansen. Wait. Nanami called out to her, watching her stumbling gait, his brows furrowing. In this state, how are you going to get to the station? I'll take you there. No need. Don't be stubborn, you're a minor. Nanami interrupted her, his tone unquestionable. At the very least, I'll take you to a place where you can get a ride, this is an adult's responsibility. As he said this, he began to take off his suit jacket. Hey, no need, Mashiro wanted to refuse, but Nanami had already draped his large jacket over her, covering her almost exposed body, carefully pulling the front together for her to cover those terrifying wounds. Let's go. He was concise, turning to lead the way, but his pace slowed down significantly on purpose. Mashiro was stunned for a moment, looking down at the men's suit jacket draped over her, then at Nanami's tall and steady back. Finally, she didn't say anything more, wrapped the jacket tighter around herself, and followed. Kento Nanami's steps were steady as he walked ahead. Mashiro, wrapped in his suit jacket, silently followed half a step behind him. The jacket was too big for her, its hem almost reaching her knees, but it effectively concealed the damage to her clothes and her injuries. The silence lasted for several blocks until they stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light, when Mashiro spoke first. Mr. Nanami. Help me get an ID. Her voice was calm, as if she was just casually mentioning it. An adult one, suitable for daily use. The name will still be Kujo Mashiro, and the cost will be deducted from my next payment. Nanami didn't stop walking, merely turned his head, his gaze behind his glasses lingering on her face for a moment. The green light came on, and he stepped across the crosswalk. Mashiro jogged a couple of steps to catch up. Reason. His tone was unreadable. I'm going to Sendai. In my current state, I can't buy tickets or stay in a hotel, I can't do anything. Mashiro's reason was direct and realistic. I need an identity that allows me to function normally, at least enough to get by. This is document forgery. Nanami stated the fact. I know. So it's a transaction. I pay, and I bear all the risks. Mashiro looked up at his stern profile. Once I have the documents, the source will be cut off. Even if something happens in the future, it will only trace back to Kujo Mashiro. Her clear explanation made Nanami silent for a few seconds. Why Sendai? He asked the question again. Personal matters. Related to your family. She couldn't possibly say she was going to find the protagonist, could she? Both are possible, that's the answer. Mashiro silently wiped away cold sweat, speaking ambiguously. Could it be a fight over family inheritance? She valued money more than her life, so it was entirely possible. Nanami's mind wandered, but he didn't press further. An adult's sense of propriety made him stop there. After another intersection, the lights of a bus stop were visible in the distance. Nanami stopped and turned to face Mashiro. Photo, he said. Mashiro took out her phone, unlocked it, opened the camera, and handed it to Nanami. Then she stepped back a few paces, standing at the edge of the street lamp's halo, and took off the worn baseball cap on her head. Her silver hair cascaded down, blown by the wind. She reached out from under the suit jacket, tidied her hair, then lifted her face, her red eyes calmly looking at the camera. Nanami raised the phone, aimed it at her, and pressed the shutter. With a click, Nanami looked at the photo on the phone. The lighting was a bit blurry, but her features were clear. He handed the phone back, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Tomorrow morning, Shibuya Station East exit, locker number 107, password 1123. Inside, there will be a driver's license and a simplified residence certificate. The driver's license is a genuine blank document, and your photo will be added, but the residence certificate is a fake, so you'll need to remember the basic information." "How much?" 300,000. "Okay." Mashiro nodded, put her phone away, and put her hat back on. Nanami looked at her, this girl covered in injuries yet unconcerned, forging documents as casually as buying a bottle of water, and finally just sighed softly. "Get in." He raised a hand to hail a passing empty taxi and opened the back door. Mashiro looked at the taxi, slowly stroking the back of her other hand, and said softly, "Thank you, this jacket. Wear it. Give it back to me next time we meet." Nanami interrupted her. "I've prepared a room for you. Get some good rest, and then you can leave tomorrow." Mashiro paused, nodded, and bent to get into the car. Nanami closed the door and gave the driver an address. The car window slowly rose, isolating the inside from the outside. Mashiro leaned back in her seat, tilting her head to watch Nanami's figure outside the window quickly shrink, eventually disappearing around the street corner. "Thank you, reliable adult." This was the first time Mashiro felt warmth in this world. She closed her eyes and, unknowingly, fell asleep. The next morning, Shibuya Station East exit. Mashiro took a craft paper bag from locker number 107. She walked to a corner and opened it. Inside were a laminated copy of a residence certificate and a driver's license. The photo on the license was hers, but her skin tone and contours had been slightly adjusted, making her look much more mature. The name was Kujo Mashiro, and the age was 20. Is this still Japan? Such fast efficiency. As expected of a reliable adult. While grumbling, she arrived at the station, put Murasama into a guitar case and carried it on her back, covering its appearance with cursed energy so that security checks wouldn't detect it. At the Shinkansen ticket counter, she handed over her driver's license and cash. One ticket to Sendai. The ticket agent verified the documents, looked up at her, said nothing, and then looked down to print the ticket. A few minutes later, she walked towards the platform with her ticket. The train arrived on time. She found her seat, placed her luggage, and sat down. The scenery outside the window began to speed up. Mashiro looked out, drawing circles on the table with her finger. Sugasawa Third High School in Sendai, Itadori Yuji. She recalled the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen. The original work didn't specify the exact date, only that it was this month. She had to observe Yuji closely, at least to know the night he ate the finger. This was the first time since she arrived in this world that she had actively approached a plot character. She felt a bit excited. Although she didn't know what impact her involvement would have on the plot, sticking to the original plot as much as possible should prevent too much deviation. "I want to see with my own eyes how strong the King of Curses really is." Mashiro thought, her heart rate gradually quickening, unconsciously breaking into a smile. The train arrived in Sendai around noon. Mashiro exited the station without stopping, opened her phone map, and followed the navigation towards her destination. About half an hour later, she stood outside the main gate of Miyagi Prefectural Sugasawa Third High School. Faint noises of clamor and shouting could be heard from inside the campus. Is it lunchtime? Mashiro looked through the iron fence gate, seeing the outline of the teaching building and, in the distance, some students in sportswear running on the wide sports field. Mashiro didn't approach but walked along the streets surrounding the school, observing. She needed to find a place to stay near the school first, to facilitate her next actions. Her gaze fell on the apartment buildings and 2 or 3-story small buildings facing the street, evaluating their angles, distances, and concealment. When she rounded to the southeast side of the school, on a relatively quiet one-way street, she stopped. Before her was a 5-story apartment building with clean exterior walls. The 4th and 5th floors had west-facing windows and balconies. She went upstairs to observe, and living here would give her an excellent view overlooking the entire school sports field. This will do. Mashiro took out her phone and dialed the number of the rental company posted in the hallway. "Hello, I'd like to inquire about." 15 minutes later, a working professional in his 30s arrived. After seeing the identification Mashiro provided, he took her upstairs to view the room. The room available for short-term rental was a corner room on the 4th floor, with a usable area of about 20 tatami mats, roughly 33 square meters, as searched by Dubao. The room was new, with a simple kitchen and bathroom, and basic air conditioning, refrigerator, and washing machine. Most importantly, there was that large west-facing window. The view was expansive, and the entire area of Sugasawa Third High could be clearly seen from the window, even the figures of a few students practicing shooting goals. The view is excellent, it just gets a bit noisy during certain times. The agent introduced. The shortest contract is 1 month, with a monthly rent of 85,000 yen, including management fees. 1 month's deposit. If you confirm, you can move in today. Japanese rental properties seem to have many other fees, which I've omitted. Mashiro stood by the window, her gaze sweeping across the sports field, then looking towards the teaching building further away. At this distance, with cursed energy enhancing her vision, she could even see students attending class in the classrooms. The room's conditions also exceeded her expectations, and it came with existing furniture, so she wouldn't need to buy anything. This one. The rental procedures were quickly completed at a nearby real estate agency office. Mashiro paid the rent and deposit, and received the keys and move-in instructions. Returning to her newly rented room, she locked the door, then walked to the center of the room, put down her guitar case and backpack, tidied her few belongings, and sat on the balcony, looking at the school not far away. Soon there will be a storm of blood and gore. Mashiro sighed, drawing circles on her knee with her finger. Tomorrow, it would be time to make appropriate contact. It has been raining in Sendai for the past few days, and the early mornings always carry a hint of dampness. Kujo Mashiro stood by the apartment window, looking at the map on her phone, her attention focused on 2 locations. Sugasawa Third High School and Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital. Her gaze lingered on the hospital for a long time. Wasuke Itadori, who left behind the dying wish on his sickbed to die surrounded by others, a phrase that defined the role Yuji Itadori would embody for the rest of his life. She wanted to go see him, to see this legendary old man with her own eyes. It was also a small wish of hers as a fan of the work. At the same time, this was also an opportunity. As long as she could gain Wasuke Itadori's trust, she could naturally establish a connection with Yuji Itadori. This way, she would be able to intervene in the plot during subsequent events. She needed an identity that could connect her with Yuji Itadori, and his grandfather's endorsement was absolutely the most effective method. It is time to tell him some information about Kenjaku and Itadori Jin, Kujo Mashiro whispered to herself, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on the window frame. That should be enough to gain his trust. She changed into a mature set of clothes and tied her silver hair into a high ponytail, looking both formal and cute. She put Murasama into her instrument case, slung it over her back, and walked out of the apartment. Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital was an old building, and the air was filled with an overwhelming scent of disinfectant. Kujo Mashiro sniffed, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. Instead of going directly to the ward, she stood in place, and cursed energy gradually spread out from her body. A place like a hospital, with so much negative emotion, easily nurtures high-level cursed spirits, so she had to check first. There is no particularly strong cursed spirit aura, only the weakest fly heads wriggling in the corners, they pose no threat. That was enough. She got up, walked into the inpatient building, and took the elevator to the 4th floor where the internal medicine wards were located. The corridor was very quiet, with nurses occasionally passing by pushing medicine carts. Her footsteps were light, and her gaze quickly swept over the nameplates on the ward doors. She stopped in front of Ward 409. The door was ajar, and suppressed coughing could be heard from inside. Kujo Mashiro stood at the doorway, took a deep breath, and gently patted her cheeks with both hands. Now for the main event, Mashiro. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door with her knuckles. Please come in, a hoarse voice replied. She pushed the door open and entered. The ward was a single room, not very large, with the window open, and a gentle breeze blowing the light blue curtains. An old man with white hair was sitting up against the hospital bed. He was very thin, but his deep-set eyes were exceptionally clear as they stared straight at her. Hello, Kujo Mashiro said from the doorway, her tone polite and respectful. Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Itadori. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. I don't know you. Did you go to the wrong room? No. I came here specifically to find you. Kujo Mashiro walked into the room without closing the door completely, leaving a crack. She did not want to raise any suspicion. She stood not far from the foot of the bed, maintaining an appropriate distance from the old man. My name is Kujo Mashiro. There are some things regarding your son, Itadori Jin, and your grandson, Yuji Itadori, that I believe you should know. Upon hearing the names of his son and grandson, Wasuke Itadori's eyes suddenly sharpened. The keen-intuited old man had not lost his edge even on his sickbed. What do you mean? Your daughter-in-law, Mrs. Kaori Itadori, had already passed away before your grandson, Yuji, was born, she said in a calm tone, staring straight into Wasuke Itadori's eyes. The person who lived on in the identity of Kaori Itadori was a Jujutsu sorcerer named Kenjaku who had possessed your daughter-in-law's body. The ward fell into a deathly silence, with only the rhythmic ticking of instruments and the old man's heavy breathing. Proof. After a long time, Wasuke Itadori squeezed out these two words from between his teeth, his fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly. I have no proof, but I know why Kenjaku did this, Kujo Mashiro continued, her tone sincere and her gaze direct. She hoped Wasuke Itadori would believe her. Your son, Itadori Jin, uniting with Kenjaku to give birth to Yuji Itadori was not a coincidence, it was part of Kenjaku's plan. Yuji is a vessel deliberately created by it for a certain purpose. The old man's pupils contracted violently. A vessel? What kind of vessel? Wasuke Itadori's voice trembled with agitation, and as he struggled to sit up straight, it triggered a fit of violent coughing. Kujo Mashiro stepped forward and gently helped him sit up. A vessel to contain the king of curses, Sukuna. Yuji's future is destined to be anything but peaceful. He will attract danger and encounter things ordinary people cannot imagine. She paused, observing the old man's reaction. Wasuke Itadori's complexion turned ashen, but in his eyes, besides shock and pain, there was a trace of remorse. He believed her. Deep down, he had long sensed something abnormal about his son and daughter-in-law. If only he had been more firm back then. Why are you telling me this? The old man asked, panting, his gaze locked onto Kujo Mashiro. What is your goal? I want you to know the truth, Kujo Mashiro said, looking him straight in the eye. You have the right to know the truth about your family's fate before you depart. As for what I want, I will make Yuji Itadori the vessel for Sukuna. What? Wasuke Itadori's eyes widened, and before he could say anything more, Kujo Mashiro interrupted him. This is the only way to eliminate Sukuna. In exchange, I will guarantee Yuji Itadori's personal safety, Kujo Mashiro told him frankly. I need someone he trusts to vouch for me. You, Mr. Itadori, are the only person Yuji Itadori trusts completely. You want me to just agree like this? The old man's eyes held mockery and probing. Just based on these few inexplicable words of yours. Things always proceed as they do not change because of personal will, Kujo Mashiro sighed. Yuji Itadori is destined to become Sukuna's vessel, that is his fate. We can only change a small part of it. The ward fell silent again, save for the sound of the wind outside the window. Wasuke Itadori stared at her intently, trying to see her true intentions. This silver-haired girl was too young, yet her behavior was too composed. He did not know whether he should trust this girl who was speaking words no different from sending his grandson onto a path of no return. After a long time, the old man let out a long, weary sigh and closed his eyes. That child, Yuji, is very kind, too kind, he said hoarsely, his voice filled with heavy exhaustion and love for his grandson. He is always thinking of others, never himself. However, I also hope he can help others, even if he doesn't get thanked for it. He opened his eyes and looked at Kujo Mashiro, his gaze complex. Can he survive? Don't kid yourself, the heavenly emperor Yuji smiled. After settling down, he is invincible. No matter the situation, Kujo Mashiro smiled, her cute smile dispelling the serious and cold atmosphere from just moments ago. I will make sure he survives. I will make sure he lives. The old man repeated softly, then gave a bitter smile. I have lived my whole life without making many right choices. Especially regarding Jin and Kaori. His gaze landed on Mashiro's face, his sharp eyes softening significantly. You are not an ordinary person, are you? You can see those things. Mashiro understood what he meant and didn't answer directly. Instead, she raised her right hand, gathered a trace of cursed energy at her fingertips, and lightly traced the air, leaving behind a fleeting glimmer. A descendant of the Kujo clan, a Jujutsu family, Mashiro said with a smile, though I am the only one left in the entire family. Wasuke Itadori's eyes widened slightly as he watched the traces left by Mashiro's cursed energy, as if he had finally confirmed something, and he nodded slowly. Jujutsu. I understand. His voice was very soft, carrying a hint of relief. I will tell Yuji that he can trust you, and that he can come to you if he encounters anything, but please promise me one thing. Please, go ahead. Don't tell him everything. The old man's gaze turned toward the window, looking in the direction of the school. Don't tell him the truth about Jin and Kaori. At least not yet. That child has already lost enough. Mashiro was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. I promise you. The old man let out a sigh of relief, his body relaxing slightly as he leaned back against the pillow, and the conversation shifted. How old are you? Huh, why talk about age all of a sudden? What does this mean? Did he figure it out? Mashiro blinked, touched the silver hair falling from her temple, and said with some hesitation, "Ah, I'm 20 on my identification." And in reality, as expected, he suspected her age. Surely everything she said earlier wasn't taken as just teenage delusions, right? 12. Mashiro turned her head away, feeling a bit awkward, and said in a low, slightly blushing voice. Wasuke Itadori watched her embarrassed appearance, which was completely different from her previous calm and composed demeanor, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted before he burst into laughter. Close enough, about the age I thought. After laughing, he restrained his smile, propped himself up, and bowed his head slightly to Mashiro. Then, I leave Yuji to you. Mashiro also looked him straight in the eyes and nodded solemnly. Just then, Wasuke Itadori heard familiar footsteps outside the hospital room, followed by a vibrant, youthful voice. Grandpa, I brought your favorite bean paste buns. The hospital room door was pulled open with a clatter, and the super athlete Yuji Itadori made his entrance, carrying a convenience store bag with a bright smile on his face. Seeing the situation inside the room, his smile instantly froze on his face, his gaze darting quickly between his grandfather on the hospital bed and the strange silver-haired girl by the bedside. What is that on the kid's head? Cosplay. The air in the room froze, and Wasuke Itadori and Mashiro looked at him at the same time. The exhaustion on the old man's face vanished instantly, replaced by his usual, slightly impatient expression. Oh, you're here. Mashiro stood up calmly, turned to Yuji Itadori, nodded slightly, and looked him over carefully. A living tiger emperor. He's so tall, will I be able to grow taller later? She had to look up to see Yuji Itadori's face clearly. This was the first time she had seen the protagonist of this world from such a close distance. Vibrant vitality, eyes without a trace of gloom, and the immense potential hidden within that body that even he himself had not yet realized. Everything overlapped with the image in her memory, yet was subtly different. Grandpa, who is this? Yuji Itadori blinked, looking at Mashiro with some confusion, trying hard to ignore the Dharma wheel on her head. Wasuke Itadori coughed, signaled to Mashiro with his eyes, and then said to his grandson, "This is Miss Kujo, the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. She happened to be in Sendai and came to visit me." Mashiro nodded, following his lead, and smiled politely at Yuji Itadori. "Hello, Itadori-kun, my name is Kujo Mashiro. Sorry for the intrusion." "Ah, no, not at all." Yuji Itadori immediately waved his hands, flashing his signature bright smile. "I'm Yuji Itadori. Thank you for coming to see my grandpa." His gaze lingered on Mashiro's face for a moment, curious about her unusual hair and eye color, but he quickly realized it was inappropriate and silently looked away. He walked in, placed the bag on the cabinet, and then stood by the bedside, somewhat at a loss, looking at his grandfather and then at Mashiro. Did I come at a bad time? Were you guys chatting? Nothing important, just chatting casually. Wasuke Itadori said, looking at Mashiro with a hint of imperceptible depth in his eyes. "Miss Kujo, you're leaving now, aren't you?" "Yes, I won't disturb your rest any further." Mashiro understood and picked up her backpack. She walked to the door, then stopped and turned back. Her gaze swept past Wasuke Itadori and finally landed on Yuji Itadori. The boy was looking curiously at her back, his eyes clean and without a trace of impurity. "Itadori-kun," she said slowly. "Yes." Yuji Itadori thought he had been caught peeking and immediately stood up straight. Mashiro took a sticky note out of her pocket with a phone number written on it and handed the slip of paper to Yuji Itadori. "This is my contact information. I will be in Sendai for a while. If," she paused, deciding to phrase it more tactfully, "if you, or anyone around you, encounters anything, you can contact me, and I will do my best to help you." Yuji Itadori was stunned. He took the note, looked at the delicate handwriting, and then looked up at Mashiro's calm face, seemingly not understanding why a girl he had just met would say such a thing. Although he didn't understand, he nodded, carefully folded the note, put it in his pocket, and then took out his phone. Oh. Okay, thank you. Little Kujo, do you have line? Let's add each other. You can come to me if you need anything too. Hearing his natural, little Kujo, Mashiro's mouth twitched. She opened her mouth, but eventually gave up, and just silently took out her phone. Okay. Right, line exists. I forgot. When communicating with Hiromi Higuruma and Kento Nanami, I only ever used business cards, so that's not my fault, right? I'm really not an old fossil. Wasuke Itadori watched from the side as Mashiro suffered this rare defeat and couldn't quite express her frustration. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden, but he still put on a stern face to scold Yuji Itadori. You fool. This is your senior. Listen to her obediently. Tell her if anything happens. The young Itadori stood at attention again. Yes. Then he scratched his head, showing an embarrassed smile. Sorry, Kujo-senpai, I thought you were just a kid. These two, why did they have to keep bringing this up? Yuji, you just wait. Mishiro felt that if she stayed any longer, her blood pressure would only keep rising. She didn't respond to him, but just nodded one last time to the old man on the hospital bed. Mr. Itadori, please take care. Ah. Wasuke Itadori responded with a complex look in his eyes. Mishiro didn't linger any longer, turned, walked out of the hospital room, and gently closed the door. Mishiro stood by the window, her eyes looking outside. In the misty, rain-drenched world, dozens of faint traces of cursed energy emerged from every corner of the city, flowing slowly toward the school as if pulled by something. The seal on Sukuna's finger was becoming increasingly loose, attracting not just the big ones, but mostly these small fries. But small fries are just small fries, let's treat them as dessert before Sukuna comes out. Let's go clear out these small fries today to make that day a little easier, she whispered, casually drawing a smiley face on the fogged-up glass. From Tokyo to Sendai, she had fought several fierce battles and absorbed quite a bit of cursed energy. The quality and quantity of cursed energy in her body were now much higher than before. She was no longer just grade 2. Furthermore, ever since promoting to grade 2, she always felt like something was different. It wasn't just that her cursed energy had increased, but some abilities within her body had also evolved. She might as well go out and test it. It seemed that Murasama had also upgraded. She shouldered her instrument bag and touched the hilt of Murasama. The blade vibrated gently, as if it had become an extension of her arm. Her target today was an abandoned shrine northwest of the school. It wasn't as simple as just having one or two cursed spirits there. The shrine had long been without offerings or cleaning. It was dilapidated, the torii gate was crooked, and stone lanterns lay shattered on the ground. And what Mishiro saw was more than just that. In the shrine's courtyard, there were at least 30 cursed spirits packed densely together. Most were fly heads, slowly squirming about. A dozen grade 3s were darting between the ruins, and there were 5 or 6 grade 2s, all in various forms, each exuding significant resentment. Surprisingly, they weren't fighting among themselves, they were just crowded there, letting out various hisses and roars, all gazing toward the direction of the school. They've all gathered together, how convenient. Mishiro gripped the scabbard, pushed the blade out an inch with her thumb to reveal the gleaming, cold blade, walked up the stone steps, and stepped into the torii gate. Almost the moment her foot landed, all the cursed spirits in the courtyard stopped, and an eerie silence enveloped the shrine. Hey, small fries, your Terminator has arrived. Mishiro launched her provocation, and it was highly effective. All the cursed spirits turned in unison to face her, their resentment reaching its peak at that moment. Oh. Just watching. Mishiro slowly came to a halt, tied up her silver hair, and then drew Murasama, holding it horizontally in front of her. If you aren't coming, then I'm coming over. The air froze for a second. The first grade 3 cursed spirit moved. It looked like a twisted wild dog with its hind legs curled, then it launched itself forward with a violent spring, jaws wide open in a bloodthirsty lunge. Immediately after, a dozen grade 3s pounced from different directions simultaneously. The grade 2s behind them began to charge up, while the fly heads prepared to flee. Don't run away, that's such a buzzkill, isn't it? A flash of silver light passed, and the first cursed spirit that had lunged at her was split down the middle. The black smoke was absorbed by Murasama, and she immediately channeled her cursed energy, manifesting dozens of rifts of space cutting, wiping out all the fly heads. Space cutting is perfect for clearing out small fries. Mishiro nodded in satisfaction, rounding up, she was basically cosplaying as Sukuna. They weren't scared off by their companions being instantly killed, more attacks came. One on the left bit toward her leg, one on the right swiped at her waist, and one straight ahead leapt high and pounced down. A pincer attack from 3 sides. Mishiro sidestepped, letting the fangs on the left graze her thigh without drawing blood, while simultaneously swinging her sword with her right hand to sever the claws reaching from the right. She then ducked her head, causing the one above to miss, but immediately after, more attacks struck her. Click, click, the Dharma wheel above her head rotated. However, the effect of the adaptation surprised Mishiro, she was adapting to multiple different attacks at the same time. Previously, if she were hit by multiple different attacks at once, the Dharma wheel would be in a state of being overwhelmed. But now, her adaptation ability seemed to be divided into several regions, analyzing and adapting simultaneously. I can adapt to multiple attacks at once. This thought flashed through her mind. Just as she was happy about her abilities upgrade, the attacks from those charging grade 2 cursed spirits struck her. That hurts, you fools. She reached out, and several blasts of flames surged forth, latching onto those grade 2 cursed spirits. Awoo! Those grade 2 cursed spirits scrambled about, trying to put out the flames on their bodies, but it was all in vain. Come on, let me adapt a little longer. When the adaptation ends, you will die. Murasama swept horizontally, cutting two lunging grade 3s in half at the waist. The cursed energy coming from the blade was strong, surging into her body and further strengthening her abilities. More cursed spirits surged up. 5, 8, 10. Biting, clawing, ramming, spitting acid, and spikes thrusting out from shadows. Mishiro moved among them. She didn't seek to dodge completely, instead, she controlled which attacks would hit her. She took the ramming impact on her left shoulder to feel the blunt force, let the acid graze her right leg to record the stinging pain of corrosion, and intentionally let her back be grazed by a shadow spike to analyze the chilling cursed energy. Every time she was hit by a new type of attack, the Dharma wheel recorded one more. Every time it recorded one, her resistance increased a little, and her physical strength rose another notch. At first, the wounds on her body increased, and blood stained her clothes, but soon the situation began to change, their attacks could no longer cause effective damage. Meanwhile, Mishiro was continuously wielding Murasama, slashing, chopping, sweeping, stabbing. Faster, more accurate, more ruthless. Every time the silver light flashed, several clouds of black smoke rose. Murasama was absorbing cursed energy faster and faster. She could feel that Murasama's special attack ability against cursed spirits had become stronger. Previously, cutting grade 2s was a bit strenuous, but now it was as easy as cutting paper. The ability to sever cursed energy had also grown stronger. Some long-range attacks with insufficient power could be dispersed with a casual swing of her blade. Before long, the last moth cursed spirit shrieked in dove, scattering scales laced with hypnotic powder. Mishiro jumped back half a step, and Murasama swung up from bottom to top, slicing the moth open from abdomen to back. The courtyard went quiet. The place was a mess. The corpses of over 30 cursed spirits stank to high heaven, but they quickly dissipated into the air. Mishiro stood in the center of the courtyard, leaning on her sword, and took a few deep breaths, slowly calming down. She looked at herself. Her clothes were torn in many places and seeping blood, but they were all superficial wounds that were already healing. The cursed energy within her body surged. It was nearly 30% more than when she arrived. Murasama felt slightly warm in her hand, emitting a satisfied hum. She flicked the blood off the blade, making Murasama's blade gleaming once more, then she sheathed it. Using the cursed technique she had learned earlier, space cutting to clear out small fries, and fire to inflict additional damage or pin down enemies, it was more comfortable to use than she had imagined. Combined with Murasama's slashes and her body's adaptation, her clearing efficiency was much higher. Most importantly, with adaptation, she was no longer afraid of being swarmed. The more tricks they used, the faster she learned, and the easier things would be later on. Not a bad haul. She smiled slightly, then turned and walked out of the shrine. Clearing out this big wave should relieve the pressure around the school for a day or two. But the fluctuations from the finger were still growing stronger, the next wave would only be larger. Then she would leave it to Tokyo Jujutsu High to bring people to handle it. It would probably be within these next 2 days. Returning to her apartment, Mishiro took a shower and changed into loungewear. She stretched, her long, silver hair cascading down once more, carrying a hint of lazy beauty. Mishiro climbed onto the sofa and curled up, taking out her phone. There was one unread message online, with a pink cartoon tiger as the profile picture. Mishiro tapped on the pink tiger avatar to see what Yuji had sent her. Yuji. Kujo-senpai. There seemed to be a strange noise near the back of the school during training today, but I went to check and there was nothing. Grandpa said I should tell you if anything happens. I hope I'm not bothering you. The message was sent 2 hours ago, exactly when she was clearing the shrine. Mishiro looked at the emoticon, her expression becoming somewhat subtle. Emoticons. Who? That Itadori Yuji. Is line supposed to be cute? Mishiro rubbed her chin with her fair, delicate hand. Yuji is quite the contrast. Mishiro. You're not bothering me. Where at the back of the school? What kind of sound? As soon as she pressed send, she picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. The warm water went down her throat, and before she could swallow, the phone in her hand began to vibrate violently. The buzzing sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Cough, cough, a reply in seconds. Mishiro choked, covering her mouth and coughing a few times. The water almost spilled onto her hoodie. She patted her flat chest to catch her breath, her fair cheeks flushing with a hint of red. Yuji. Ah, senpai, you're done. It was over by the old shrine. There was a sound like metal clashing, but when I went there really was nothing. Mishiro looked up at the window. She had just returned from the old shrine not long ago. The metal clashing sound Itadori mentioned must have been the commotion from her fight with the cursed spirit. She was silent for a few seconds, thinking about how to reply. Mishiro. The old shrine is very dilapidated. It might be that some metal parts fell off. Don't go near there recently, be careful of collapse. Yuji. Okay. Understood. By the way, are you familiar with Sendai, senpai? Let me recommend some super delicious shops to you. The Sendai beef tongue and matcha latte are super great. The topic jumped really fast. 1 second they were talking about the strange noise at the back of the school, the next it jumped to food. Mishiro. No need. You watch your safety, go home on time, your grandfather will worry. But she had to admit, Yuji's message did whet her appetite. I'm craving sweets a bit. After sending the message, she stared at the 4 characters for matcha latte for 2 seconds, then turned over and lay on the sofa, her legs swaying gently in the air. Her silver hair slipped from her shoulder. She reached out to brush it aside, her fingertips hovering over the screen for a few seconds before she continued typing. Mishiro. Tell me anyway. Mishiro. Where is the dessert good? Mishiro thought for a moment and added another sentence. Mishiro. I won't eat beef tongue. After sending the message, she buried her face in the sofa cushion, her silver hair covering her reddened ear tips. It was a bit embarrassing. She had just said no need, and turned around to ask where it was good. But dessert was a different matter, she had loved sweets in her past and present life. Yuji. Oh. As for desserts, I know one. There's a shop called Kanmi Kamachi, in the shopping street near the school. The edamame milkshake and red bean soup with rice cakes are super delicious. I've been there before. Mishiro checked the time. It was 4 p.m. There was still some time before the cursed spirits became active at night, so there was time to go taste the dessert. Mishiro. Okay, send me the address, I'll go myself. Yuji. Okay. Then I'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Be careful on your way, senpai. So he meant eating together. Mishiro rubbed her forehead. She thought she was just getting an address, she didn't expect Itadori to interpret it as, let's go together, but that was fine too. I'll ask Yuji about the occult research club while I'm at it, she said softly, sitting up from the sofa. The occult research club incident was the starting point of everything. The club members broke the seal on the talisman containing Sukuna's finger, leading to the riot of cursed spirits. And to save them, Itadori swallowed that finger, becoming possessed by Sukuna from then on, his fate completely changed. The address was sent over quickly. Mishiro stood up, changed into a simple light-colored hoodie and skirt, tied her silver hair into twin tails, put on a baseball cap, and strapped the Murasama to her back. Before leaving, she stood by the window and looked towards the school. The fluctuation of cursed energy was a bit more obvious than in the morning, but it was still stable. Mishiro roughly sensed it, there shouldn't be an incident tonight. The tree-lined path from the apartment to the shopping street took only 4 or 5 minutes to walk. The April wind carried a chill, but the sunshine made people feel warm. You are my special Tilda. Humming a little tune, she walked slowly for 4 or 5 minutes, and Mishiro saw that Kanmi Kamachi shop. It was a small shop, the wooden sign looked somewhat aged. Warm yellow light shone out from the glass windows, and several dessert models were displayed in the showcase, crafted delicately and cutely. When Mishiro pushed the door open, the wind chimes jingled. There weren't many people in the shop, only 2 or 3 tables of customers. She saw the pink-haired tiger at the window seat playing with his phone at a glance, with 2 drinks already on the table. Itadori-kun. Mishiro walked over and greeted him. Ah, Kujo-senpai. Itadori immediately looked up, revealing a bright smile. Sit. Mishiro sat down opposite him, took off her hat, her twin tails swaying gently with the movement, the tips of her hair brushing against her shoulders. Itadori looked at the beautiful girl opposite him who was different from ordinary people, and then at the Dharma wheel above her head, stunned for a moment, but soon regained his composure. Does she wear it every time she goes out? Chunabu, he had heard of it. He couldn't destroy this child's worldview, it was better not to say anything. I've already ordered. This cup is an edamame milkshake, and this one is a matcha latte. Which one does senpai want to drink? I also ordered red bean soup with rice cakes, it'll be ready in a while. Itadori introduced enthusiastically. Even though it was only April and there was still a chill outside the window, Mashiro inexplicably felt the temperature rise while sitting here. This kind of naive enthusiasm made her a bit overwhelmed. Mashiro looked at the two drinks in front of her. The edamame milkshake had a pale green color with cream piled high, sprinkled with fine soybean flour on top. The matcha latte was dark green, the clear fragrance of matcha and the mellow aroma of the latte blending in the air, drifting out a pleasant scent. I'll drink the matcha. Mashiro thought for a while and still chose the matcha, pushing the edamame milkshake back in front of Itadori. This is for you. Okay. Itadori didn't stand on ceremony either, picking up the straw and poking it in, taking a big, satisfied sip. It's just too sweet for me, you girls should like it more. I don't like it too sweet either. Mashiro said, taking small sips of the matcha latte. The warm liquid slid over her petite tongue, the sweetness was moderate, and the unique slight bitterness of the matcha and the milky aroma were well balanced. It's good, she said honestly. Right. Itadori smiled even more happily. The matcha in this shop is specially imported from Kyoto by the owner, who says it's directly supplied from tea gardens in Uji, very authentic. 2 bowls of red bean soup with rice cakes soon arrived. The white jade rice cakes were soft and glutinous, and the red bean soup was boiled down to a dense consistency, steaming hot. Mashiro ate slowly with a spoon, scooping up a piece of rice cake, blowing on it, and putting it into her mouth. The soft rice cake melted on the tip of her tongue, and the sweetness of the red beans wrapped around her taste buds. She ate in small bites, her gaze occasionally sweeping over Itadori opposite her. Unlike Mashiro, the boy ate in a hearty manner. He scooped up a big spoonful, blew on it twice, and put it into his mouth, chewing in big mouthfuls, occasionally letting out a satisfied sigh, but somehow it didn't make people feel rude. Itadori-kun. Mashiro put down her spoon and smiled slightly. Itadori looked up from the milkshake, a ring of cream stained around his mouth. He subconsciously wiped it with the back of his hand, but didn't wipe it clean. A bit of white cream still remained at the corner of his mouth. Mashiro looked at him like that, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became more obvious. Did you join a club at school? I did. The Occult Research Club. Itadori replied immediately, his eyes shining. Why did you ask that, senpai? So he joined. Then Fushiguro Megumi should have arrived in Sendai too, looking for the whereabouts of Sukuna's finger, and Itadori's grandfather is also about to. Sighing softly in her heart, Mashiro stirred the red bean soup with her spoon and asked casually, Occult Research Club. What do you research? School ghost stories. Yeah, our school is a bit old, so there are tons of ghost stories. Itadori became interested, leaning forward slightly. Like the piano that plays by itself at midnight, the portrait in the art room that blinks, and the footsteps in the old school building. Why did you join? Mashiro looked at him. You don't look like the type who is particularly interested in the supernatural. Well, Itadori scratched his head and smiled a bit embarrassedly. Actually, at first, Sasaki-senpai and Aguchi-senpai pulled me in, saying I have good physical strength, and in case we encounter any danger while investigating, I can help. I thought if I could help others, I would join. He paused, his smile fading, and the club activities aren't mandatory, so I can go take care of Grandpa when I'm free. Besides, Grandpa used to always nag that when you have the ability to help someone, even if you don't get thanks, you should help. I think he's right. Mashiro's fingers gently rubbed against the spoon handle. Itadori was just such a person, valuing others more than caring about himself. Any activities recently? She ate a bite of rice cake and asked vaguely. Recently. Itadori thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Actually, the upperclassmen have been especially excited lately, wanting to study that box. Box. Yeah, I found it before, and seeing they were interested, I gave it to them. Itadori drank the last sip of the milkshake and licked his lips, his expression somewhat helpless. A pretty old wooden box with strange talismans pasted on it, sealed tightly. They said they would study it at night, but it's probably just the usual fakes. This should be Sukuna's finger. Should I take that thing away? No, it won't do. Itadori needs to encounter danger and swallow the finger, then come into contact with Gojo Satoru and join Jujutsu High. If I take it away, the change will be too big. Mashiro thought for a while and gave up the idea of taking it. Studying at night. Don't you think it's dangerous? It is a bit dangerous, Itadori smiled, but his eyes were very serious. That's why I have to go even more. Grandpa said that some things, when you see them, you can't pretend you didn't see them. And I think many things are just scaring yourself, it's better to figure it out. If. Mashiro put down her spoon, leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice, and said in a faint terrifying tone, what if it's not just scaring yourself? What if there really are ghosts? Itadori was stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed a sunny smile. Can't just leave it alone, right? He said it as a matter of course. Thinking of the pain Itadori Yuji would suffer later, Mashiro couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. Mashiro lowered her head and finished the last bite of rice cake. The sweetness of the red bean soup melted on the tip of her tongue, but there was a faint bitter aftertaste when she swallowed. She wiped her mouth and said softly, truly worthy of being his grandson. Hee, right. Itadori was a bit embarrassed by the compliment and rubbed the back of his head. The two chatted about other things. Itadori talked about the interesting things in the club, the fuss of the upperclassmen, and that although his grandfather's health wasn't good, his spirit was still quite good. Most of the time, Mashiro just listened with a smile and responded occasionally. They chatted for so long, yet Itadori never asked about her background once, didn't ask why she came to Sendai, didn't ask why his grandfather would say to find her if anything happened. He just naturally accepted her appearance here, accepted the identity of the granddaughter of Grandpa's friend, and treated her with kindness. The spoon unconsciously drew circles at the bottom of the bowl. Although this was exactly her goal, this kind of defenseless trust made Mashiro feel a bit complicated. Senpai. Itadori suddenly spoke. Do you have something on your mind? Itadori looked at her, his eyes very straightforward. I feel like you've been worrying about something. Mashiro looked up, meeting his gaze, and the air was quiet for a few seconds. His eyes reflected Mashiro's own reflection, a silver-haired girl with an always calm expression, but her crimson eyes always carried heaviness and fatigue. No. She averted her gaze, picked up the cup, and took a sip. The matcha had already cooled slightly. Just thinking about things. Oh. Itadori nodded, didn't pursue the question, and revealed a refreshing smile. Then if Senpai has any troubles, you can tell me. Although I might not be able to help, listening is fine. Thank you. When checking out, Mashiro wanted to pay, but Itadori firmly refused. I invited you, Senpai, and I'm a guy, how can I let a girl pay? He took out his wallet, his movements so fast that Mashiro didn't even react. Definitely not wanting to freeload, definitely not. When they walked out of the shop, the sky was already a bit dark, and the streetlights along the street turned on one by one. Let me walk you back, Senpai. Itadori said. No need, it's very close. Mashiro shook her head. You watch your safety going home. Okay. Then be careful on the way, Senpai. Itadori waved at her and turned to walk in the other direction. Itadori. Mashiro called him. Itadori was called and was somewhat confused. Mashiro looked at him, opened her mouth, and closed it again. She originally wanted to say, your grandfather doesn't have much time left, wanted to say, a person named Fushiguro Megumi will come to find you in 2 days, and wanted to say, you will face unimaginable monsters. But those words were stuck in her throat, and in the end, what she said was just a vague reminder. In the last 2 days, someone might find you. You should listen carefully to what he says. Mashiro looked into his eyes, hesitated for a while, but still didn't say anything about his grandfather, and, be careful. Itadori blinked, then nodded seriously. I know, Senpai, you be careful too. He smiled, turned around, and started running. His pink hair was even more conspicuous under the dim streetlights. See you tomorrow. Running a few steps, Itadori subconsciously looked back. Under the street lamp, the silver-haired girl was still standing there, looking in the direction he left, her shadow covered by the tree shade. On that face that usually had no expression, at this moment, it was shrouded in a layer of deep worry, her brows slightly furrowed, and her lips pressed into a straight line. But the dim light blurred her silhouette, making it unclear to Itadori Yuji. Seeming to notice his gaze, the expression on Mashiro's face quickly faded, returning to her usual appearance. See you tomorrow. She raised her hand to gently press the brim of her hat, said softly, and then turned to walk in the opposite direction from him, her back soon disappearing from view. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Jujutsu Kaisen, Mahoraga doesn't want a weakling mindset. Part 2. 6 p.m., Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital, hospital room. Itadori Yuji bought a bouquet of flowers after school and arrived at the hospital. When he pushed open the door to the room, his grandfather was already awake. I told you not to come, yet you keep buying flowers, his grandfather said, sitting on the hospital bed with an impatient look. Itadori curled his lip and placed his school bag on the chair by the wall. Isn't it the same as usual? He walked to the window, picked up the vase, took out the wilted old flowers, and carefully replaced them with the new ones. The flowers aren't for you, anyway. They're for the nurse. That makes it even more unnecessary. The old man snorted, finally turning his head. You should be going to your club activities instead of running over here all the time. It ended at 5. Itadori retorted, taking an apple and a paring knife out of his bag. He sat on the chair by the bed, which gave a slight creak. How are you feeling today? Is the coughing any better? Just so, his grandfather mumbled, though his gaze remained fixed on Yuji's face. Yuji. Yeah. Itadori didn't look up, focusing on the apple in his hands. The peel hung down, swaying slightly above the trash can. Have you seen that Kujo girl since then? Itadori paused his peeling. He looked up at his grandfather and nodded. Yeah, we had dessert together yesterday afternoon. Why? It's nothing. The old man looked away, back out the window, where the sunset was casting its final glow. He was silent for a few seconds before adding, his voice lower, did she say anything to you? She told me to be careful. Itadori answered honestly, cutting the peeled apple into uniform pieces on a plate and inserting toothpicks. She also said someone might look for me recently and told me to listen to what they have to say. Grandpa, who exactly is Kujo? Is she the granddaughter of one of your old friends? It doesn't feel like it. Wasuke Itadori was silent for a long time. The ticking of the monitor rang rhythmically in the room, keeping the air from freezing over. She carries a heavy burden, she is a pitiful child. The old man spoke slowly, his gaze passing over Itadori to the setting sun outside. You are luckier than her. Itadori blinked, not fully understanding. Grandpa, is there something you haven't told me? The old man withdrew his gaze and looked at his grandson. Those eyes, no longer as clear and sharp as they once were, held an emotion Itadori had never seen before. Yuji, Kujo is younger than you, but she is far more mature. She will protect you. The old man paused, instructing him solemnly, however, if possible, you must protect her, too. What are you talking about? Yuji Itadori scratched his head, but his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Listen carefully, there is one last thing I must tell you. The old man's voice suddenly became clear and strong. He looked straight into his grandson's eyes. This was the most important thing. You are strong. You must save others. Itadori stopped what he was doing and listened intently. Within your power is enough. Save as many as you can. It's okay to be lost, and don't mind if you don't receive thanks. In short, you must strive to save more people. The old man caught his breath, his hand slowly rising to press against his chest. You must die surrounded by others. The room was terrifyingly quiet. Sometimes, helping others means you have to walk a difficult path yourself. You might get hurt, you might lose everything, and you might even die. I know, Grandpa. Itadori took a deep breath and said softly, but if it's something that must be done, no matter how hard it is, I have to do it, right? Wasuke Itadori looked at him for a long time. Then, a proud smile slowly appeared on that wrinkled face. Ah, he said, slowly closing his eyes. Go. Do what you believe is right. Don't forget your grandfather's words. Yeah. Itadori nodded firmly. I won't forget. Wasuke Itadori turned to his side and whispered, his voice so low that even Yuji couldn't hear it. I'm counting on you, child of the Kujo clan. Grandpa. Grandpa. Mishiro sat on the apartment sofa, closing her eyes to sense the fluctuations of cursed energy outside. The aura of Sukuna's finger had grown stronger again, and the cursed spirits nearby were stirring. Ding. The line notification sounded, and a red 1 popped up on the pink tiger avatar. She had a hunch and opened the chat. Yuji. Senpai. Yuji. Grandpa is gone. Yuji. Just now, at the hospital. 3 messages, sent in succession. No emojis, no exclamation marks, not even a period at the end of the sentences, everything was written formally, unlike the usual Yuji Itadori. She could feel his painful heart through the text. Mishiro stared at the screen. The room was very quiet, she could hear the birds chirping outside. She thought of the sharp-eyed old man in the hospital room, remembered his final entrustment, and recalled him saying, I'm counting on you. She typed, deleted, and typed again. Her finger hovered over the screen for 2 seconds. In the end, she sent only a few short words. Mishiro, I'm coming right over. When Mishiro arrived at the hospital, the sun had completely set. The hallway was quiet, save for the lights at the nurse station in the distance and the faint sound of voices. Mishiro's footsteps were light, her sneakers made almost no sound on the floor. The door to the room was ajar. She stood at the entrance, her hand hovering over the doorknob, not entering immediately. If Itadori were crying, her entering would only make him embarrassed. Light filtered through the door gap, cold and harsh, but no crying could be heard. She pushed the door open. Itadori Yuji was standing by the hospital bed with his back to her. He stood very straight, his shoulders tense. The collar of his uniform was a bit crooked, likely from rushing back and forth, with no time to fix it. Hearing the door open, Itadori slowly turned around. His eyes were very red. There were no tear tracks, just severely dry. Seeing Mishiro, he opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, he only called her name, Senpai. Mishiro walked into the room and closed the door gently behind her. Her gaze swept over the hospital bed. The body had already been taken away, and the belongings Itadori had organized were placed neatly on the bed. When did it happen? She asked, her voice calm. About 20 minutes ago. A hoarse voice came. After he said his last words, he didn't wake up again. These need to be taken away, right? Mishiro asked, looking at the belongings on the bed, her tone softening. Yeah. Itadori nodded, his gaze falling on the pile of things before quickly moving away. There are still some procedures to handle. I'll go with you. Mishiro nodded and said. Itadori looked up at Mishiro's calm eyes and finally just nodded. Mishiro put the belongings into a bag and carried it on her back. Then she turned and patted Itadori gently. Let's go, to handle the procedures. For the next hour, Mishiro stayed by Itadori's side. At the nurse station, a young nurse handed over various documents and explained them one by one. Itadori lowered his head to fill out forms and sign his name, his fingers trembling slightly at times. Mishiro stood half a step away from him, watching silently. After the nurse finished explaining the last item and put away the documents, she looked at Itadori hesitantly. Are you okay? This kind of thing, it's my first time too. Itadori's voice was a bit hoarse. He paused, organizing his words. It doesn't feel real yet. He returned the pen to the nurse, his finger brushing against the paper, leaving a small ink smudge. But, if I'm always moping, Grandpa will be angry. He took a deep breath, his shoulders rising and falling. I will smile and turn him into ashes. The nurse froze for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more. Walking out of the hospital building, the night wind rushed to meet them. April nights still carried a chill. The wind blew into his collar, so Mishiro zipped her jacket to the top. Her silver hair was blown up by the wind, and she reached out to gather it. Itadori was only wearing his school uniform jacket with a thin t-shirt underneath. When the wind blew, the hem of his jacket fluttered. Are you cold? She glanced at him and asked. Itadori shook his head. I'm fine. Mishiro glanced at the jacket he was wearing that couldn't block the wind at all, but said nothing. She just slowed her pace a little, positioning herself to block the direction the wind was coming from, even though her slim figure didn't serve much actual purpose. The two walked back along the street. The light from the street lamps cast onto the sidewalk, alternating between light and dark. Itadori looked lifelessly at the traffic on the road. Occasionally, a car would drive by, its headlights dragging two moving beams of light onto the ground, only to disappear quickly. Reaching the intersection, the light was red, and the two stood still. Itadori suddenly spoke. Senpai. Yeah, Grandpa said at the end, you must die surrounded by others. His voice was much lower than usual, as if he were saying it to himself. He also said, don't be like him. Mishiro looked at the red numbers counting down in front, not speaking, just listening quietly. But I feel like Grandpa didn't leave alone. Itadori raised his head, looking at the street lamp across the way. At the very end, I was by his side. Just now, the doctor came, and the nurse helped too. Now, you're here, Senpai. He turned his head to look at Mishiro. The light from the street lamp fell on his face, and a faint glimmer reappeared in those red, swollen eyes. So, Grandpa wasn't as lonely as he said he was, right? Mishiro met his gaze, was silent for 2 seconds, and then nodded gently. Yeah, she said. He wasn't alone. The green light turned on, and the two crossed the crosswalk. After walking a dozen steps, Itadori spoke again. Senpai. Yeah, in the future, will I not have any family left? The question was very soft, as if he were afraid to hear the answer. She continued to walk forward, her pace steady, making light sounds on the sidewalk. The street lamp stretched and shortened her shadow, shortened and then stretched it. I don't have family. She finally spoke, her tone flat, as if the topic were today's weather. From the moment I had memories, I have been alone. Living alone, doing everything alone. No one is waiting for me to go back, and no one tells me what kind of person I should become. Itadori looked at her, a bit surprised. So I've never really known what it feels like between family members. Mashiro didn't stop walking. Watching you and your grandfather, I felt a little envious. She stopped and turned around. Her silver hair fluttered slightly in the night wind, and her red eyes were dyed with a warm light from the street lamp. Her expression was still calm, but it held a bit more emotion. Your grandfather entrusted you to me, she said. Itadori opened his eyes slightly wider. That day, the first time I went to see him. Mashiro continued. Until you find new family, or until you can stand on your own, I will be here with you. Her voice was very soft, but every word was transmitted clearly into Itadori's heart. The wind blew from the end of the street, rolling up a few dead leaves that swirled around their feet. This is a promise between me and your grandfather, and it is also a promise I make to you. She raised her hand and tucked the silver hair falling by her ear behind it. She looked into Itadori's eyes, those red, dry, tired, but still shining eyes. Mashiro reached out her hand and smiled slightly. You are not alone, Yuji. Itadori carefully examined the hand the petite girl had extended. There were a few scabbed over old scars on the knuckles, and the nails were neatly trimmed. What should he say? Should he say thank you, or okay, or senpai, your hands are so small? He should have responded with something, but his throat felt blocked by something, and he couldn't make a sound. It wasn't because of sadness. When his grandfather passed, the feeling blocking his chest was pain, like being hit by a boulder. The thing blocking his chest now was different. It was just as heavy, but it made him feel warm. He remembered the first time he saw her at the hospital. The silver-haired girl stood by his grandfather's bed, looking back at him, her eyes so calm they didn't look like a child's. He had thought at the time that this person had an indescribable sense of distance, as if she were looking at the world through glass. The message she sent when she asked him where there was good dessert online was very short, so short that he could tell she was hesitating. He was secretly smiling while holding his phone back then. Later at the dessert shop, the way she drank her matcha latte was very serious, and her twin tails were very cute. She always walked on the outside, always lagged half a step behind, and always observed everything quietly with those red eyes. She had never talked about herself. Not even once. But now she had no family, never had any. She said it so flatly that it took Itadori several seconds to react to what he had heard. And then she said, you are not alone. Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, Mashiro tilted her head and waved her hand in front of him. My hand is getting tired. Itadori came to his senses, shook that hand, and then let go. He looked at Mashiro. Her silver hair had been blown loose by the night wind, sticking to her cheeks. The light from the street lamp shone from behind her, plating her silhouette with a thin layer of color. Let's go. She turned around and walked forward, her pace not fast, her silver hair swaying gently behind her. Itadori stood in place, watching her back. He remembered how she looked when she turned around just now, the movement of her raising her hand to tuck her hair, the silver hair sliding from her fingertips and then being covered by the falling strands. Under the street lamp, those red eyes were beautiful. It wasn't a particularly special scene, but he felt he would remember it for a long time. Let's go. Mashiro urged without looking back. Itadori snapped out of it, stepped forward, and caught up in a few strides. Senpai. Yeah, every year on your birthday from now on, I'll bake you a cake. No need. I'll make a super-sized one, filled with strawberries. Are you listening to me? Then what flavor do you like, senpai? Mashiro didn't answer, just walked faster. Itadori chased after her, laughing out loud. The night wind blew for another while. Shortly after the bell rang at 5 p.m. at Sugasawa 3rd High School in Miyagi Prefecture. Itadori Yuji walked out of the school gate alone with his backpack on his back, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. He had just cremated his grandfather that morning. The ceremony was simple, attended only by the staff, his seniors, and himself. The urn was currently being kept at the Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital, and he needed to go retrieve it. What are the seniors doing right now? This thought suddenly popped into his head, remembering the scene from last night still made his ears burn. No, since when did I become so weak? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out to see a line message from his senior, Sasaki. Senior Sasaki, Itadori-kun. Tonight at 10, in the club room, we're going to break the seal on that thing today. Itadori looked at the message on the screen and thought for a moment before replying. Itadori, sorry, I have something to do today. How about tomorrow? After sending the message, his senior replied quickly. Senior Sasaki, number worries, no worries, Iguchi and I are fine on our own. They're really excited. Itadori twitched the corner of his mouth and put his phone away. That's fine, he really wasn't in the mood today, he hadn't brought his grandfather's ashes home yet. He would go ask them tomorrow if they had encountered anything real. He exhaled, the white puff of air dissipating into the chilly atmosphere. It was already April, yet it was still so cold. Itadori tightened his collar and headed toward the hospital. At the Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital, Itadori completed the formalities and took the urn from the staff member. The urn was not large, nor was it heavy, he held it with both hands, his fingers gripping it tightly. This was the last thing his grandfather had left behind. He thought. After the flames were extinguished, the final weight of a person was surprisingly so little, reduced to a small handful of dust contained within an exquisite vessel. Mr. Itadori, please accept my condolences, the staff member said softly. Thank you. Itadori snapped back to reality, nodded, and turned to leave the hospital while holding the urn. Just then, he heard footsteps. Steady footsteps approached him at a leisurely pace. You are Itadori Yuji, right? Itadori looked up toward the source of the voice. A boy in a black uniform with a unique hairstyle stepped out from the shadows and stopped a few paces in front of him. I am Fushiguro from Jujutsu High. I apologize, but we don't have much time. His expression was cold, his gaze sharp as he stared straight at Itadori. The cursed object you are in possession of is very dangerous. Hand it over to me immediately. Cursed object. Itadori frowned. What do you mean? Itadori remembered Mashiro's words. Someone might come looking for you soon. Could it be this person? Fushiguro stepped forward 2 paces, took out his phone, and opened his photo album. You have this, don't you? Huh. Itadori leaned in and looked closely. Isn't this the box I found? Yes, I found this. He nodded. I don't really mind, but since my seniors like it, you have to at least give me a reason, right? Sigh. Fushiguro rubbed his head and sighed, then explained the relationship between curses and cursed objects to Itadori. Itadori's expression also grew grave. They said they were going to break the seal at school tonight. Is that not good? Fushiguro's expression darkened completely. It's more than just, not good. They will die. He turned around immediately, his movements clean and decisive. Lead the way. Hurry. Itadori looked at the urn in his hands and gritted his teeth. Grandfather, this is an emergency. I'm sorry. Itadori didn't hesitate any longer, he placed the urn at the nurse's station. Sorry, I'll come back to get this tomorrow. After saying that, he ran toward the school, his speed fast, and he caught up with Fushiguro Megumi in an instant. At the same time, Mashiro was standing on the rooftop of the school building. She closed her eyes, her cursed energy surging like a tide, silently enveloping the entire club room. She could clearly perceive every move inside the club room. All right. It's finally open. The candlelight flickered, illuminating Sasaki's face and witnessing her expression shift from excitement to terror. A human finger. Is it real? Above them, a black shadow pressed down silently, and a cursed spirit attacked. Space cutting. Mashiro did not hesitate to act, using invisible cursed energy to slice through the cursed spirit, blocking the first wave of attacks for them. Sorry, I can't save you right now, but I guarantee you won't die. She muttered to herself, mobilizing her cursed energy once more to secretly open an escape route for the two of them. She was waiting for Fushiguro and Itadori to arrive. Before long, while she was clearing out the small fry and secretly protecting the two of them, Fushiguro arrived with his Shikigami. Divine dogs, attack. He formed the hand sign for a dog with both hands, and the two canine-shaped Shikigami lunged forward, biting the cursed spirits blocking their path to death from the left and right. Good, they're finally here. Mashiro withdrew her cursed energy, concealed her presence, and hid herself in the darkness, waiting for Itadori's awakening. What am I afraid of? Itadori slammed his leg hard, his grandfather's words echoed in his ears once more. You are strong, you must help others. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The next second, he dashed and vaulted into the school. Where are they now? Itadori ran, his ears catching the commotion inside the school building. There they are. He lowered his center of gravity, pushed off with his legs, and crashed through the glass like a cannonball. Itadori. That guy named Fushiguro looked like an idiot, what was there to be surprised about? Itadori didn't answer, he twisted his body in midair and delivered a fierce kick to the cursed spirit, saving Sasaki and Iguchi. The cursed spirit let out a deafening roar and charged at them in a rage. Although I want to ask why you came, that was well done. Fushiguro stepped forward to intercept the cursed spirit, his cursed technique flashing in his hand, successfully exercising it. He bent down to pick up the cursed object from the ground, his expression grave. This is the finger of Ryomen Sukuna. Before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling suddenly shattered. A more powerful cursed spirit pressed down from above, its massive form filling the entire corridor. Run! Fushiguro pushed Itadori away, but he himself was grabbed tightly by the locust-like cursed spirit. New. Fushiguro gritted his teeth, trying to summon his Shikigami, but the cursed spirit didn't give him any chance to catch his breath, smashing him hard against the wall. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Cough. The cursed spirit was relentless, and with a loud boom, it slammed Fushiguro right out of the school building, sending debris flying and filling the air with dust. Are you okay? Itadori punched the cursed spirit back temporarily and reached Fushiguro's side. It's useless. People without cursed energy can't kill cursed spirits. What's that supposed to mean? Then as long as I have cursed energy, it'll be enough, right? His gaze fell on the withered finger on the ground. Without hesitation, he bent down, picked it up, and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after, a violent surge of cursed energy erupted from within him. Mishiro leaned against the wall, her crimson eyes emitting a faint glow in the darkness as she stared intently at everything unfolding across from her. Her cursed energy perception had reached its limit the moment Itadori swallowed the finger. When that surge of cursed energy erupted, even though she was prepared, her heart still contracted violently and uncontrollably. After waiting for so long, it was finally here. She whispered, her tone carrying unconcealable trembling and excitement. The strongest in history, the four-armed overlord, the two-faced one, the king of curses, the lone shark, the one who knows only absolute loneliness and love, the one who taught you space cutting. The king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna. The night wind howled through the damaged school building, whipping up dust and smoke. Itadori, oh no, now it was Ryomen Sukuna. He slowly straightened up, joints that had slept for a millennium readapting to movement. He raised his hand, examining his palm in the moonlight, opening and closing his fingers to confirm his resurrection. Then, a grin stretching to his ears appeared on his face, a mad, joyous smile that looked even more terrifying on Itadori's usually sunny face. As expected. He let out a sigh of satisfaction. The moonlight is only truly enjoyable when felt with a physical body. He rotated his neck, his cervical vertebrae cracking audibly, his gaze sweeping over Fushiguro Megumi, who lay slumped in the rubble, blood spilling from his nose and mouth, struggling to rise. He curled his lip, he couldn't even be bothered to step over a Jujutsu sorcerer of this caliber. HMPH, the flesh of cursed spirits is too boring. He spread his arms, looking toward the distant residential area, and laughed out loud. How wonderful, to slaughter them all. But, before that, his arrogant laughter stopped without warning. He turned his head, his gaze crossing the dilapidated school building to lock onto the edge of the rooftop on the opposite building. Although it looked empty, in Sukuna's perception, someone was standing there. They had been observing him unscrupulously since he first manifested, their cursed energy fluctuations abnormally steady, as if they were not at all surprised by his appearance. Oh. The corners of Sukuna's mouth curled up again, crimson markings glowing faintly on the side of his face. This is actually interesting. He completely ignored the heavily injured Fushiguro Megumi at his feet, his attention entirely focused on that rooftop. Watching for so long, Sukuna's voice rose, clearly carrying into the distance with the playfulness of a cat toying with a mouse. Aren't you going to come out and say hello, you little mouse hiding in the shadows? On the edge of the rooftop, in the shadows. Mishiro's breath, at the moment Sukuna's gaze swept over, still inevitably held for a few seconds. She had been discovered, even though she hadn't intended to hide. Her crimson pupils contracted slightly in the shadows. She could feel Sukuna's cursed energy carelessly sweeping over the area where she was located. Her heart pounded heavily in her chest, her fighting spirit was completely ignited, but it was firmly suppressed by reason. That was Ryomen Sukuna. Her instinct to fight was roaring, and a tingling sensation spread from her fingertips. She had to use all her strength to control herself so she wouldn't immediately rush out, deliver a thunderous declaration, and start a Jujutsu battle right then and there. But the next moment, another, even greater fluctuation of cursed energy came from afar. That undisguised cursed energy, it was Gojo Satoru. Realizing that Gojo Satoru was on his way, her lips could no longer be controlled, and a smile appeared. Then let's do it. Gojo Satoru would be here soon, there was a backup plan. To have a one-on-one with the strongest in history in front of the strongest of the modern era, what a stroke of luck. Besides, she simply couldn't endure it, the thrill seeping from her bones when facing such a thing. Mishiro stepped out from the shadows. The moonlight spilled onto her, illuminating the Dharma wheel above her head, her long silver hair, her cold little face, and those crimson eyes that seemed to burn like flames in the night. Mouse. She spoke, her voice not loud, but it carried clearly through the wind. I was just observing the supporting character on stage, you're performing quite diligently. 2. Tall. Vic. Tori. Mishiro was intoxicated by this excitement. The air went silent for a moment. Fushiguro Megumi looked up in disbelief, staring at the silver-haired figure on the rooftop. Who is she? When was she there? She had cursed energy, but it felt very strange. More importantly, what was she saying to that monster? The smile on Sukuna's face widened, and the fluctuations of his cursed energy became increasingly violent. Supporting character. He repeated the word. A bit interesting, brat. You don't take me seriously at all. Your time is running out, she said. The protagonist is entering the stage now. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, his interest in Mishiro intensifying. What does that mean? Sukuna laughed lowly, his shoulders shaking, his laughter filled with thick mockery. He raised his left arm and pointed at Mishiro. Just based on someone like you who hides in the shadows and only knows how to play some small try. His voice stopped abruptly. Mishiro on the rooftop had disappeared. The next moment, the air to the rear left of Sukuna emitted a sharp screech as if torn by a sharp object. A silver arc of light appeared without warning, slashing toward the left arm he had just raised. The blade's light was condensed to the extreme, without a shred of cursed energy leaking out. The edge that could sever everything was entirely contained within that arc, as thin as a cicada's wing. You are the challenger, that is what I meant. Mishiro's fighting spirit soared, and her desire to perform rose straight up. The gorgeous, graceful, and swift slash arrived in an instant. Sukuna's crimson pupils contracted suddenly, but he did not dodge. He only slightly turned his arm, coating it in cursed energy to forcibly withstand Mishiro's attack. Clang! The explosive sound of metal clashing mixed with the cracking sound of space tearing apart. The cursed energy condensed on Sukuna's arm was split by a fissure, and the silver blade's light, its momentum undiminished, grazed his skin, leaving a wound. To be able to do this much, state your name. Sukuna said, but his counterattack began the moment the wound appeared. He didn't even look in the direction the slash came from, his free right hand waving backward casually. Boom. The cursed energy, compressed to the extreme, exploded, instantly crushing a large area behind him into powder. The shockwave spread, and dust and smoke rose into the sky. But Mishiro's figure was no longer there. Kujo Mishiro, the name that will bring you nightmares, you'd better remember it well. She appeared on top of a broken wall 20 meters away, standing proudly, Murasama pointing diagonally at the ground, the Dharma wheel above her head spinning into a blur. HMPH, although your speed is not bad, you're just a brat who talks big. Sukuna turned slowly, raised his left hand, and looked at the wound on his arm, which was being rapidly repaired by surging cursed energy. He licked his lips, his smile becoming ferocious. The blade is also not bad. That annoying feeling, is it a special grade cursed tool? He looked at Mishiro, striking a pose, his killing intent permeating the air. I've changed my mind. It's more interesting to tear you apart with my own hands. That's how it should be, Sukuna. An excited voice came, completely unaffected by Sukuna's killing intent. On the broken wall, Mishiro gracefully spun around, her silver hair flying under the night sky, her crimson eyes holding a hint of madness, her arms spread toward Sukuna. Come on, let's dance to our heart's content in this bright moonlight. Before her words faded, Sukuna's figure suddenly blurred. It's coming. Mishiro twisted her body violently, her waist bending into a light arc. She slapped the ground with both hands, and the slash grazed the back of her neck, cutting off a few strands of flying silver hair. The second strike followed. She tapped her toes on the wall, her body floating up, and the broken wall beneath her feet crumbled. Mishiro flipped twice in the air, landing 10 meters away. Is that it? Sorry, you are the challenger. Then she bent over, her left hand lightly touching the ground, her right hand gripping the blade, and cursed energy poured into her legs. She kicked off the ground. The ground cracked, her figure disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Sukuna, her blade slashing upward. Shish. Murasama collided with a claw wrapped in pitch-black cursed energy, bursting with blinding sparks and a teeth-grinding friction sound. The immense force shattered the bricks and stones beneath her feet, and she used the momentum to slide backward. Are you scratching an itch for me? Sukuna's voice was like a ghost, he had appeared on her retreat path without her knowing. He opened his right hand, his palm aiming at her, his cursed energy shrinking into a blinding point of light. It's over, brat. It was clearly just the most basic emission of cursed energy, but when unleashed by Sukuna, its power and speed were terrifying. Mishiro's pupils constricted, she flicked her wrist, and a pillar of fire erupted from the body of Murasama, rushing straight at Sukuna's face. Take this strike from me. Wah! Sukuna blocked with both hands, and the pillar of fire dissipated. That gap was enough. Mishiro covered her body with cursed energy and took it head-on. Bang! The beam of cursed energy exploded, and the smell of steel and concrete mixed with a charred stench filled the air. Countless dust and smoke were stirred up again. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, and cursed energy gathered in his hand once more. The thick smoke dissipated, and there was no one there. Gone. No, above. Mishiro appeared above him, falling upside down, gripping Murasama with both hands, thrusting downward. The silver cursed energy was no longer contained, wrapping around the blade and burning into a stream of fire, drawing a brilliant arc of light in the night sky. Useless. Sukuna scoffed, not even looking up, just raising his hand casually. More massive cursed energy gathered in his palm, forming a constantly rotating pitch-black sphere. The power of this strike far exceeded the previous one. However, just at the moment his attack was about to form. Ah! Sukuna's body shook violently, and the mad smile on his face twisted suddenly. Bah! Tard! The teenager's angry voice came from within the body. Give my body back. It was Itadori Yuji. Mishiro immediately pulled back, the flames on the blade extinguished suddenly. Her body turned half a circle in the air, and she landed gracefully, taking 2 light steps before standing steadily. The composure on Sukuna's face disappeared completely, revealing an expression of surprise. He said to Itadori, "How are you still able to move?" "It was my body to begin with." Sukuna felt his consciousness gradually sinking, unable to continue controlling this body. He stared fixedly at Mishiro. "Brat, you've saved your life." Mishiro looked at him and smiled mockingly. "It is you who saved your life. The king of curses, you're not all that. Next time we meet, I will definitely slaughter you." Sukuna left this last sentence, and his consciousness sank. The dust and smoke had not yet settled. Itadori Yuji knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. After Sukuna's consciousness receded, control of his body returned to him, but the residual violent cursed energy was still burning in his veins. Fushiguro Megumi leaned against a broken wall, clutching his ribs with his left hand, blood seeping out between his fingers. He stared at Itadori, his expression complex. He had never seen anyone who could regain control of their body after swallowing Sukuna's finger. Mishiro stood 10 meters away, Murasama already sheathed. She brushed the few strands of broken hair cut by Sukuna off her shoulder and dusted the grime off her sleeves, her movements unhurried. One must be fervent in battle, but elegance is timeless. The Dharma wheel above her head slowly stopped, and the fighting spirit burning in her eyes gradually extinguished, returning to a calm state. Itadori caught his breath, but his first instinct was not to check his own injuries, instead, he turned to look for Mishiro. Seeing her standing there, her tracksuit torn in a few places, her silver hair a bit shorter, but standing firm and steady, dusting off her sleeves. "Senior," he called out, his voice still trembling from the intense gasping, his tone filled with uncontrollable worry. He pushed himself up using his knees, his legs still a bit weak, and stumbled 2 steps toward Mishiro. "Are you okay? Did that guy hurt you anywhere? I couldn't control him earlier, and seeing him attack you, Yuji." Mishiro interrupted him. Itadori stopped in his tracks, his lips still parted. Mishiro looked at him, her crimson eyes glowing slightly in the moonlight, and said calmly, "I'm fine. Do you have any injuries?" Itadori froze for a moment, that calm gaze slowly quelled his emotions. He looked down at his hands, lifted his legs, "Seems, everything is fine." "That's good." After she finished, her gaze shifted away from him and landed on Fushiguro Megumi behind him. Itadori followed her gaze and turned back, realizing only then that Fushiguro was still injured, and immediately turned to run over and support him. Just then, a wave of spiritual pressure descended from the sky. A massive, unmasked source of cursed energy approached rapidly from high above. Mishiro looked up, her silver hair streaming backward in the airflow stirred by that cursed energy. "It's here." A figure dropped from the night sky, their posture as casual as if they were taking a stroll. White hair, a black blindfold, Jujutsu high uniform worn loosely, radiating an air of grandeur. Gojo Satoru, the strongest of the modern era. The moment he landed, the surrounding rubble was pushed away by the shockwave. He had his hands in his pockets, head tilted, his gaze sweeping over Fushiguro Megumi slumped on the ground, then at Itadori supporting Fushiguro, and finally landing on Mashiro. When that gaze landed on her, it lingered for a beat longer. Yo. Gojo Satoru spoke, his tone like someone running into an acquaintance at a convenience store. Megumi, didn't you say you were just here to retrieve a cursed object? How did it end up like this? Fushiguro Megumi gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but failed twice, eventually leaning against the wall and saying, an accident happened. We were attacked by a cursed spirit, and then he swallowed the finger. He tapped the Itadori beside him. For real. For real. Gojo Satoru walked up to Itadori, bent down, and peered closely, that black blindfold obscuring his expression. Itadori felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and just as he was about to say something, Gojo Satoru suddenly reached out and flicked him on the forehead. Ow. Itadori covered his forehead. What are you doing? Can you move? I can move. Then take 2 steps. Itadori didn't understand why, but he stood up and took 2 steps. He took 2 steps and stopped, turning back to look in Mashiro's direction, and after confirming she was still there, he withdrew his gaze. Gojo Satoru took in this scene without saying a word. He straightened his back, his tone still light. Interesting. You swallowed Ryomen Sukuna's finger and were still able to regain control of your body. What's your name? Itadori Yuji. Itadori Yuji. Gojo Satoru repeated it, waited 2 seconds, and then suddenly turned to Mashiro, and what about this little girl? The topic shifted without warning. Although his tone remained relaxed, Mashiro could feel that Gojo Satoru's attention had completely shifted to her. Is this my first clash with the strongest of the modern era? How interesting. Kujo Mashiro. She stated her name. Hello, Mr. Gojo Satoru. Kujo. Gojo Satoru tilted his head, seemingly recalling something, that Kujo clan. I seem to remember. It's gone. Mashiro finished for him, I should be the last one. Gojo Satoru didn't respond, he walked half a step around Mashiro, as if observing something interesting. Although his eyes were covered by the blindfold, his gaze had an incredibly strong presence. The moment it swept over her, Mashiro felt a shiver run down her spine. She frowned, and just as she was about to say something, he withdrew his gaze. Sorry, he stopped, but, your cursed technique is very strange. Is it related to the thing on your head? Mashiro did not avoid his question and replied with a pre-prepared explanation. My cursed technique allows me to understand and imitate other cursed techniques. The fire and space cutting I just used on Sukuna were learned from cursed spirits I encountered previously. Imitate. Gojo Satoru's tone rose slightly. Isn't that quite impressive? How many cursed techniques have you learned? I haven't counted. This answer made Gojo Satoru smile, a look of interest flashing in his eyes. Then why are you here? His tone grew just a bit heavier, bringing with it a sense of overwhelming pressure. Don't tell me you were just passing by. Itadori shivered and stepped in from the side, blocking in front of Mashiro. Senior is here for me. She is. Yuji. Mashiro called his name, interrupting him. Itadori immediately shut his mouth and turned his head to look at her. Mashiro looked at Gojo Satoru and answered concisely, here for him. Gojo Satoru's gaze wandered between the two. A pink-haired boy, subconsciously blocking in front. A silver-haired girl, who only needed to call his name to make him shut up. Interesting. You two. Gojo Satoru pulled his fingers out of his pockets and pointed between them. What's your relationship? Mashiro didn't answer immediately. She looked at Itadori in front of her. The wind on the rooftop blew over, lifting a corner of her hem. As a protector, how should she best phrase it? Mashiro thought for a moment, recalling what she said yesterday. Quote. I am his sister. Mashiro said. Although by age she should be the younger sister, where would she put her dignity? Itadori turned his head abruptly to look at her. Gojo Satoru's eyebrows raised slightly above his blindfold. Sister. You two don't look alike at all. Is that a problem? Mashiro's tone was devoid of fluctuation. She raised her eyes, her crimson pupils meeting Gojo Satoru's blindfold. Gojo Satoru looked at her, then at Itadori's face, which was written with, I don't know, don't ask me, I don't dare speak, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. It's fine. He laughed. Why wouldn't it be? Of course it's fine. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and patted Itadori's shoulder, with a bit more force than before. Itadori stumbled forward a small step, but Gojo Satoru's hand remained pressed on his shoulder. Student Itadori, your sister is quite impressive. He bent down and leaned close to Itadori's ear, clearly whispering, but his voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. She exchanged several moves with Sukuna, is still alive, and doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. This guy, he's saying that on purpose for her to hear, right? Mishiro pursed her lips, ignoring his provocation. Just wait, once she reaches special grade, she'll show off and make Gojo Satoru fly. Gojo Satoru straightened up, turned to Mishiro, his tone returning to a casual note. I will tell the higher-ups that Itadori Yuji will join Tokyo Jujutsu High under supervision. Does this sister have any objections? None, but I must be able to visit him at any time. No problem, you're welcome anytime, I'll leave a visitor spot for you in the records. He paused, then said, you don't seem surprised at all that Itadori is being taken by Jujutsu High. Mishiro looked at him, her calm face devoid of any expression. Her cold face had its advantages at times like this. I am surprised, you just didn't notice. Gojo Satoru froze for a beat, then genuinely laughed out loud. He had truly never seen such a unique girl. Interesting. He adjusted his blindfold. Next time we meet, let me see where the limit of your imitation lies. Ah, I'm also very curious about the cursed technique of the 6 eyes. I'll let you see it clearly. After saying that, he pulled Fushiguro up from the ground, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and walked a few steps toward the stairwell. Then, without looking back, he added, oh right, don't go around talking about tonight. Those old geezers in the higher-ups hate it when minors fight under their noses, especially with Sukuna. Got it. Gojo Satoru's figure disappeared into the stairwell. Fushiguro, being hoisted by him, faintly let out a muffled groan and a complaint. Don't drag me, my leg isn't broken yet. Only 2 people remained on the rooftop. Mishiro remained standing in place, not moving. Itadori turned to look at her. His expression was very strange, the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. Senior, he began, his voice a bit tight, you just said, sister. Shut up. Yes, sister. The pink-haired lad stood at attention. Mishiro turned her face away, looking down to fix a tear on her sleeve, her silver hair falling down to cover her profile. Your grandfather entrusted you to me, so I am your sister, don't worry about so much. Itadori froze for a moment. Then, he began, his voice still a bit tight, does that mean I have to call you sister from now on? As you wish. But, senior. When you told Mr. Gojo, I am his sister, just now, didn't you forget something? Mishiro looked up at him. Itadori's expression was very serious, but he was suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. He extended his index finger, pointing at himself, then at Mishiro. I, Itadori Yuji, 15 years old, first year of high school. Then his finger stopped in front of Mishiro. Senior, you. He paused, as if weighing his words. No matter how you look at it, you're not over 12, right? The air went quiet for a beat. Mishiro looked at him expressionlessly, her crimson eyes devoid of any ripple, but Itadori inexplicably felt a chill on the back of his neck. What do you want to say? I mean, Itadori scratched his head, grinning, returning to his usual carefree self. If I call you sister, others will think it's very strange. A 1.7 meter tall guy calling a 1.4 meter tall little girl a sister. No matter how you look at it, I look more like the older brother, right? 1.44 meters. Mishiro corrected. What difference does that make? Itadori Yuji. Mishiro put down her hand from fixing her sleeve and stood up straight. She was nearly 30 centimeters shorter than Itadori, but the presence with which she looked up at him didn't lose out at all. Your grandfather entrusted you to me, so the age ranking in this family is recalculated. Itadori froze. What do you mean? It means, Mishiro raised her leg and lightly kicked Itadori's leg, no matter how old I am the sister. But senior, how old are you exactly? 12. Itadori blinked. 12. His voice shot up, then he quickly lowered it, looked left and right, confirmed that Gojo Satoru had walked far away, and then leaned in a bit closer. Senior, are you really 12? I thought you were at least 14. Because I am more mature than you. I can't argue with that. Itadori scratched the back of his head, the expression on his face switching back and forth between shock and acceptance, finally settling on a sudden realization. So, you're not a classmate, not a senior, but 3 years younger than me. He stopped halfway through his sentence. The threat in those crimson eyes was enough to make him swallow the second half of his sentence. Sister. He obediently corrected himself. Mishiro withdrew the hand she had placed on his waist, ready to pinch him hard, her silver hair swaying gently with her turning motion. Silence lasted for a moment, the wind poured in from the gaps in the broken wall, blowing Itadori's school uniform hem, making it flap loudly. Sister Mashiro. The boy's clear voice came from behind. Mashiro stopped, not turning back. What? Nothing, just wanted to try out that title. Itadori smiled, rubbing his nose with the back of his hand, feels quite natural. She turned her head slightly, her crimson eyes half hidden by long eyelashes. Itadori Yuji, the future strongest, is now just an ordinary hot-blooded youth. She had no anchor point in her original world or this world. From childhood, she had been like a buoy drifting with the waves. Every quiet night, a trace of loneliness would occasionally arise. In this world, changing from now on is not a bad thing. As you like, Mashiro said softly. Then she walked down the rooftop steps, stopped when she passed by him, raised her foot, and kicked Itadori lightly again. This time, the spot she kicked was exactly the same, and the force was exactly the same. I'm leaving, I'll come see you again tomorrow. She turned and walked into the stairwell, her footsteps very light, her figure gradually fading into the distance. Itadori stood in place, patted the leg that had been kicked twice by Mashiro, and shouted toward the stairs, Sister Mashiro. The footsteps didn't stop, but an impatient voice came back, now what? Nothing, just wanted to call you that again. Itadori held onto the stair railing, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Eek! The next second, a small flame hit the stair railing, giving him a huge scare. HMPH. A triumphant laugh came, and then it completely disappeared. Itadori walked out of the stairwell, smiling, and headed toward the school gate. Gojo Satoru was leaning against the car door playing on his phone. Seeing him walk over, he looked up and swept a glance at him. Finished chatting. Yeah. Where's your sister? Left. Left. Then what are you smiling about? Gojo Satoru put away his phone, opened the car door, his tone carrying obvious teasing. Itadori climbed into the backseat, closed the door, and leaned back into the seat. Because, he said, suppressing a laugh, I have a younger sister who is older than me. What does that mean? Gojo Satoru glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Fushiguro, in the passenger seat, turned his head, looked at Itadori's expression which didn't seem like he was joking, and nodded knowingly. It seems swallowing a special grade cursed object has a greater impact on intelligence than imagined. What precious intelligence. Sister, older than you. Gojo Satoru repeated it, understood something, twitched his mouth, and didn't speak again. This pair of siblings is a bit of an oddity. Yeah. Itadori didn't say anything more and closed his eyes. Sister Mashiro, this title is indeed quite natural. Things that took a long detour to figure out now feel like they should have been called that from the start. Fatigue surged up at once, and Itadori fell into a deep sleep. Gojo Satoru glanced at him through the rearview mirror, thinking. Imitate cursed technique. He muttered to himself, the volume only loud enough for himself to hear, who are you trying to fool? The six eyes glowed slightly under the blindfold. The way that girl's cursed energy flows cannot be explained by a word like, imitate. Inside her body, it seems there is an independent and continuously operating analysis system. Cursed energy is constantly self-adjusting, reorganizing, and evolving. He cannot understand it. Kujo clan, never heard of such a cursed technique, never heard of such a person existing. Gojo Satoru looked up at the quiet moon outside the car window, his tone becoming increasingly light. Well, as long as she's not an enemy. She has no malice toward Itadori Yuji and is quite protective of him. I'll observe slowly. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car's speed increased. 9 a.m., Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital. Mashiro pushed open the glass door, and the smell of disinfectant rushed to meet her. She walked straight to the nurse's station. The night shift nurse was preparing to hand over her shift. Upon seeing her approach, the nurse offered a professional smile. Hello, may I ask? I'm here to collect Mr. Itadori's ashes, Mashiro said. They were left here last night. Yuji Itadori's grandfather. The nurse looked down to check the logbook. Yes, we have them. Itadori-kun said he would come to pick them up today. Are you his sister? The nurse didn't ask any further questions and turned to retrieve a white cloth wrapped jar from the storage locker. The white cloth was wrapped carefully, with the corners tucked in. It must have been wrapped by Itadori himself yesterday. Mashiro took it, holding it with one hand. It was lighter than she had imagined, and she carefully placed it into her bag. When she walked out of the hospital, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. She took out her phone and opened Line. The pink tiger avatar lay quietly at the very top of her chat list. The last message was from last night, where Itadori reported that he had arrived safely at Jujutsu High. Mashiro, leaving for Tokyo now. She then walked to the station, bought her ticket, and sat quietly in her seat. Soon, the train started, and the streetscape of Sendai accelerated backward. 1 week. She had only stayed in Sendai for less than a week, but many things had happened. Mishiro leaned back against the seat, closed her eyes to rest, and tapped her fingers unconsciously against her sword bag in rhythm. The train passed through a tunnel, and the light outside the window dimmed and then brightened again. Her phone vibrated once. Itadori, Sister Mishiro, you're coming to Tokyo. What time do you arrive? I'll come pick you up. Mishiro, no need, just wait at Jujutsu High. Itadori, then I'll send you the address. Actually, I haven't quite figured out where this place is either. Teacher Gojo drove me here last night, and I fell asleep on the way. Mishiro, I have the address. I'll contact you when I arrive. Itadori, okay. Near noon, the train arrived at Tokyo Station. Mishiro transferred to the subway, then took a bus, and it took over an hour to finally stand outside the main gate of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Stone steps extended upward, flanked by towering ancient trees. A wooden sign with the school's name hung at the entrance, the characters written in a neat hand. Mishiro looked up at the faint outline of the buildings visible at the top of the stone steps. The environment was actually better than she had imagined, at least there were many trees and the air was clean. It was just in a very remote location, it would probably take 20 minutes to walk to the nearest convenience store. She took out her phone to send a message. Less than a minute later, the sound of hurried footsteps came from above the stone steps. Itadori's figure appeared at the top of the steps, his pink hair even more conspicuous under the sunlight. Sister Mishiro. He jumped down the steps two at a time, rushed to a stop in front of Mishiro, his breathing slightly rapid, with a smile on his face. Then his gaze fell on the white cloth bundle in her arms, and his smile faltered for a beat. Quote. Is this your grandfather's ashes? Mishiro handed the jar over. You left it at the nurse's station yesterday, you forgot. Itadori took it with both hands, his fingers gently stroking the white cloth. Yesterday, he had walked out of the hospital holding this jar, and in the evening, he had left it at the nurse's station, only to never return. Thank you, he said, his eyes dimming slightly. Let's go inside first. Itadori pulled himself together, nodded, and walked ahead holding the urn, his pace much slower than when he had arrived. Mishiro followed behind, observing her surroundings. Jujutsu High was bigger than she had imagined. At the end of the stone steps was the school gate, passing through it led to an approach lined with tall cedar trees, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the branches. At the end of the approach were several traditional Japanese-style buildings with gray tiles and white walls, winding wooden corridors, and pine trees and a dry landscape garden in the courtyard. It was quite well built and maintained, as expected of an established jujutsu institution. Itadori led her into the residential area and pointed to a building on the left. The dorms are over here. Fushiguro and I live on the first floor, and Kugasaki lives on the second. I slept pretty well last night, the quilt was quite soft. Mishiro looked in that direction. The exterior walls had been renovated recently, the windows had aluminum frames, and the outdoor air conditioning units were neatly arranged along the side of the exterior wall. 2 ginkgo trees were planted in front of the building, their shade covering more than half of the entrance. It was indeed better than she had expected. Itadori's room was at the end of the first floor corridor. He pushed the door open to let Mishiro take a look. It was a 6-tatami mat Japanese-style room, fully equipped with a closet, a desk, and an individual air conditioner. The window faced south, and the lighting was good. It was far better than the dorms at an average school. Mishiro evaluated in her mind. Not bad at all, she said. Right. Itadori carefully placed the urn in the alcove, pressed his palms together to pray, and then turned around. Kugasaki was complaining last night that it looked like a haunted house, but I think it's just that the building is a bit old, it's actually fine to live in. Mishiro didn't respond. The two walked out of the dormitory building. Just as they were heading toward the main building, a figure turned out from the corner of the corridor. White hair, black blindfold, uniform hanging loosely on his body, holding a lollipop in his hand. Gojo Satoru stopped when he saw them. Oh, you're here. His tone was as light as if he had run into a neighbor at his doorstep. I was wondering this morning if you would come. It seems you're quite punctual, Kujo-san. When I say tomorrow, I mean tomorrow. Gojo Satoru nodded, put the lollipop in his mouth, and freed a hand to point at Itadori. Yuji, go to the principal's office first. Principal Yaga wants to see you about your enrollment paperwork. Oh, sure. Itadori scratched his head and ran toward the principal's office. His footsteps echoed a few times on the wooden corridor before fading away. The corridor fell quiet, leaving only Gojo Satoru and Mashiro. Gojo Satoru, with the lollipop in his mouth, leaned against a pillar and tilted his head to look at her. What do you plan to do next? He asked. Go back to Sendai. Move to Tokyo. Oh. Gojo Satoru pulled the lollipop out of his mouth and teased, because Itadori is here. Gojo Satoru pulled the lollipop out of his mouth again and drew a circle in the air. Since you care about Itadori so much, why not move directly into Jujutsu High? I can arrange a dorm room for you. There are still empty rooms on the girls' side, and it's pretty boring for Kugasaki to live alone. Mashiro glanced at him. The dorms were indeed okay. One person per room, individual air conditioning, everything one needs, much better than a regular high school by several tiers. But a dorm is still a dorm. The end of the corridor was a communal washroom, showers meant going to a large public bath, the cafeteria had fixed mealtimes, and there might even be a curfew at night. She would be surrounded by people from Jujutsu High, with every move under someone else's watch, doing anything would be troublesome. There was no expression on Mashiro's cute little face, and her answer was blunt, the environment is too poor. I'm not used to living in such places. Poor. Gojo Satoru's tone was exaggerated as he accused her. You just said Itadori's room was quite nice. That's compared to an average school, Mashiro said, her expression unchanging. I have standards for my living environment. Gojo Satoru stared at her for 2 seconds, then laughed. Telling a lie that was so easily broken, how perfunctory. To put it simply, you just don't want to live in the dorms, afraid of being managed. Everything is inconvenient, and I'm not used to living with too many people. Mashiro stopped pretending. Besides, the food in your cafeteria probably wouldn't suit my taste. How do you know when you haven't eaten it yet? Intuition. Gojo Satoru shook his head with a smile and put the lollipop back into his mouth. But since you won't be living at Jujutsu High, stay in touch with Yuji. We might occasionally need to commission you to participate in missions. I will. Gojo Satoru nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Not long after he left, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Itadori ran back, followed by 2 other people. One was Fushiguro Megumi, whose face was wrapped in bandages, it seemed his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. The other was a girl Mashiro was seeing for the first time, short hair, sharp eyes, wearing a baseball jacket over her uniform, and walking with an undisguised air of confidence. Nobara Kugasaki. Sister Mashiro. Itadori ran up close, pointing to the 2 behind him as he introduced them. This is Fushiguro, you met last night. This is Kugasaki, she just transferred yesterday. Nobara Kugasaki's gaze swept over Mashiro. The silver-haired, red-eyed girl stood quietly in the hallway, reaching about her shoulder in height, looking like a child sent from some Jujutsu sorcerer family. You're the older sister Itadori mentioned. The 12-year-old one. Nobara Kugasaki bent down, leaning in to look, her tone filled with undisguised curiosity. Yeah. Mashiro met her gaze and nodded. What's that on your head? Manifestation of my cursed technique. I see. But you're really small. Nobara Kugasaki stood up straight, crossing her arms over her chest. I heard you're a good fighter. You traded blows with Sukuna last night and didn't die. Just lucky. Don't be modest. Itadori chimed in from the side. Sister Mashiro is super strong. She went back and forth with Sukuna last night, and she can even use fire. Yuji. Mashiro called his name. Itadori shut his mouth. Nobara Kugasaki watched this scene, raising an eyebrow. Interesting. She looked Mashiro up and down. Although Itadori just said you're younger than him but are the older sister, I don't quite understand that dynamic. Mashiro looked at her and said calmly, his grandfather entrusted me with taking care of him, so I am his older sister. How old are you? 12. Nobara Kugasaki turned to look at Itadori. How old are you? 15. And you call her sister? Itadori's expression was a bit subtle, his mouth opened and closed. He had already struggled with this question last night and didn't want to go through it again. The age ranking in the family was recalculated. Huh, what kind of nonsense is that? Anyway, it's Sister Mashiro. Itadori said stubbornly. Nobara Kugasaki shook her head, gave Itadori a look like she was staring at an idiot, then turned back to Mashiro. Whatever, since you're Itadori's sister, you're one of us. My name is Nobara Kugasaki, a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer. Kujo Mashiro. She nodded slightly, then added, barely a grade 1. She wasn't lying. After the battle with Sukuna, the cursed energy in her body had condensed further. Could she be considered half a step into grade 1? It definitely wasn't because saying grade 1 sounded cooler than grade 2. Nobara Kugasaki's action of drinking water froze, and Fushigiro's eyes changed slightly. Itadori, on the other hand, looked like it was a matter of course, even nodding. Quote. Grade 1. Nobara Kugasaki put down her water bottle, looking up and down at the silver-haired girl in front of her who was barely over 1.4 meters tall, her face full of disbelief. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to see, that shocked expression of yours. That is the best, seriously. How old did you say you were? 12. Mishiro looked at Nobara Kugasaki, struggling to suppress the corner of her mouth. A 12-year-old grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Nobara Kugasaki turned to Fushiguro, pointing at Mishiro. Fushiguro, she says she's grade 1. She traded quite a few blows with Sukuna last night and is still alive. Fushiguro's tone was flat, staring with his trademark dead fish eyes. Grade 1 shouldn't be a problem. No, but she's 12. Nobara Kugasaki stopped halfway, looked at Mishiro's calm, poker-faced expression, and finally gave up on saying anything else, slumping against the wall. Fine. I've already given up on thinking many times today, one more time won't hurt. A 15-year-old boy calling a 12-year-old girl sister, and the girl is a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, this school is definitely abnormal. You're a student at this school too. Fushiguro reminded her. That's why I said starting tomorrow I'll be normal, if it's abnormal today, so be it. Itadori couldn't help but laugh from the side, but after being glared at by Nobara Kugasaki, he immediately stopped. Nobara Kugasaki, just like in the original story, had a straightforward and direct personality, saying whatever was on her mind. People like her were easy to get along with. By the way, where do you live? Nobara Kugasaki suddenly turned to Mishiro again. Itadori said you don't live at Jujutsu High. Near Jujutsu High, an apartment. I'm planning to move today. By yourself? Yeah, isn't it boring? Living in such a big house all alone. Mishiro thought for a moment and answered seriously, not boring. Living alone is more comfortable. I can go to sleep whenever I want, leave whenever I want, and don't need to report to anyone. Nobara Kugasaki tilted her head, looked at her, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Then I'll come over to hang out another day, I'll bring snacks. Sure. Itadori's eyes lit up from the side. I'm coming too. Of course you have to go. Nobara Kugasaki smacked him. You're her brother. Itadori stumbled forward from the smack, but the smile on his face became even brighter. In the afternoon, Mishiro left Jujutsu High and went to look at the apartment alone. The apartment was in a newly built residential area near Jujutsu High, about a 15-minute walk away. It was on the 6th floor, 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a separate kitchen and bathroom, floor-to-ceiling windows facing south, and great lighting. The monthly rent was 140,000 yen, nearly double what it was in Sendai, but she still had plenty of savings left from the commissions she took from Nanami. Besides, the commission fee for a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer was high, so one job would last her for a long time. It was already evening when the moving company delivered the luggage she had packed in Sendai. It took her less than an hour to organize the room, clothes were put into the wardrobe, and Murasama was hung on the sword rack in the entryway. Then she stood in the kitchen, silent for a moment as she faced the brand new stove and oven. The kitchen was nice, and the equipment was complete. The problem now was with her. In her past life, living in a university dorm, she relied entirely on the cafeteria and takeout, she hadn't touched a pot many times. After coming to this world, she either ate convenience store food or ate out. The only time she came close to cooking was heating up a bento bought from the supermarket in the microwave. She opened the refrigerator. Inside were only 2 bottles of mineral water, a gift from the agent. She sighed and closed the refrigerator. Mishiro picked up her phone, opened Line, and sent a message to Itadori. Mishiro. Moved in. Sending you the address. The message was replied to almost instantly. Yuji. Great. Nobara Kugasaki, Fushiguro, and I will go tomorrow. Do you need us to bring anything? Mishiro thought for a moment and replied. Mishiro. Whatever you want to eat, buy the ingredients and bring them over yourselves. Yuji. Huh. Mishiro. I don't know how to cook. Yuji. Yuji. Wait, Sister Mishiro, you don't know how to cook. Then what did you eat every day in Sendai? Mishiro. Convenience store, or eating out. Yuji. No wonder you're so thin. Mishiro. I'm still growing. Yuji. Then I'll cook tomorrow and let you taste my skills. When Grandpa was in the hospital, I did all the cooking at home. Although it's not particularly amazing, it's definitely better than convenience store food. Mashiro looked at the screen and pouted. Mashiro, fine, I'll cover the cost of the ingredients, you handle the cooking. Yuji. Deal. Nobara Kugasaki said she wants to eat sukiyaki, so I'll buy beef and vegetables and bring them tomorrow. By the way, Sister Mashiro, do you have a pot? Mashiro turned to look at the set of stainless steel pots in the kitchen, still covered in their original packaging film. Mashiro. Yes. Yuji. See you tomorrow. She walked to the entryway, tore off the packaging film from the cookware, and rinsed the pots one by one in the sink. Although she couldn't cook, she at least had to wash the pots clean. She couldn't let them see they were still brand new when they arrived. She suddenly thought of a problem. Itadori said he wanted to make sukiyaki, but she didn't know how to light the gas stove. She stared at the knob on the stove for a long time, tried turning it, no reaction, turned it again, still no reaction. Mashiro squatted down, opened the cabinet, found the gas valve, turned it clockwise, then stood up and tried again. Click, 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 whoosh. When the flame flared up, she jumped back half a step, then quickly returned to her poker face. That was simple enough. She turned off the fire, wiped the water off her hands, and decided to wake up early tomorrow to go to the supermarket to buy bowls, chopsticks, and seasonings. She had the pots, but no bowls or chopsticks. She picked up her phone and made a list in her notes. After writing it, she thought for a moment and added a line at the end. Strawberries, cake mix, cream. Although she couldn't cook, there had to be a cake. As for how to make the cake, she decided to search for a recipe tomorrow morning. The oven was new, so it should work. If it turned out ruined, then it was the oven's fault. 9 a.m., Tokyo Jujutsu High. When Mashiro walked through the school gate, the cedar trees on both sides swayed gently. Itadori had training this morning. He had proactively reported this via line last night, adding, Sister Mashiro, would you like to come and watch? Although she hadn't replied, she decided to come over anyway. The training ground was at the end of the main road, turn right, and pass through 2 corridors to get there. It was a flat area covered with fine sand, surrounded by low stone walls, with a few wooden posts and straw targets in the corners. The sun had not yet reached its zenith, casting light and heat at an angle. In the center of the sand pit, 3 people were already on the field. Itadori and Kugasaki were sparring. Itadori lowered his center of gravity, feinted with his left fist, struck straight with his right, then Kugasaki dodged to the side. She took the opportunity to retreat and create distance, flipped 2 nails between her fingers, flicked her wrist, and the nails traced 2 arcs as they shot toward Itadori. Itadori crossed his arms to block, the nails scraped 2 white marks on his arms before bouncing off. Is blocking all you can do? Kugasaki didn't mince words, already circling to Itadori's side, a 3rd nail shooting toward his knee from a tricky angle. Itadori jumped to avoid it. As he landed, Fushigiro's divine dogs pounced from behind. Without turning his head, he backhanded an elbow to deflect the pounce, used the momentum to roll forward, and opened up distance. The 3 of them fought for a few more rounds until Itadori was finally pinned down by Kugasaki's nails, with the snarling divine dogs in front of him. He decisively raised his hands. All right, time out, time out. Kugasaki retracted her nails, Fushiguro recalled the divine dogs, and the 3 of them walked to the side of the field to drink water, panting. Mashiro stood in the shade of a tree at the entrance of the training ground, her silver hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Sister Mashiro. Itadori put down his water bottle and waved at her. When did you get here? Just arrived. Mashiro walked a few steps closer, sat down on the stone steps in the shade, and leaned Murasama against her side. You guys continue, I'll just watch, don't mind me. Itadori grinned, ran back to the center of the field, and the 3 of them spread out again to resume sparring. Mashiro watched quietly. The coordination between the 3 was taking shape, Itadori for frontal containment, Kugasaki for long-range support, and Fushiguro for rear-guard Shikigami command, but there were still many flaws. What round is this? Gojo Satoru appeared beside her at some point, holding a half-finished mango smoothie, his Jujutsu High uniform draped over his shoulders, sleeves swaying empty. He sat down on the stone steps next to Mashiro, completely oblivious to maintaining social distance. I don't know, I just got here. Are you here to watch Itadori train? Not entirely, just absorbing some teaching experience from Jujutsu High. Planning to be a teacher later. Gojo Satoru took a sip of his smoothie, his tone filled with amusement. Mashiro couldn't be bothered to deal with him and just sighed, I'm self-taught, just absorbing some systematic knowledge. Gojo Satoru tilted his head to look at her. Self-taught. Coming from her, this term surprised him even more than grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. He had always assumed she at least had the Kujo clan's inheritance. It seemed like even the basics might not have been passed down. He was silent for a moment, but didn't press further, changing back to his usual carefree smile. How is it, Coach Kujo? Gojo Satoru rested the smoothie cup on his knee and tilted his head to look at her. After watching for so long, any comments? Itadori's attack pattern is too singular, Kugasaki's melee combat is a short board, and Fushigiro's Shikigami types are too few. The three have some coordination, but it's still too scattered. That's quite accurate. Gojo Satoru stood up and patted the dust off his hands. Talking is useless without practice. You go down and spar with them, real combat teaching. You've watched them for so long, so you must have seen where the problems are. They won't listen if you just tell them, but they'll remember after a beating. Mashiro sighed. She had already figured out the personality of the strongest in the modern era. Quote. You just want to watch a show, don't you? Just as a side benefit. Gojo Satoru didn't deny it at all, turned his head, and shouted toward the training ground, half-time is over. Real combat training, 3 against 1. No limits on cursed techniques, fight until one side admits defeat or I call stop. Itadori, Fushiguro, and Kugasaki stopped at the same time. Kugasaki was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Are you serious? Mashiro stood up from the stone steps and placed Murasama, sheath and all, on the steps. Itadori watched her unbuckle the sword and was stunned for a moment. Sister Mashiro, you aren't using your sword. Not needed, the sword would hurt you. Itadori wanted to say something, but Kugasaki slapped him. Fine, if she says she doesn't need it, she doesn't. Instead of worrying about her, you should think about how not to get beaten too badly later. Although she said that, she had already flipped 2 nails between her fingers, her gaze sharp, without a hint of underestimation. Fushiguro didn't speak, he formed hand seals, and 2 divine dogs darted out from the shadows behind him, crouching low, emitting low growls from their throats. He had seen Mashiro fight in Sendai last time and knew how dangerous this seemingly weak girl was. The 3 spread out into a pincer formation. Itadori in the front, Kugasaki on the right, Fushiguro on the left, and the divine dogs blocking any route Mashiro might take to flank Fushiguro. Gojo Satoru leaned against the stone wall with a playful smile. Start. Itadori moved first. He lowered his center of gravity, kicked off the ground, sand exploded under his feet, and he lunged in front of Mashiro, smashing down with his right fist wrapped in cursed energy. He went all out from the start. He knew that holding back against Mashiro was a waste of time. Mashiro raised her left wrist to block. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound exploded on the training ground, shaking the surrounding leaves. Itadori's fist stopped dead. Mashiro's slender arm didn't move, but Itadori's right arm was numbed by the recoil, as if he had hit a wall with all his might. For real! Itadori exclaimed, but didn't pull back. He lowered his center of gravity and followed up with a left hook, striking diagonally at Mashiro's abdomen from below. He knew that retreating now would give Mashiro a chance to counter. At the same time, Kugasaki's nails arrived, one attacking her right leg and one flying toward her left shoulder clavicle. Mashiro lifted her right leg slightly to avoid the first one, the second one hit her shoulder, leaving a shallow white dot before bouncing off. Kugasaki opened her mouth slightly. Her nails could pierce 3 inches into concrete, but hitting this petite girl only left a white dot. Fushigiro's divine dogs pounced while Mashiro was being pincered. The 2 Shikigami were on the left and right, the timing extremely precise, right at the moment Mashiro was blocking Itadori with her left hand and being hit by Kugasaki on the shoulder. The white divine dog bit toward her left side, the black divine dog silently circled to her blind spot behind her, the attack directions completely different, sealing off any space for evasion. Mashiro didn't dodge. She took Itadori's follow-up hit with her left arm, and her right palm chopped precisely on the neck of the white divine dog, chopping it sideways to roll twice on the sand. Behind her, the black divine dog bit her right leg. She didn't even frown, vibrated her right leg, and followed through with a side kick, kicking the black divine dog away. So hard. Itadori gritted his teeth and immediately adjusted his strategy. The lesson of his right fist being numbed still stung. He stopped pursuing impact force and instead accelerated his punching frequency, using continuous strikes to lock down her movements. The angle of every punch was slightly different, pouring out like a storm, but Mashiro's defense remained watertight. 4 nails flew out simultaneously, 2 from the front, 1 curving from the flank to bypass Itadori's body, and the last one shooting into the sky before falling vertically to attack the top of her head. The flight paths of the 4 nails were all different, with a time difference precise to within half a second. Mishiro pushed away Itadori's pursuit with her right hand, and grabbed the vertically falling nail with her left hand. The moment her fingertips touched the nail, she felt the unique vibration frequency of Kugasaki's cursed energy. It was a cursed technique. She squeezed hard and crushed the nail. The Dharma wheel above her head spun casually twice and stopped. The incoming cursed energy was too weak, the adaptation was already complete. The penetrating power of Kugasaki's nails, the impact force of Itadori's strikes, and the control pattern of Fushigiro's Shikigami, 3 sets of data were dismantled, and their attack patterns no longer posed a threat to her. She raised her right hand and waved it gently. Space cutting. An invisible slash tore through the air, interrupting the attacks of both Shikigami at once. The white and black divine dogs let out a short whimper simultaneously, their bodies cut with many wounds. Fushiguro had no choice but to recall the Shikigami first, his own movements already a beat slow. At the same time, Mishiro flashed and appeared in front of Itadori. Itadori instinctively threw a punch to counter. Mishiro didn't dodge or evade, wrapped cursed energy around her fist, and blasted it straight out. The cursed energy on her fist carried a special vibration frequency, she was imitating Kugasaki's straw doll technique. Fist against fist. Boom. Itadori's fist force was blown apart head-on. His whole body flew backward like a cannonball, carving a parabola through the air, slamming heavily into the sand, and sliding several meters before stopping. What's going on? He clutched his arm, feeling his arm trembling. A numbness spread from the point of impact, cursed energy spread upward along the meridians, and a second wave of impact exploded in his shoulder and elbow a second later. Additional damage. Although it was an imitation of Kugasaki's cursed technique, it was slightly different. Kugasaki saw this scene and was completely stunned. The cursed energy wrapped around Mishiro's fist was in the same frequency as the straw doll technique, exactly the same as when she used the nails herself. No, it was a more savage version. It didn't need nails or a straw doll. It directly attached cursed energy to the fist, completed the synchronization at the moment of impact, and then used the cursed energy shock to trigger resonance. One punch, and the damage automatically conducted and spread inside the opponent's body. When did you learn that? Kugasaki's voice was half an octave higher. Just now. As Mishiro spoke, her figure had already appeared in front of Kugasaki. Kugasaki instinctively threw 3 nails. Mishiro reached out with her left hand and grabbed 2, swept with her right hand, and the space cutting sliced the 3rd nail into 2 pieces in midair. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and they fell to the ground with 2 clinking sounds. Then she backhanded a nail, which grazed Kugasaki's cheek and nailed into the stone wall behind her, 3 inches deep. Kugasaki froze. Mishiro withdrew her hand and took a step back. It's over. The training ground was quiet for a full 5 seconds. Fushiguro slowly stood up from the ground, patted the sand off his knees, and stared at Mishiro with dead fish eyes. I thought I could at least hit you once today. You did. Mishiro glanced at the 2 small holes bitten by the black divine dog on the pant leg of her right leg. There are 2 holes in my pants. Fushiguro glanced at the 2 holes and silently turned his head away. Kugasaki walked to the wall, pulled out the nail from the stone wall with effort. If this penetrating power hit a human body, it could pierce through bone. She took a deep breath. How did you learn my curse technique? After taking your nails so many times, I learned the vibration frequency of your cursed energy. The core of your cursed technique is injecting cursed energy into the opponent's body and resonating with the straw doll, and the damage acts directly on the opponent regardless of distance when hitting the straw doll. I used the same vibration frequency, but replaced the nails and straw doll with my fist. Kugasaki was silent for a few seconds, then turned to Itadori. Hey, is your sister really human? I'm thinking about this question too. Itadori said seriously. Kugasaki buried her face in her hands. I shouldn't have come to the training ground today. Gojo Satoru leaned against the stone wall, put the smoothie cup aside, and stood up straight. Not bad. He clapped his hands. Itadori's melee is still too straight. Kugasaki has no backup plan after the nails are knocked away. Fushiguro, have you thought about what to do after your Shikigami are insta-killed? Ah, Kujo. He tilted his head to look at her. When you imitated Kugasaki's curse technique and attached it to your fist just now, how much power did you use? Mishiro calculated. Normally, reporting 50% for that intensity would be appropriate. It could explain why she could suppress the 3 of them without exposing her true upper limit, but the expression on Kugasaki's face was too interesting, and she decided to provoke her a bit more. 3 or 4%, I guess. Is that so? Less than I thought. Gojo Satoru smiled. Kugasaki's legs went soft and she squatted down, burying her head in her knees and making a muffled sound. 3 or 4%. Fushiguro, scold me twice to wake me up. I don't want to scold you. Fushiguro said. You could at least cooperate. There will be more training like this in the future, so look on the bright side. Gojo Satoru held up a finger, go back and digest it yourself. You all know which direction you should strengthen now, right? He paused after speaking, and his tone became unserious again. By the way, about the dinner gathering tonight, Itadori, remember to buy 2 extra portions of beef. I'm going too. I didn't agree. Mashiro said. You didn't refuse either. I am refusing. Refusal invalid. Gojo Satoru held up his index finger. Article 3 of Thea Special Cooperative Jujutsu Sorcerer Management Regulations formulated by Jujutsu High states that on the premise of reaching a cooperation intention, the assistant supervisor or personnel designated by Jujutsu High have the right to conduct unannounced contact visits. I am your contact person for tasks with Jujutsu High, so me coming to your house for a meal counts as a reasonable contact visit. Did you make that up just now? Yes. Gojo Satoru said without changing his expression. Kugasaki held her forehead on the side and made a final verdict on this meaningless argument. Forget it, let him come. He's thick-skinned anyway, and he'll climb in through the window if you don't agree. Kugasaki understands me. Gojo Satoru nodded with satisfaction, turned and walked toward the outside of the training ground, and patted Itadori's shoulder as he passed him. Remember to buy more, I can eat a lot. Itadori. Okay. Mashiro was silent for a moment and gave up struggling. Bring drinks. Gojo Satoru made an okay gesture without looking back. In the evening, while Mashiro was curled up on the sofa scrolling through her phone, the doorbell rang. She stood up, walked to the entryway, and opened the door. Itadori was standing outside, carrying several large plastic bags in each hand, filled to the brim with ingredients. A Chinese cabbage was even poking halfway out of one bag. Behind him stood Kugasaki, holding a bag of oranges and a carton of milk. So many groceries. Can we eat all of this? Mashiro stared at the bags and blinked. Why are you just standing in the doorway? Kugasaki glanced over Mashiro's shoulder. Finished moving. That was fast. The moving company delivered it, so it didn't take much time. Mashiro stepped aside. Come in. Itadori took off his shoes and walked straight to the kitchen with the groceries, looking around as he went. Sister Mashiro, your place is huge. It cost twice as much as the one in Sendai. It's worth it. You've got a separate kitchen and a balcony too. He placed the bags on the counter and started taking things out. Where are the pots? Sukiyaki needs a shallow pot. Do you have one? I've prepared all kinds of pots, they're in the cabinet. Itadori opened the cabinet and saw the brand new stainless steel cookware set. The plastic wrap had been removed, and there were watermarks on the bottom of the pots from being rinsed. He picked one up and examined it. Did you use it yesterday? Mashiro opened her mouth, then decided to be honest. Brand new. I just washed them all. Itadori nodded without asking further, placed the pot on the stove, and turned the knob. Click, 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 whoosh. The blue flame flared up, and Itadori nodded with satisfaction. The flame is strong, new equipment is great. Sister Mashiro, can you pass me a bowl? I'll mix the sauce first. Mashiro took several bowls from the cupboard and placed them on the counter. She had just bought them this morning, along with a whole set of kitchenware. Itadori picked up the kitchen knife and tested it. This one is pretty good. I bought the expensive one. Wise choice. Kugasaki had already taken a tour of the living room. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, much larger than the one in Sendai. The living room had light-colored wooden floors, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a large balcony. The drying rack was empty. There was very little furniture. A large dining table, a luxurious-looking sofa, and a matching coffee table. Your living room is way too empty. Kugasaki sat on the sofa and was instantly swallowed by its softness, letting out a sigh of comfort. There's nothing here but a table and a sofa. I just moved in, haven't had time to buy anything yet. What about a TV? I don't watch it. Then what do guests do when they come over? Eat. Kugasaki choked for a second, then laughed. Fine, you're very straightforward. Fushiguro was the last to arrive. When Mashiro opened the door, she saw him carrying a bag of apples and a box of snacks. Sorry to disturb you. Mashiro glanced at the apples and snacks. You didn't need to bring anything. I'd feel bad coming empty-handed. Mashiro didn't say anything else and stepped aside to let him in. Fushiguro put on slippers, placed the apples on the shelf, then sat down in front of the coffee table and quietly poured himself a glass of water. Fushiguro, sit on the sofa too, it's really comfortable. Kugasaki was already enjoying it with her eyes closed. You're being way too rude. Mashiro returned to the kitchen. The sukiyaki broth was bubbling in the pot. Itadori stood in front of the stove, stirring the bottom of the pot with chopsticks to prevent it from sticking. Is there anything I can do? Then Sister Mashiro, help me prep the ingredients. Sure. She picked up the kitchen knife, gave it a little toss to test the weight, felt the balance, and nodded. The sound of the knife hitting the board was light and fast. Her fingers were steady, her aim was precise, and the cuts were clean. She finished prepping the ingredients quickly. The green onions were cut to equal lengths, the tofu was cubed perfectly, and the konjac noodles were neatly arranged. It's quite simple. It's about the same as using murasama to cut a cursed spirit. I can do it if I want to. Mashiro nodded proudly. With knife skills like that, you could work in a restaurant. Kugasaki leaned against the kitchen doorframe, snacking on a bag of chips she had pulled out from somewhere. I can only chop, not cook. Mashiro scooped the chopped green onions into a bowl. Chopping relies on technique, cooking relies on experience. Itadori took the bowl and poured the onions into the pot. Sister Mashiro, what you're missing is experience. Too lazy to learn. Then I'll just cook more often. Itadori said it casually, then scratched his head, feeling like something was off. No, I mean, I'll come over to help. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. Mashiro ate a chip that Kugasaki fed her and mumbled, I'll pay you. Itadori froze. Kugasaki walked past him to get a drink and whispered, you're being kept. No, I just meant coming over to help cook every day. You should just stop talking, the more you explain, the weirder it sounds. Fushiguro said from the living room sofa, though he had been captured by its comfort too. As expected of a high-end sofa bought for 150,000 yen, can it even conquer Fushiguro? Soon, the doorbell rang again. Mashiro, who had been kicked out of the kitchen by the two of them after she tried to do more prep work and almost caused an issue, went to open the door. Gojo Satoru was standing outside, holding a convenience store plastic bag. The tops of 3 2-liter bottles of oolong tea and some snacks were visible. He was dressed in casual clothes today, a dark gray hoodie with the hood down, and he was wearing his favorite sunglasses. Gojo Satoru tilted his head. I'm not late, am I? You timed it perfectly. That's called time management. Gojo Satoru handed her the plastic bag. Drinks, brought them just like you asked. What kind of drink is this? Couldn't you buy something else? Mashiro took the bag with disdain and stepped aside to let him in. He paused. Usually, this is what people have with meals, right? I don't like it, it tastes bitter. Then here, have some pudding. This is sweet. Gojo Satoru shrugged, walked into the living room, scanned the room, and finally looked toward the kitchen. Itadori was standing with his back to the living room, controlling the heat, with plates of ingredients already laid out beside him. Student Itadori is already working. Gojo Satoru sat on the sofa in a relaxed posture. Then I'll just wait to eat. Teacher, aren't you going to do anything? Kugasaki poked her head out of the kitchen. I brought drinks. Gojo Satoru said matter-of-factly. But Mashiro doesn't like them, does she? That's none of your business. Mashiro put the oolong tea in the fridge. When she returned to the living room, Itadori's voice came from the kitchen. Sister Mashiro, is something baking in the oven? Mashiro kept a straight face. Yes, a cake. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Kugasaki was the first to stand up, walk to the kitchen, and open the oven door to take a look. A small cake, enough for everyone to have 1 or 2 slices. It looked mostly intact, though there were a few small cracks on the surface. Judging by the color, it looked edible. Kugasaki blinked and asked hesitantly, this cake is? Mashiro was silent for a second. A test run to see if the oven is broken. Kugasaki had nothing to say and closed the oven door. Itadori poured the prepared sauce into the pot. The moment the broth hit the beef, it sizzled, steam rose, and the aroma spread. He picked up the spatula and flipped the beef slices. It's ready to eat. 5 minutes later, everyone sat around the dining table. The sukiyaki was bubbling and steaming on the table. The Chinese cabbage was cooked soft and tender, and the beef slices, coated in raw egg, melted in the mouth. It looked appetizing. Gojo Satoru was the first to pick up his chopsticks, quickly grabbing a slice of beef, dipping it into the egg, and popping it into his mouth. Not bad. It's okay, right? Itadori grinned. I'd only call it passable. Can you not steal a few more slices while saying that? Kugasaki watched the teacher's incredibly fast hand speed and quickly pulled Fushiguro to start eating. Mashiro didn't stop after her first bite. Itadori's skills were truly good. The beef was tender, not tough, the balance of salty and sweet in the broth was just right, and the tofu was well marinated. She could eat 3 big bowls. While eating, Kugasaki asked Mashiro, by the way, what are your plans for the future? Plans. I mean, now that you've settled in, what's next? You're a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, so Jujutsu High will assign you missions, right? Yes, I have a mission tomorrow, partnered with Nanami. Which Nanami? Kugasaki paused. Nanami Kento. You know him. I've heard of him recently. They say he attended Jujutsu High, then quit to become a salaryman, and then came back. Kugasaki rested her chin on her hand. Have you partnered with him before? We worked together once in Tokyo. How was it? Reliable. Kugasaki nodded and continued eating. Gojo Satoru finally found a moment to speak and chimed in, Nanami is indeed reliable. When you're partnered with him, you don't have to worry about anything else. You're just too lazy to worry about anything every time. Ahaha, Mashiro-chan, you really understand me. Shut up and eat. The heat of the sukiyaki faded, and half the broth in the pot had boiled away. Itadori added some pre-prepared broth to the pot, added udon noodles, and stirred them with chopsticks to let the noodles soak up the soup. Once the udon was cooked, he spread the remaining beef slices on top. You bought too much. Kugasaki looked at the mountain of beef in the pot. Teacher Gojo told me to buy extra. He told you to buy it, so you did. It's fine, someone will eat it. Itadori pointed at Fushiguro, who hadn't said a word since earlier and was burying his head in his food. Got a problem with that? Fushiguro looked up with a sullen face. No problem, please, eat slowly. Gojo Satoru gave a thumbs up from the side. It's okay, the teacher is still here. Just leave it to me when you're done. After everyone was mostly full, Mashiro stood up, opened the oven, and brought out the cake. The cake was on a white plate, with a few strawberries placed on the side. Everyone have a taste, it'll be gone in one go. Kugasaki was the first to lean in, poking the surface of the cake with a fork. It looks okay. It probably tastes average, Mashiro said honestly. I think I put in too little sugar, and judging by the color, it's probably a bit burnt. For someone who can't cook, this is already pretty impressive for your first time. Kugasaki cut a piece and put it in her mouth, chewing for a moment. It's definitely not sweet, but it's not so bad that it's inedible. It's okay, right? Itadori also cut a piece. He was never stingy with praise. It's better than the convenience store cakes I had in Sendai, those are too sweet. Fushiguro said nothing. Since everyone was eating it, he might as well eat it too. Gojo Satoru looked at the cake on the table but didn't reach for it. Mashiro stared at him. You're not eating. Gojo Satoru kept a straight face. I'm full. You just had pudding. Pudding goes into a separate dessert stomach. So your other stomach is full too. Quote. I'll eat it. Kugasaki and Itadori laughed. Under everyone's gaze, Gojo Satoru forced himself to eat a slice, then quickly washed the taste out of his mouth with oolong tea. Mashiro looked at the half-empty cake plate and reached out to take the last piece, putting it in her mouth. It wasn't sweet enough, the texture was dry, and it really wasn't as good as the ones from the convenience store. But this was the first food she had made herself in this world, so it was okay, she supposed. Yeah, I won't make it next time. I'll just wait to eat. While cleaning up, Itadori insisted on taking the pots and bowls into the kitchen. Mashiro followed him, wanting to help. He waved his hand and said, I'll do it, I'll do it. Sister Mashiro, go sit down. When she came out, she found Fushiguro quietly putting the trash from the table into a plastic bag, and Kugasaki was helping wipe the table. So that meant she and Gojo Satoru were the only ones idle. Seeing Mashiro come out, Gojo Satoru put down his phone. I'm leaving first. Gojo Satoru stood up, didn't say much, and walked toward the door. After changing his shoes, he turned around and looked at Mashiro. Good luck with your mission tomorrow. If you need to contact me, just call. I don't have your number. Oh, that's true. After saving each other's contact information, Gojo Satoru opened the door and left. The sound of footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. Mashiro closed the door and returned to the living room. Kugasaki had finished wiping the table and was leaning against the kitchen doorframe drinking water. Seeing Mashiro come out, she shook her empty cup. Where's the water? I'll pour it myself. There's a water purifier there. Kugasaki poured herself a glass of water, finished it, and left with Fushiguro. Itadori came out of the kitchen. While putting on his shoes in the entryway, he looked at Mashiro. Sister Mashiro, what time is your mission tomorrow? 10 in the morning. Then I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. No need. Yes, there is. Convenience store food isn't nutritious, and you said you're still growing, right? Mishiro opened her mouth, but found she couldn't find a reason to refute him. Suit yourself. Itadori smiled. Hey, little sister Mishiro, handled. Then I'm off. See you tomorrow. After Itadori left and closed the door behind him, the room became quiet. Outside the window, Tokyo was already enveloped in night. In the distance, the forest in the direction of Jujutsu High cast shadows on the ground under the streetlights. She tidied up the living room, then slumped onto the sofa and took out her phone. She had called Nanami in the morning to add him online, and he had sent over a mission. It looked suitable, so Mishiro had accepted it. Nanami's line message was still on the last one: meet at the cafe at 10 a.m. tomorrow. She had already memorized the location of that cafe on the map. It would take about 20 minutes to get there. If she woke up early tomorrow, she would make it. She turned off the living room lights, returned to the bedroom, and lay down on the bed she had made that morning. Lying on the soft bed, she stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. It was the first time she had eaten with so many people. The quietness after they left made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Even though she had been used to it for a long time. Her thoughts wandered, but she shook her head to clear them. Tomorrow, she was going on a mission with Nanami. A grade 1 cursed spirit, partner coordination, she was already familiar with the process. Today, she would just get a good night's sleep. Early morning, the doorbell rang. Mishiro opened the door to find Itadori standing outside, carrying a lunchbox. You have a mission today, right? Itadori handed the lunchbox over. 10 o'clock, Shinagawa. Mishiro took it and turned to walk inside. Itadori followed and changed his shoes, his gaze sweeping over the silver-white Murasama on the sword rack in the entryway. Mishiro opened the lunchbox to find rice, tamagoyaki, and spinach with sesame seeds, packed full to accommodate her appetite, with miso soup in a thermos. The portion was enough, but how to put it, it was a bit too Japanese, and she wasn't quite used to it. But thinking about how Itadori had woken up early to make it and deliver it to her, this slight discomfort was a minor flaw in an otherwise perfect gesture. Mishiro picked up a piece of the tamagoyaki, took a bite, and began to eat slowly. Itadori poured himself a glass of water and sat down opposite her. Are you still partnered with Nanami-san? Yeah. What is it this time? Grade 1. I'll only know the specifics once I get there. Mishiro stuffed the last piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth, took a few sips of the miso soup, and stood up. I'm heading out. Itadori tidied up the lunchbox, and when he reached the door, he looked back. Come to Jujutsu High tonight, I'll save some food for you. Mishiro shouldered her instrument bag, her hand pausing on the doorknob. Yeah. The door closed, and the footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. In the Shinagawa ward, an industrial area along the coast, Nanami was waiting for her by the window of a cafe. When Mishiro pushed the door open, a wind chime rang. Nanami looked up and nodded at her. In front of him sat a cup of black coffee and a latte. Mishiro sat down, took the latte, and took a sip. It was a bit bitter. She silently added 3 more spoonfuls of sugar. Nanami pushed over a mission brief, which included 2 on-site photos taken by the curtain. Codename. Title Sound, Grade 1. Its activity range is the abandoned 4th warehouse district of Shinagawa Port, on the seaside. Nanami's tone was more serious than usual. Its traits are water manipulation and sonic attacks. The underground pipes in the warehouse district are connected to the sea, allowing it to move rapidly using the piping system. The 2 members sent by the curtain did not return, they only transmitted these photos back. Mishiro flipped through the photos. The water inside the warehouse was ankle deep, and the walls were covered in dense cracks, as if caused by something vibrating from within. Sonic waves. Mishiro repeated the word, her finger gently tracing the rim of the coffee cup. High-frequency vibration, which can be amplified through a water medium. The water manipulation technique is not the attack itself, but the medium. Nanami took out a sheet of paper, the curtain's analysis report. The attack range is a radius of about 30 meters with it at the center. Any object containing water will resonate with the sonic waves, including the human body. Mishiro put down the photos, took a sip of her latte, and set the cup down, the bottom clinking lightly against the ceramic saucer. The curtain report says the cursed energy signature disappeared, not that death was confirmed. Nanami glanced at her. The curtain's reports are always conservative. But missing for over 48 hours is basically equivalent to a death sentence. Then that means the body hasn't been found. Yes. Then we'll assume it's alive. Mishiro stood up. Maybe it's still trapped in some corner. We'll know when we get there. Nanami didn't try to persuade her further. He was already used to this silver-haired girl's way of thinking. Pessimism didn't belong to her. He took a pair of specially made earplugs from his briefcase and handed them to her. To protect your ears. Put these on. Mishiro took the earplugs and put them in her ears. The world went quiet. Unless someone was very close, there was basically no sound. The two walked out of the cafe. The air on the streets of Shinagawa carried a faint scent of the sea, which became stronger the further south they went. Mishiro followed behind Nanami, strands of her silver hair blown up by the sea breeze. She reached up to brush them aside, her gaze sweeping over rows of abandoned shipping containers and rusty cranes by the roadside. The warehouse district was at the southernmost tip of Shinagawa port, with 4 rows of warehouses built right by the sea. The first and second rows were completely abandoned, with collapsed roofs and rusted, perforated iron exterior walls. The third row had just begun demolition, piled with sandbags and steel bars. Mishiro stood in front of the fourth warehouse, looking down at the standing water at her feet. The water wasn't deep, but she could feel the fluctuations of cursed energy constantly spreading. It was the lingering trace of a cursed spirit. It just passed through here. She continued walking forward. The water in the underground pipes is flowing, its movement speed is faster than on the surface. So it already knows our location. Nanami drew his short sword, cursed energy covering the blade, which reflected a blinding white light in the midday sun. Open the door. Mishiro pushed open the iron door of the warehouse. The door hinges let out a sharp screeching sound, echoing repeatedly within the empty warehouse. Deep inside the warehouse, a massive humanoid silhouette could be vaguely seen, about 3 meters tall. Its body was like a translucent jellyfish, with murky liquid flowing inside. A horizontal slit split open where its head should be, that was its mouth. Tidal sound. Sensing the intruders, tidal sound let out a sharp roar. The sound vibrated, triggering ripples across the water surface. Mishiro sensed the cursed energy within the ripples. She didn't intend to dodge, gathering cursed energy to resist the incoming attack. The ripples hit her lower legs, and her muscles felt as if they were being pierced by countless needles simultaneously. The vibration spread upward along her blood vessels, and a sense of weakness surged from her knees. Nanami moved quickly among the warehouse's steel frames, stepping on a broken beam to dodge the water ripples. He frowned as he looked down at Mishiro. The girl was standing in place, the water already up to her thighs, her body trembling slightly in the water. Instead, Mishiro stepped forward a few paces and began to counterattack. Click, click, click. The Dharma wheel above her head began to rotate. For every ripple it devoured, the rotation sped up. Come again. Mishiro drew her blade and charged at tidal sound. The cursed spirit's mouth split wider, and the air throughout the warehouse began to tremble. Countless water droplets were shaken off the water surface, suspended in midair, and then shot toward Mishiro under the influence of tidal sound's cursed energy. Mishiro swung Murasama rapidly, cutting through most of the droplets, but thousands still struck her simultaneously. Her clothes were instantly shredded, and large patches of red bruises appeared on her exposed skin. Her eyelids felt heavy, her eardrums felt stuffed and swollen, and her internal organs were repeatedly squeezed by the resonance force. She felt liquid churning in her throat. She couldn't tell if it was water or blood. The Dharma wheel accelerated, and the crimson light in her eyes grew brighter. She raised her right hand, pressing it against her chest, feeling her heart beating within her ribcage. A normal person's heartbeat follows a regular rhythm, but now, her heart was synchronizing with the cursed spirit's vibration frequency. She was actively adjusting, and now she could barely feel the pain of the vibrations anymore. Nanami leapt down from the steel frame, his short sword carving out several slashes that split the water surface where the cursed spirit stood, attempting to interrupt its attack. But the cracks in the water surface closed in an instant, the cursed energy of his slashes dissipated by the water layer, failing to reach the core. It's not working, Kujo. It's coming again. Nanami shouted. The second wave wasn't just sonic, there was also its water manipulation technique. The floating water droplets formed a water vortex surrounding her. The high-speed rotating water current was mixed with gravel and iron filings, wrapping her entire body in the center of the vortex. Water blades cut into her skin, gravel and iron filings burrowed into her flesh, and the sonic waves acted directly on her bones through the water medium, sending sharp pains deep into her bone marrow. But it was too late. The Dharma wheel stopped rotating. She had adapted. Mishiro opened her eyes. The water vortex was still spinning, but neither the water, nor the sonic waves, nor anything else could inflict even the slightest injury on her anymore. She raised her hand, and Murasama was unsheathed. Your cursed technique, Mishiro grinned, every word clear and distinct, I'll be taking it. She pushed off with her feet, and she had already passed through the vortex, appearing before the cursed spirit. It wanted to struggle one last time, its large mouth preparing to unleash a final attack, but a sudden pillar of water struck it, interrupting its attack. It's over. Fall into eternal slumber. Murasama slashed vertically downward, cutting into the translucent body and tearing through its defense. The cursed spirit's body swelled violently, countless bubbles bulging on its surface, and then it exploded from the inside out. Water splashed high into the sky, but not a single drop fell on Mashiro. She had learned both its water manipulation and sonic wave techniques. Tidal sound, exorcised. Murasama's blade grew hot, light flowing over it as the grade 1 cursed spirit's cursed energy was transferred into Mashiro's body. Mashiro felt the changes within her. Her total cursed energy had increased significantly, and she had fully stepped into the realm of a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. There were some other new changes, but now wasn't the time to study them. The strength is average, it doesn't spark any interest. She looked up at Nanami and said, "Next time, I can handle a grade 1 mission by myself." Nanami sheathed his sword, walked to her side, and looked down at her clothes, which were riddled with dozens of holes. Quote. Do you have to ruin a set of clothes every time you go on a mission? Add a clothing allowance to the budget next time. I was joking. I'm serious. Mashiro sheathed Murasama, looked down, and picked up a sleeve that was dangling from her arm, connected by only a few threads. This time, I need to add a pair of pants. I'll help you communicate with the curtain this afternoon. Nanami looked at the small, fine wounds on her arms that were already starting to scab over, and was silent for a moment. Every time a mission ended, she would learn something new. This learning ability was terrifying. What is the precision of your water control? He asked. It depends on the volume of water. That water ball from earlier could form needles, but for larger volumes, I'll need to test it. Mashiro raised her hand, and the water on her clothes coalesced into a water ball. I should be able to control more by the sea or on a rainy day, but it needs to be tested in actual combat. Nanami looked at the water ball and asked again, is it just water control, or does it include sonic waves? Together. That cursed spirit could make the water carry high-frequency vibrations. Mashiro waved her hand, and the water ball dispersed into a mist, refracting a small rainbow in the sunlight. But for now, I can only use it to control water. I still need to practice to achieve cutting. That's already enough. Nanami adjusted his glasses. On the battlefield, an extra ability means an extra layer of protection for survival. Your learning ability is the strongest I've ever seen. Mashiro tugged at her dry collar and nodded in satisfaction. At least I can dry my clothes. Nanami silently looked at his own dripping suit. Is this service not provided? Not provided. Figure it out yourself, reliable adult. As she spoke, she looked around the warehouse and used her water manipulation technique to drain all the water from the room. The warehouse was revealed in its original state. An access door was tightly shut nearby, but a flashlight had fallen in front of it. He's still alive, he must have been washed into the pipes. Mashiro walked over, crouched down, and picked up the flashlight. His cursed energy signature indeed hasn't disappeared, it was just isolated by the water layer. Nanami helped her push open the access door leading to the underground pipes. Behind the door was a staircase extending downward, the smell of seawater rushing toward them, and a faint response came from deep within. Mashiro turned to look at Nanami. He's not dead yet. I'll go down. Nanami took off his suit jacket, folded it, and placed it on a dry step before rolling up his sleeves. You stay up here and provide support. The pipe space is too narrow for two people to act at the same time. You don't need me to go down. I didn't even put in any effort this time. Nanami said, then walked down the stairs into the darkness. Mashiro stood at the pipe entrance, watching him disappear into the darkness, then looked down at the flashlight in her hand. She then turned around, sat down, placed Murasama horizontally across her knees, extended a finger to slowly draw circles on her knee, and waited. A few minutes later, Nanami walked up from the pipes, supporting a young man with a broken leg. He was soaked through, covered in seaweed and mud, and supported by Nanami's shoulder. His face was very pale, but he was still conscious. He was stunned when he saw Mashiro sitting by the edge of the water. Her clothes were tattered, and she still had wounds on her body, yet she remained calm and composed. This little girl, who looked 12 or 13, had also participated in the mission and experienced a battle even more brutal than his. Thank you. His voice was hoarse, having swallowed quite a bit of seawater and been trapped in the darkness, he couldn't speak a complete sentence. Mashiro picked up Murasama from her knees and sheathed it at her waist. She stood up and looked at the makeshift splint on his leg. It seemed Nanami had made it down there. Can you walk? Yes. That's fine. She nodded and handed him the flashlight. I retrieved your flashlight for you. The young man took the flashlight and looked down in silence for a moment. I thought I was going to die here. Mishiro had already turned and started walking toward the warehouse door. Hearing this, she stopped and looked back, her crimson eyes gleaming slightly. The information you relayed was very important. Go back and recover well. She continued walking outside, leaving wet footprints on the ground with every step. Nanami helped the young man sit by the outer wall of the warehouse, took out his phone, and contacted the curtain to send a support vehicle. After hanging up, he dialed Gojo Satoru's number to give a general report on the completion of the mission. Meanwhile, Mishiro had already walked to a vending machine and bought 2 cans of latte, handing one to Nanami who had just walked over. Nanami took it and glanced at the label on the can. It's sweet. Sweet tastes better. Nanami didn't say anything, he pulled the tab and took a sip. Mishiro also leaned against the vending machine and drank slowly. The sea breeze blew past, and strands of her silver hair were lifted. She reached up to brush them aside. Water control, sonic waves. Nanami suddenly spoke. How many curse techniques do you have now? Have you counted? Mishiro didn't answer with a specific number. I haven't counted. As long as it's enough, that's fine. Enough. Nanami repeated the word and accurately tossed the empty can into the trash bin. But your way of learning is too dangerous. You always have to observe at close range during combat, exposing yourself to the enemy's firepower. Even if your comprehension speed is fast, always rushing to the front to take hits is not a long-term solution. Mishiro glanced at him. Do you understand the mindset of the strong? Fine, I have the mindset of the weak. Nanami didn't continue the topic. He remembered what Gojo Satoru had said on the phone and relayed it to Mishiro. Gojo asked me to tell you that he wants you to demonstrate the abilities you learned, and he's waiting to see your mission report. Tell him to write it himself. Mishiro threw the empty can into the trash bin. Tell him if he wants to see a demonstration, he can trade it for the report. After saying that, she turned and left, her figure casting a long shadow in the midday sun. When she returned to the apartment, the sky had already turned completely dark. Mishiro stood in the entryway for a moment. After the Tide Sound mission ended, she had used her water manipulation technique to dry her clothes and hair, but the salt had remained. The collar felt gritty as it rubbed against the back of her neck, and the cuffs felt just as uncomfortable when they touched her wrists. She couldn't stand it. She couldn't stand it for even one more second. She hurried to the bathroom, quickly stripped herself bare, and tossed her clothes into the laundry basket. She turned on the tap, and the hot water from the showerhead pounded onto her head, flowing down her silver hair across her shoulders and back. Her skin was washed clean by the water, and the salt in her hair dissolved in the hot water before being rinsed away. She closed her eyes and stood there for quite a while, motionless, simply enjoying the moment. The bathroom was soon filled with steam, and the mist on the mirror grew thicker and thicker. She let out a long, deep breath, and her entire body relaxed. Mishiro tilted her head and pulled her hair to her chest to check the ends, only to discover that her hair had grown again. After being cut by the water blade in the morning, it had been shoulder length, but now it was almost reaching her shoulder blades. She squeezed out some of the newly bought body wash, it smelled of tangerines. When she and Kugasaki had visited the convenience store last time, Kugasaki had said this one smelled good. She had said she didn't care at the time, but she bought it anyway. The wounds left on her body from the previous battle had all disappeared. The dozens of cuts on her arms from the water blade were gone, and now, not even the shallowest traces could be found. She raised her arm to inspect it closely. The skin covered in foam was smooth and flawless. As her fingertips traced the location of the deepest wound from before, the texture was no different from the surrounding skin. It seemed her body had undergone some changes again after the upgrade. She closed her eyes to sense it, and it seemed her physical capabilities had improved across the board. I'll head to Jujutsu High tomorrow to test it out properly. For now, I'll just continue enjoying my hot shower. When she emerged from the bathroom, she was wrapped in a bath towel with her hair bundled up in another towel. A few strands of her silver hair still poked out from the edges, pressing against her damp nape. The dripping water gathered into a small puddle at her feet. She raised her hand, and the moisture in her hair was rapidly extracted, forming a fist-sized ball of water in her palm. Within seconds, her silver hair went from soaked to fluffy and dry, with a small tuft at the end sticking up. She tossed the water ball into the sink and looked at herself in the mirror. Once her silver hair was completely dry, it was very fluffy, with the ends sticking outwards and a few strands standing up on top of her head. She reached out to press them down, but those few strands just sprang back up. After trying a few times, she gave up. A mere few strands of hair are openly challenging their master's authority in front of the mirror. I'll let you off this time. The next morning, Mashiro arrived at the Jujutsu High training ground early. The training ground was empty in the early morning, with yesterday's footprints still visible on the sandy ground. She had come today to test the improvements in her physical abilities. She walked to the wooden stake at the edge of the training ground, pressed her palm against its surface, and applied force slowly. The surface of the stake began to crack, with fissures spreading outwards from her palm. She withdrew her hand and used a single finger to press against the stake instead. She channeled force from her fingertip, sinking half a millimeter into the surface of the stake and leaving a perfectly formed depression. The precision of my force control has also improved. Her overall defense and explosive power had roughly reached the level of a heavenly restriction, and it would be even higher with cursed energy reinforcement. She compared herself to Maki Zenin in her mind and felt they were about the same. Then she reached out, palm facing up, and Murasama shifted from ethereal to physical. The silver blade extended from her palm until it fully manifested. That's right, Murasama had evolved too. It could now switch between ethereal and physical forms, which not only allowed it to play an unexpected role in battle but also meant she didn't have to carry the sword everywhere she went. She retracted Murasama into her body and moved on to test her cursed technique. She condensed a ball of water from the air, compressed it into a water needle, and shot it at the wooden stake, leaving a needle-sized hole. Then she manifested a transparent water wall about half a person's height. She applied sonic vibration to the water wall, and the molecular vibration frequency on its surface immediately doubled, increasing its defensive power by at least 1 tier. She condensed another water needle in her palm, this time adding high-frequency vibration to the tip. The hole it left in the wooden stake was nearly twice as deep as the first one, showing a significant increase in penetrating power. Footsteps approached from the entrance of the training ground. Itadori and Kugasaki had arrived. Sister Mashiro. You're here so early. He was wearing sportswear, with his sleeves still rolled up halfway. Kugasaki saw Mashiro standing in front of the wooden stake, and then her gaze fell on the row of neat needle holes on it. Quote. When did you get here? Just now. Mashiro turned around from the stake. Itadori walked closer to look at the row of needle holes, measured the depth with his hand, and then fell silent for a moment. What did you use to hit these? Water needles. Mashiro generated one in her hand and then dissipated it. Kugasaki's mouth twitched. What is this? A new cursed technique? Yes. The last hole is twice as deep. I added sonic vibration. 2 cursed techniques. Yes. Kugasaki looked at her expressionless face and gave up on pressing further. Fushiguro arrived last, with his divine dogs following at his heels. He glanced at the needle holes on the stake, his gaze pausing for a beat on the deepest one at the end, before turning to Mashiro. A new cursed technique. Mashiro nodded. Fushiguro's mouth twitched, and he crouched down to let his divine dogs sniff the water stains around the stake. The divine dogs sneezed and shook their heads. Fushiguro stood up, his tone calm. Next time, you can post what you're going to test in the group chat beforehand, so we don't have to look at the stake and guess what you've been doing every time we arrive. That would ruin the surprise. Mashiro said, looking at Kugasaki. Kugasaki rolled her eyes at Fushiguro from the side. Don't encourage her, I've already had enough blows to my confidence. After the 3 of them warmed up, the training officially began. Mashiro stood in the center of the training ground and raised her right hand, condensing a ball of water in her palm. Seeing the water ball, Kugasaki reflexively gripped her hammer. I'm not using you as a target today, Mashiro said. I'm going to teach you how to condense nails using cursed energy. Kugasaki was stunned. Itadori stopped his warm-up and turned to look over. Fushiguro also looked up. Condensing nails with cursed energy. Yes. Don't you find physical nails troublesome? Mashiro compressed and elongated the water ball in her hand, forming a thin, long water needle that hovered above her palm. The advantage of water needles is that the material is infinite, but the disadvantage is that the strength is not as good as metal. The principle of a cursed energy nail is similar to a water needle. You use cursed energy instead of water as the material to condense it into a physical object. She dissipated the water needle and condensed cursed energy in her palm again, gathering and compressing it above her palm until it finally turned into a thin, long, blue nail. Kugasaki watched that cursed energy nail, her expression becoming focused. Did you understand? I understood the concept, but it's a bit hard to pull off. She tried to infuse cursed energy using her straw doll technique, but it was difficult to condense into shape, and it eventually dissipated. Your approach is wrong. Mishiro looked at Kugasaki's hand. In your cursed technique, the nail is just a medium. Using the technique to condense the nail is taking a detour. Condense it into shape using only cursed energy first, and then apply your cursed technique to it, that will make it much less difficult. Condense with cursed energy first. Kugasaki repeated, then pulled a nail from her nail holster and placed it in her palm. My cursed energy is usually attached to the nail, and the shape isn't fixed, so it doesn't require high mastery of cursed energy. Exactly. So, your priority now is to strengthen your control over cursed energy. Mishiro nodded. Not only that, but after you use a cursed energy nail, you can directly control the cursed energy to cause vibrations. That means I won't even need the hammer. And I can cause effects remotely. Kugasaki's eyes lit up, and she began her first attempt. Cursed energy gathered in her palm, but it exploded the moment she tried to compress it. Itadori stepped back half a step, and Fushiguro held down the head of his divine dog to keep it from getting too close. Kugasaki's hair was ruffled by the blast of air, and she opened her palm to see it slightly reddened by the residual force of the rebound. Mishiro nodded. This just requires a lot of practice, it's not something that can be achieved overnight. Itadori sat cross-legged on the sandy ground, resting his chin in his hand as he watched her try. After a while, he reached out his hand, tentatively turning his palm upwards. Can I try? You haven't learned how to project cursed energy yet. Kugasaki said, her tone calmer than usual, though there was a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. Itadori withdrew his hand and changed his posture to continue watching. Fushiguro turned towards Itadori and said in a flat tone, we haven't trained yet today. Itadori stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, and grinned at Mishiro. Sister Mishiro, how are we training today? Hand-to-hand combat. No cursed techniques. Kugasaki retreated to the edge of the training ground, intending to continue trying to condense cursed energy while watching the sparring. Fushiguro let his divine dogs lie down next to the wooden stake and warmed up his wrists. Itadori took his starting stance, left foot forward, center of gravity lowered. Mishiro stood in the center of the training ground, her hands hanging naturally at her sides. Itadori moved first. The moment he pushed off the ground, a small cloud of sand exploded at his heels. He had already rushed in front of Mishiro, his right fist, coated in cursed energy, striking straight for her face. This punch was faster than during the last training session, the fist emitting a dull thud as it broke through the air. Mishiro tilted her head to dodge it. The wind of the punch grazed her ear, and a few strands of her silver hair were lifted by the airflow. She stepped back half a step with her right foot, raised her left hand to strike the inside of Itadori's wrist, and used his momentum to pull him to the side. Itadori's balance was thrown off, but he didn't pull back his punch. Instead, he twisted his waist in the direction of the deflection and struck horizontally with his left elbow towards Mishiro's temple. Mishiro raised her arm to block with her forearm. The elbow strike hit her forearm with a dull thud, but she didn't budge an inch. Then she backhanded and gripped Itadori's left arm, pressing it downwards, forcing Itadori's upper body to lean forward. He immediately retracted his right fist and scooped upwards from below, aiming for Mishiro's chin. Mishiro let go and jumped back half a step, Itadori's fist grazing less than 2 centimeters in front of her chin. You're faster than last time. Mishiro said. Itadori didn't reply, he was adjusting his breathing. The exchange of 3 moves just now had happened in less than 2 seconds. He had pushed his offensive rhythm to the limit, but Mishiro had only used her left hand and feet the entire time, her right hand hadn't even been lifted from her side. Fushiguro spoke from the sidelines. She's analyzing your force application. Got it. Itadori lowered his center of gravity again. This time, he was going to change the rhythm. For his second attack, Itadori threw a series of punches, left, right, left, right. The 4 punches were seamlessly connected. Before the follow-through of the previous punch had ended, the next one was already thrown. Mishiro blocked them continuously with her left hand, each punch caught by her palm or forearm, each contact emitting a short, dull thud. Then Itadori's rhythm changed. He suddenly pulled back the force of the 4th punch halfway, shifted his entire body to the left, and swept his right leg towards Mishiro's ankle. Mishiro lifted her foot, stepped on Itadori's sweeping lower leg, used the leverage to step forward, and tapped her index and middle fingers together against his forehead. Itadori froze. He was standing on one leg, his right leg pinned down and unable to move. He grinned and raised his hands. I yield. Mishiro withdrew her hand and stepped back a few paces. Fushiguro walked to the center of the training ground, while Itadori retreated to sit next to the divine dogs, scratching its head. Kugasaki had been frozen in the same position for a long time, she had been watching that sparring match the whole time. The pace at which the fight ended was very fast. From Itadori's 3 moves being broken to his second consecutive attack being red, it had taken less than 2 minutes in total. Mashiro had only used her left hand and 2-foot movements the entire time. In the training ground confrontation, Itadori's attack pattern had been completely parsed by Mashiro. Mashiro-sensei, please advise me. Itadori said. Your rhythm is too fixed. Mashiro walked up to him. Every punch you throw has a fixed rhythm. The interval of the first phase is about 0.3 seconds, the second phase suddenly accelerates to 0.1 seconds, and the third phase you pull back halfway. You're controlling it too deliberately. Is controlling the rhythm wrong? It's not wrong, but the more deliberately you control it, the more regular the intervals become, and regularity equals predictability. She extended her finger to draw a line in the air. Your problem right now is that your path of force application is too obvious. Your shoulder moves before you throw the punch, and you look at the target location before you attack. What Fushiguro can see, an enemy can see too. Itadori scratched his head, his pink hair becoming even messier. Then how do I change it? Learn to stop thinking first. What? Judging from the practice just now, your current attack pattern is manufactured. This carefully controlled rhythm is effective against average enemies, but for opponents who are good at parsing an opponent's patterns, it becomes a weakness. Don't preset your attacks. Watch the opponent's attacks and let your body decide on its own where to strike next, what method to use, and how much force to apply. Your muscle memory is faster than your brain. In actual combat, thinking itself is half a step too slow. Itadori was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Don't think, let the body fight on its own. He lowered his head to look at his fists, slowly clenching them and then relaxing them. Kugasaki had watched the whole thing from the side, the cursed energy nail in her hand repeatedly exploding and reforming, her eyes never leaving the training ground. Mashiro walked up to her. You've been distracted watching our sparring match. Try to condense the cursed energy nail first, you need a first success before you can have a second. Kugasaki took a deep breath, shook her numb fingers, and started again. This time, she didn't look at the practice that Itadori and Fushiguro were continuing on the training ground, her eyes were fixed solely on her palm. Cursed energy gathered and swirled in her palm. She gritted her teeth and compressed it sharply. A blue nail condensed into shape above her palm, trembled 3 times, and dissipated after maintaining its form for about 7 seconds. Kugasaki stared at the empty air where it had been, then shouted, I did it. Itadori was distracted by the shout and was hit on the shoulder by Fushiguro, staggering back 2 steps dramatically before immediately turning to look in Kugasaki's direction. You made it. Kugasaki looked at her palm. Although the cursed energy nail had dissipated, those 7 seconds had been real. Mashiro looked at Kugasaki's face, which had shifted from astonishment to joy, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Not bad at all. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.